with them. But fellas, the match is just about almost ready. And before we jump into that, let's talk predictions. Jacob, all right, are we rocking with the team that we've been watching in the NAL at the bottom, trying to work their way up, getting wins, and looking a lot better now? Or are you rocking with the Kings of Challenger League?
It's tough. As someone who came from CL, I'm kind of obligated to think that the CL team is going to win. There's a lot of things Parabellum have in their back pocket. The fact that the CL team usually wins the relegation games, especially in NA, the fact that they're on a hot streak, and the fact that XSET still, I think, have some puzzle pieces that need ironing out, because not only have they not played for about 6 to 7 weeks, but there's still some questions about how do they attack, what's their overall formation look like, can they withstand the onslaught of a team like PB? And I hate to do it to the guys that I've been covering for the past 9 months, but Parabellum at this exact moment, unfortunately, just look too damn juicy. I'm taking the guys on PB. Don't let me down, boys, please. Prepare for war. Let's do this.
I think the consistency on my end, man, is going to come down to Parabellum. XSET, they have question marks. Like I said, the growing pains are definitely showing. MBK, let's see if he's going to be up to speed now. There's been a lot of time for him to practice, try to shake that rust off. He's been away for over a year now, and he's going to wind up being one of their star players if this team happens to win and stick together. But other than that, Parabellum, what can you not love about him? I love Eska, I love Spirits, but I think Penguin is going to be key. Penguin is such a star, and I can't wait to see, hopefully, that he makes it to the NAL either now or in the future, because that is exactly where he belongs. I'm rocking with Parabellum in this best of 5. C-Daps, we're leaving the last one up to you, man. You're here on the NAL desk for the first time. You're covering a team that you love so much in Challenger League, and if they win, this is life-changing. They will all become professional players in the NAL, move to Vegas in a nice big house to compete with the best that North America has to offer.
Like you already said, Parabellum, they're a roster. They are quite literally, they're close to my heart. I keep them with me. I keep them with me.
That's
and
cute.
right now, this is desperate times. In desperate times, they call for desperate measures. We are manifesting a Parabellum victory here. There's nothing that can stop these players. They have the international experience. They are back-to-back winners. They have won the Canadian League division.
What are you doing?
What you taking your clothes
I
off
am rocking with Parabellum the whole way.
You getting
I'm
naked on the desk?
firing
No,
this.
you didn't.
I've got my Parabellum jersey on. It's
Let's
hard to
go!
see. I can like take off the tie fully, but right here, it's Parabellum. I am here the whole way. There is nothing that is going to stop this team. Parabellum 3-0. It's not even going to be close.
Let's go.
You're calling a 3-0?
3-0. It's not even close.
Wait.
3-0.
You're saying
3-0.
XSET isn't going to win a single
No,
match?
they are not.
Woo!
So
I'm feeling it.
I'm getting some Aztec death whistle vibes from this chakra. Are we really
Yo.
manifesting right now?
We are
manifesting.
manifesting.
Mercury is in Gatorade. This man is all in right now.
Wait, it is?
I am an
It's in
asparagus
Gatorade,
sign.
yeah.
I'm an aquarium.
Yeah, so, also see that. Oh my God, you have been manifesting everything. Ladies and gentlemen, Jesse, take some notes, man. The new guy on the desk, C-Daps, came in from Challenger League and said, let me show you how to do it. 100% prediction rate, as he made his final prediction that Parabellum is going to make it through. If you win this, you win 100% throughout the entirety of the weekend. That has never happened
And I
in
get
the
his
NAL.
laptop, right?
This is going to be absolutely.
No.
You could take his laptop.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Production
Yes,
is telling
yes,
me yes,
yes.
I get the
No.
laptop.
Absolutely
Well,
not.
number one, I'm your boss on this desk, okay? Yes, the laptop is up for grabs now.
This
We're
is
out.
my Predator
We're all
laptop.
actually going for Parabellum right now. This is big, Jacob. But the question is, why no faith for XSET?
It's difficult to figure out a reason why.
It's
Sometimes
hard,
you have to
man.
look at it and just say one team is better than the other squad. I look at an XSET team that has been marred by inconsistency. That's the main problem. You have a track record for Parabellum that not only can you look at it on paper and go, they've been doing pretty well as of late, they're also not completely sitting ducks. It's not just a team of onliners. These guys have been to LAN before. They understand the kind of pressure that it's taken, and also they're a team that performs well under pressure constantly. It's something I think I was talking about with Stokes at one point. They will always perform when they understand how crazy the stakes are, and this is livelihood making. You win this game, you come to the NAL, we talk about you for the next year, you lose this game, and Kool-Aid goes back to working at McDonald's, which I do not want under any circumstances to happen, so I do think they'll have some motivation on the inside to really pull this one out.
But this is the craziest part, though, because we've seen them at their worst, but we've also seen them at their best. So when they were at their worst, we're talking about winning. What was it at one point in time, Jacob? They won like 2 games in a span of half a year.
Yeah, it was bad.
It was terrible, but the thing is, they made some team changes, right? They brought in some necessary changes. They brought in someone mature, someone that's really good. Prod has been a dominant star for this roster. The stat line's not the prettiest, but you can tell by the philosophy of the team, they've taken it slower. There's been such a better approach. They've been much more methodical.
So far, there are some roster changes on this team that I didn't think made that much sense. They added Butters, who was kind of out of league competition for a while and had a really terrible stage 1. They knocked off Brycer. They knocked off Thomas. Those guys, they brought foundation back when this team was originally XSET. Yeah, 100%. So there are some changes that I've scratched my head at before, but now I'm beginning to see kind of where this direction is. You don't want too many cooks in the kitchen. You want to have clear, stable direction, something that Prod has already given to this squad, and what Jarvis and Drew Spark are trying to turn this team into slowly, I see the potential. Here's why I don't have faith in XSET. They're built on potential, not on a working formula, and that needs to change at some point. It could change right now, that's totally fine, but consider the risk right now. XSET are in a relegation potential. If they lose this game, they're done. If they win this game, they will still understand how close they came to almost being knocked out of contention completely. So what happens? This roster might not be the same after the transfer window opens after SI. They may need to make some very necessary adjustments to this team. It may even be the same for Parabellum. They could say, okay, we need to shift somebody else in. A better player became available if they win their relegation match right here, right now. So this is the last time that we're going to see this exact XSET and this exact Parabellum play. And at the end of the day, which one is the better pound-for-pound roster? I think Penguin said it best. Right now, it's PB.
Right now, also, I'm going to need some of your expertise right now. C. Dabson, my man, I'm going to need you to keep it real with me for just a second. Now, when it comes to Parabellum, there's a lot of hype. You say, yeah, they're going to win 3-0. They're Pro League ready, and they are North America's hope for the future. These are the future stars of this season, this region. If there was a weakness to Parabellum, what is it?
Sometimes they like to partake in, as I say, a little bit of tomfoolery.
Okay.
They like to have a man advantage in a great round that you're like, yes, Parabellum, they are going to win this. And then they like to flush it straight down the toilet by over-peaking, doing a stupid jump out, doing something, but the stakes are too high for them to do that. They understand where they're coming from, and also those aggressive plays are exactly what XSET struggles with. So it might just turn into a little bit of a strength, even though it's their biggest weakness.
I kind of have to agree. There's two different sides to this. Parabellum are the team that likes to go out, they like to seek that aggression. They'll seek those opening frags. If for some reason XSET gets knocked into a corner, say they lose an opening pick, I don't have faith that they're capable of regaining a round in that sense. And if they get an opening pick on Parabellum, PB are still capable of sticking in the trenches, hanging on for a quick second, and then winning a round based off pure tenacity. It comes down to XSET getting huge advantages all in a row. Sometimes a 5v3 man count or something, and everyone on XSET is super splintered, or a really, really well-timed execute, which in some cases, if you're playing like a turtle defense on Church, for example, sometimes it means you have to get a whole bunch of kills in very quick succession, and it takes a while for XSET to really get that mojo going. They don't have a trouble mode. XSET do have a 6th gear. They turn the nitros on whenever they need it at the very last boost to get over the finish line before their opponents do. XSET are still developing that chemistry as a team, whereas PB have had it for quite some time already.
Before I get to this, I want to ask you a question, Connor. Have you spoken to the players on Parabellum about what it would mean to them, or have you heard about what it would mean to them if they did win this and make it to Vegas to play in the NAL?
I mean, it is completely life-changing. They go from playing in their parents' house and just vibing to, and all of a sudden, it's their whole lifestyle. They are getting paid to play video games. That is insanity. And it's something that every single one of those players want. Jacob, you were talking about how sometimes XSET can really struggle to get things going if they're fighting uphill, where for Parabellum, they're the complete opposite. XSET, Drew Spark is one of the very few analysts in all of the NAL that likes to ban first because they prefer to go into a map with that preferred side coming through. However, Parabellum, they're the opposite. They like starting on the worst side because they like reading their opponent as the games go. They're like a fine wine. They're like cheese. They get better with age. They continue pushing through, and that right there can finish off XSET entirely.
We're about to figure out if that ban philosophy for Drew Spark also works, by the way. I'm good friends with him. We've had some very intellectual discussions about Siege in the past, but his idea about banning first, or allowing their opponents to ban first in this case, that's something that hasn't worked statistically based upon their record. How many wins have they had so far in the NAL? 5. 5 wins. Some of which, yes, 3 of them came in regulation, 2 of them were overtime. And how many losses have they got like on their plate? Plenty. Not a single time did they even have a stage go to an even round count. Sometimes they kept games close, but still, the numbers on the record don't lie, and those are the most pivotal thing about this ban strategy for XSET. You gotta find something that works. Break the trend, break the insanity. If you keep on doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results, sometimes XSET does that, and it might be a problem with the way that they ban maps outright.
One of the side stories from this entire matchup is the fact that NVK came out from retirement, joined currently the worst team in the NAL, and now he's fighting for a chance to stay in the NAL. What could this mean for him, win or lose, Jacob? Because, I mean, everything about this roster is up in the air at the moment, and this match decides everything.
He will need to have a really good day today, ultimately, which has kind of been a problem because in multiple games so far this year, it's taken until like round 5, round 6, 7 for him to find his first kill. He's doing a lot of things correctly. He's their bona fide sludge player, and that requires a lot of preparation, teams like working in tandem to ensure that he can do things like open up a floor from above and work vertical play. He just doesn't find the scoreboard until it's almost too late, and I want that kind of philosophy for him to change. He needs to have a really good day, and XSET need to win. And then I'll be confident in, okay, maybe he'll be on for the next year. Maybe this wasn't like a one-and-done flash in the pan kind of scenario, because I don't want to say that about Nathan Valenti. This is a guy on Evil Geniuses, went to grand finals, had moments where he almost defeated G2 or Penta for world championship titles for hundreds of thousands of dollars. This man has been around the block, and it really hurts to see him have the 4th worst performance in Stage 3. He needs to have a good day today. XSET needs to win. In any other scenario, I don't have confidence that he remains with this XSET squad or that the XSET team as a whole even sticks together if they lose this match.
By the way, I wanted to give a shout out when we were there because NVK's hoodie was just beautiful. I love the colorway. It was kind of like MTV Nintendo 64, right? Shout out to XSET for their merch, but fellas, it's about that time. All 3 in for Parabellum. And for those of you at home that are just tuning in, or if you've been watching, this is it. The final match of the NAL Finals, the relegation game between the last place team in the NAL, which is going to be XSET. They're going to be facing off against the champs of Challenger League, none other than Parabellum. I can't wait. Loser leaves and the winner moves to Vegas to be a part of the professional league. The manifesting is here, and we're just about ready. So let's toss this over to Antero and Pengu. This is it. Take it away.
Well, thank you very much, Veli. This is literally do or die for XSET, for Parabellum, a team that made it to the 6th Invitational, a team that has burned through Challenger League. Now's the time for them to prove that they deserve to be here and see if they can make XSET pack their bags and leave Vegas.
Absolutely. Today is a day where some careers will be made and some careers can not necessarily end, but take a bit of a downfall, a bit of a step back. And based on what I heard, or what we heard from the analyst desk, it seems like the story tells itself. It's pretty much across the board, Parabellum, Parabellum. So I guess you could say that people think that XSET will be looking very much like they did in the past, before. However, that might not be the case. They actually, XSET that is, they did not play the open qualifier of 6 Invitationals. They've been hiding strats, and they are putting everything into this one basket of surviving relegation because it matters so much more to them. Whereas Parabellum actually not only played the qualifier, they won the qualifier, the open one, and are now in the closed one for later. We are very quickly going to this match. Actually, Chalet is the first map. I did not
Did it catch you off guard how quickly it was for us to go on in? Okay, well, here we are in Chalet, our very first matchup of this best of 5. Should we have to remind you, the uninitiated amongst you that might not have heard of it before, we are going to be going to Chalet, and immediately there's an audio bug. I don't know what the audio bug is, but they're going to pause as we go through the operator ban and pick phase. No surprise. Thatcher is first ban on a map like Chalet. Okay, that's normal.
No surprise there. I want to keep, if you're XSET here, want to keep eyes on either the Mirror, or the Valkyrie ban on defense. On attack, I mean, you can kind of throw at them whatever you want. I don't think it's too particular. It could be a target ban, could be generic. Hibana is the one that comes out. A little bit surprised about that on a map like Chalet. This will probably mean that, you know, Parabellum, once they go there, they can play the Ace instead, supplement the ranged Heart Breach. Now the question comes, will it be the Mirror ban or the Valkyrie? Parabellum, they play both. If Mirror is left open, they are known to run it every single round. That is super frustrating. If the Valkyrie is left open, they are also known to run it every single round. So pick your poison. Valkyrie is apparently more annoying than not.
I don't blame them at all. I mean, there was those two operators that Parabellum will use and abuse on this map. You and I spoke about it in our lead-up to the matchup, just together offline, but Parabellum banning out the Mira, that maybe they are worried about how XSET will be applying this operator. Because we've seen it before, by the way, where teams will ban an operator that they find comfortable solely because they know that their opponents will suffer more than they will. In this particular instance, even though Mira does tend to be a staple of so many teams here on Chalet, she still gets banned more often than not. And if you fear that XSET are going to be a little bit more proficient with her, maybe more so than you are, then sure, maybe it's a bit of mutually assured destruction, but you get rid of the operator. That ultimately harms XSET more than it harms you.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, is that because of the fact that Parabellum banned Mira, they're waiting for this. They're expecting it. They know how to play around it. They're not going to be confused by that ban. And I'm fairly certain they were also understanding that a Valkyrie ban was likely to come from XSET.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing, and Parabellum as a team, they not only just like the Valkyrie, they like information in general. That's what they work with, it's how they make their decisions. So it's not uncommon to see a Pulse, an Echo, or of course the Valkyrie if left open. So I'm not too worried for them, because they have multiple ways of getting that information into their gameplay. Whereas most teams, once the Valkyrie is banned away, they will just say, okay, information is whatever, and then at worst case, you bring out like the bulletproofs. We saw that both from SSG and Dark Zero yesterday. And we also saw it from Sonics and Dark Zero earlier today in that exciting Grand Finals match that occurred only minutes or like an hour ago, very recently.
Well, we're just seconds away from being able to get back into this matchup and see what happens. For those of you that haven't been paying attention, we're on Chalet, and Parabellum will be starting on defense. The next maps that we'll be going to after that will be Coastline, XSET's choice, Oregon, Parabellum's choice, Villa, XSET's choice, and then Kafe as the tiebreaker. Now, I will say this. The likelihood of us going deep into the night is going to be quite high. Number one, because when you're playing on LAN and these teams are as competitive as they are, it's not a surprise to see us needing every single map. And we've needed almost every single map so far since this event began yesterday to settle the scores. Today's Grand Finals was, of course, the outlier. So I imagine with a team like Parabellum, who are coming in quite hot, their run through the Challenger League system, very, very strong. That lower bracket run that was shown during the analyst desk is no easy feat, especially in the rematch against IF, who knocked you down to the lower bracket in the first place. But also, more impressive, I would say, than that, was Parabellum's performance last week in the SI quals. They will be one of the 4 teams competing in the closed quals of North America alongside TSM and Astralis. So Parabellum beat a lot of good teams in that run, and I have no doubt that they are going to be very confident. Curiously, Nick, XSET sat out those qualifiers. And I actually got to listen to a bunch of the community casting, and I think it was Thomas who was talking about this. Tommy, if it was you, then thank you for saying this. If it wasn't you, whoever it is sounds an awful lot like you. But basically said that game reps are invaluable. You can scrim for as often and as long as you want, but when it comes to game day, things are always different. The fact that XSET sat out the SI quals means that they didn't get as much opportunity to get those game reps under their belt. And sorry, it wasn't Astralis, it was Mirage. I had them confused. Astralis was in the quals, by the way, and I watched that matchup. It's Mirage and TSM alongside Parabellum.
Yeah, I believe it was FPL Queens themselves that took out Astralis in that first qualifier, which was quite memey on my Twitter feed.
And Yardi, former player of XSET, is on FPL Queens. And as far as I'm aware, they will be competing in the second set of qualifiers, which will be occurring next weekend.
Yep.
I'm interested to see if XSET's going to compete in those. What are your thoughts about XSET sitting out the SI quals last week, by the way?
I mean, sitting out the SI qualifier at first can be questionable, because why would you not want to go to the biggest event in the entire world where prestige is met by every team that goes there? But on the other end, if you are very worried about your odds playing against Parabellum, it is wise to sit out. Oh, and Razor's not sitting out this one. He gets the opening pick onto Penguin, and then is a crucial player for the side of Parabellum. The great thing, however, when your IGL goes down, is he can still make the calls from the bench of those cameras.
The other thing, too, is that Razor is statistically far and away the best player on XSET. Having him get off to a strong start is crucial for this team. If Razor disappears, I don't know how much depth XSET has to fall back and rely upon. They brought in NVK, the former world champion himself and many-time Pro League finalist, but his numbers have been among the worst on the team competing with Prod, despite NVK playing a role that needs you to get those kills. So depth is something that you're going to have to keep an eye on. In this particular case, a leadoff kill for Razor is a good sign.
For sure. I mean, Razors is one of those few players on the side of Exit that I think can challenge the likes of Spirits and Eska on those injuries and on the aggression. NVK might not have the numbers, but he has the experience. We've seen this player in Grand Finals before, both on the winning side and, of course, the losing. So at the very least, I'm sure NVK can rally the troops if motivation is low and tell them the words that they need to hear to get back into the game. So far looking pretty good. We are dwindling down to the last minute right now. Still in that 4 versus 5, but Melted is looking to change that fact right now as he makes his way into dining, but Felby reads it, sees it, and shuts it down. That is a 5 versus 3 now on the side of Exit.
And they're just absolutely clearing out the top of the map and now need to translate it to the Bar Gaming bomb site that we see Parabellum currently defending. Now, it's worth noting that teams can get trapped in this particular bomb site and struggle when down on numbers. There's certain bomb sites in the game that work in your favor. I would say this is definitely not one of those, especially if you lose control of all but this back bar period, or back bar portion. Kool-Aid falls as well, by the way, leaving Spirits in a 1v5. Dire circumstances, 20 seconds left, a flawless round within XSET's grasp, denied by Spirits as he peeks the window. NVK the only casualty for XSET, as it's that team, XSET, to take the first round.
Very nice and fast and fluid first round from X, and I think that's going to be giving them some breathing room as well, right? If you win that first round, even though it's a best of 5, we've got a very long way to go. I always think, as a former player myself, that the very first round kind of sets the tone for yourself as a player. We're like, okay, we got it, and if you got a kill in the very first round, even better, because you don't have to worry about dropping a donut, you know, going 0-7, or just feeling like you're not contributing to the scoreboard. And we've spoken about this so many times. The scoreboard doesn't tell the entire story, but I do think that it plays a factor on the confidence of the players on it. If you got 15 kills, you're feeling it, you're swinging, you're hitting your shots, you're having a great time in the server, that's good for morale. But if you're down and not really doing much and missing some shots and you lost a clutch, and it kind of tears on you. So the earlier you can get into this game, the better, because it's not going to end anytime soon.
Not to extrapolate too much off of a very first round, but obviously not the start that Parabellum wanted. You saw them posting on social media both yesterday and today talking about how excited and elated they are to be in Las Vegas playing on that stage. And I gotta be honest with you, when it was originally discussed back at the inception of relegations and the US division, hearing that at the finals, this was pre-COVID when there would be an audience in the stands, knowing that you could get iced out of Vegas in front of an audience was absolutely brutal. It was so cutthroat. Imagine XSET playing in front of an audience with people potentially rooting on their downfall. And knowing that in front of a crowd, your career at professional play is effectively over should you get relegated. It's so tough. In this case, there's no audience other than all you fine folks watching at home. So for XSET, I imagine that's somewhat of a boon because nerves really do play a role.
They do. Of course, the stakes are the same, audience or no audience, but the pressure definitely is a slightly bit different case. Oh, and speaking of pressure, Razor once again getting into those early gunfights, almost finds Kool-Aid, but this time around he prevails and he stays alive.
Oh, Spirit's the first one under fire, and no, he pops up, but it's a team kill. That's a tilter if I've ever seen one. These are small mistakes being committed by a team that clearly knows the pressure. A second kill comes in the round. This time XSET's first, as the team kill was the culprit. The first person to die in Parabellum.
How does that work on my stat sheet? Who do I give the opening kill? Because technically Parabellum got it, but they also lost a player, so does Exit get the opening kill? They got the follow-up kill. So.
Paging CGG. Creators is on one, by the way. Penguin slow peeks the window and gets absolutely smoked. XSET has full control from above. This is another attempt on bar and games down below for Parabellum, and this one is actually going worse than the first time that we saw them. They did make a small change, though, and that's I like that the Frost is being brought in this particular instance. Frost on this bomb site was something that TSM and SSG and other teams in the NA League popularized, essentially being able to hold down that big window to actually vault into games and buy time for a Frost who's likely going to be playing in that back bar storage area. But I don't know exactly what you can do. And speaking of Frost mats, a Pog mat, as they like to call it, will claim NVK, but he's not down yet. He's picked back up by his teammates. It's a flawless this time. Technically not a flawless because they didn't get all 5 kills, but not a single player from XSET died. Only one casualty for XSET in those first 2 rounds, Nick.
That is sending a statement, and I love the fact that Parabellum had the confidence to go back to bar straight after losing it the first time around. However, they were met with a very similar situation. You said it went worse. I would argue that it went a little bit different, but of course still not the way that Parabellum themselves would have liked for it to go. And they're going to change things up by the looks of it and maybe go to the basement instead. But in the meantime, we have a player disconnect, and we're going to look into that real quick and see if we can get him back into the server, because we're only 2 rounds in, about to start the 3rd. It is not quite time to leave the lobby. He's back. Well, very nice.
Eska's back on in. Wine Cellar and Snowmobile Garage is the name of the bottom bomb site here on Chalet, and it's had a very storied history in regards to how it's seen at a top level. By and large, at the beginning, when Chalet was reworked, it seemed like the most suitable and sensible bomb site. And that's because back in the day, back in the old Chalet, it was, in fact, one of the best bomb sites on the entire map. Not that there were many good places, by the way, to defend on the old Chalet. Absolutely not. But as teams started to find their footing here on this map and the meta evolved, it very slowly started to lose its luster, and then very quickly fell out of favor. It seems like almost within a week, teams just abandoned it and stopped playing it. But now it's started to pick up some more play, and I wonder what they think they're capable of doing for Parabellum to go to this bomb site knowing that, well, it's not going to be an easy task defending a bomb site that not a lot of teams like to defend.
Yeah, so the reason why the basement bomb site is not preferred that massively is for a couple of reasons. One is, of course, the fact that you have instantaneous access to directly into site through that snowmobile wall, and then you have the other end of the map on the car garage side where you're very quickly going to be knocking down those side walls or the side door as well. With Maverick in the game, even though Thatcher is always banned or usually banned, you can open it up with ease. There's a drone hole on snowmobile you can grenade, there's verticality, and overall, there's just not a whole lot of ways you can extend and play the map dynamically, whereas on every other bomb site off Chalet, you'll see if you play Master Bedroom, teams they play over in Library side, or they play down below in Kitchen Dining. When you play Bar, you go up into Library, so you're extending up and away and getting more map control. For Basement, it's usually the case that teams are on site, and you're waiting for your demise more than anything. You could have always tried to roam. We see some teams do that in Oregon Basement. We see it on the Clubhouse SSG roam basement as well. So it's possible, but not really the common thing to do just yet.
All right, everything seems to be working out quite effectively. I'm not exactly sure what tech issues were present. We always try to update you for the full interests of transparency as to what exactly is going on inside and outside the server, because there have been instances where things outside of our control have befallen players, tech issues, etc. That said, downstairs, we speculated on how this is going to shake out, and well, an operator like Bandit or an operator like Mute can be quite influential here. Instead, the denial onto both the garage wall and the wine cellar wall will be held exclusively by Electric Claws. Kaid has access to 2 of them. You won't really be able to juggle here. There's no backup strategy, and it is a little odd to see this bottom floor site being defended without a Mute.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Mute would have made so much sense because you can basically get a jammer on every single breach option, keep the Electric Claws in your pocket for when they disappear, and then, as you said, juggle around with it, see where they're needed, and then do a good job on that end. However, we spoke about the roam extension, and so far Parabellum opening up the library hatch, putting down frost mats or pog mats, and even putting down ADSs on the side of Chimney, so they're clearly extending around.
The thing is that with a bomb site being held like this, if you're going to invest quite heavily on that top floor, you usually need 2 operators to do that. It can be a Goyo or it can be a Mira. Mira is banned out and Goyo is not present right now. So if you've got the Jaeger playing up top at Chimney, a very common place for a Jaeger to be on a top floor roam here on Chalet, you're going to want to sit behind a deployable shield. And you don't have any real intel. Look at the lineup being brought by Parabellum. They have a single bulletproof camera up top for Spirits. I'm certain Eska has used his down below. So you've only got 1 piece of intel for Spirits up top. If that gets taken out, you're in bad shape.
Oh, look at the timing here. Does the claw get it? I think it does. It does. See, that is very nice denial from Kool-Aid. He actually ran up to the wall as the nade came out, picked it off the wall, so he saved it in his pocket and tossed it out again. However, there is one more exothermic charge to come out, and this is a direct side attack that we spoke about where you get instantaneous access and they're rushing in. First kill comes out from SK, pistol in hand as well. Filthy trades it back onto Spirits, but the plant is almost coming down, but Kool-Aid finds the head.
They stop him in his tracks, and XSET knew that once that was opened up, it was Piper at the gates of dawn, and they just broke right in going for frags. It didn't work out in their favor. Still got to be wary of those frost mats, by the way. And I don't believe the frost was the 6th pick. If I recall correctly, it was Kool-Aid 6th picking
yes.
onto the Kaid.
Yeah.
So the frost has been telegraphed. They know those mats are there somewhere. A vault in through the window means that Eska will come face-to-face with the player from XSET, holding up this position. And oh no, he's so close. But Eska thinks otherwise of it, and he goes back once to the breach, with the diffuser still down in front of his sight. This is where things are going to get tricky for XSET, because with a numbers advantage for Parabellum, all they have to do is sit and wait and watch that case. You trail in numbers for XSET, and the objective is now no longer within your control.
Yeah, XSET basically has no proper win condition. They need to find kills and just somehow make it work. And I do like the fact that they're taking it slow and droning and figuring out where to go. NVK, of course, on the flank. Might clear out the shield. Tries to. Don't think it went through. But anyway, it is a nice situation they got here. Filthy creeping down the blue stairs as well, meaning they are actually playing together. But look at these gunfight positions. They are so in Parabellum's favor, and unless they get over-aggressive and cocky, which they are known to be sometimes, they should have this round in their backpack.
Well, it's only going to get worse now as it's an act of desperation, and Kool-Aid is farming kills for himself. Filthy's on the stairs, and it's Kool-Aid looking for a 4K. Both the Aruni and the Kaid push up, and Filthy retreats, knowing that the diffuser, 15 seconds left in the round and miles away, is not going to be completed. Nice reflexive pre-fire by Filthy, but he doesn't see the Aruni. Okay, all right. How many more can you find in a couple seconds? You've got no intel, and they are all barricaded up inside of blue. Filthy knows that there's no time for him to be able to accomplish too much, and it's Parabellum's very first win here on stage in Vegas.
Speaking of being over-aggressive and a little bit cocky, in that 1 versus 4, 2 players on the side of Parabellum tried their luck and lost it against Filthy. It was nice to see in that 1 versus 2, however, that the tone changed and they, got into blue, they bunkered down, they got safe, they had the Aruni get on 1, and there's just no time to rotate around for Filthy. However, information. Lack of it last round, the pose is being shown now by Eska and also the Echo. However, the Echo gets 6-picked into a Kaid, which means there is also going to be some wall deny for this side. Previous round, it was actually a nice read by XSET, recognizing that Parabellum was extending up above, knowing they had a weak bomb side preference. They went for the wall, they used 2 grenades to clear the Kite Claw, and once the wall got opened up, it was an instantaneous rush, and they tried to plant as quick as possible. The only issue is there is no real way to cover the planter because you have no control anywhere else but the breach. So of course, one person inside of connector had the angle towards the planter, shut it down, and that basically ends the round for XSET. Very nice try and a good show of confidence, but you gotta do a little bit more than that to beat this team.
Well, another opportunity here for Parabellum to close the gap further on. They made some, I would say, rookie mistakes in those first 2 rounds, which we can forgive and also we should really come to expect. Parabellum are not used to playing at this Tier 1 level competitively, period. They're just not. And I know that people will make jokes about XSET and how they've performed over the last couple stages, but this is still a Tier 1 team competing day in and day out in a LAN league in Las Vegas. Parabellum simply do not have that same level of experience. Though, this is a team that has played on LAN. They went to the 6 Invitational.
Yep.
They've played in international competition. XSET has not, for the record.
That's funny.
Which is funny to think.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's going to be some jitters. There's going to be some rookie mistakes that you're going to make as you acclimate. We see teams that are brand new to pro play at the top level still committing those across all of the global competitions. So it's pretty standard stuff that Parabellum's going to do that. The question is how quickly can they shake it off? And it seems like in that last round, Parabellum did a pretty good job of dusting off the cobwebs getting rid of the shakes, and getting back into the game.
No, absolutely. And I mean, the thing is, XSET, they've been playing on this stage for quite some time now, and everybody knows playing from the comfort of your own PC setup, desk, chair, etc. It's not that difficult, but remember, this is the first time that PB is on this stage in this situation, which means they might just need to get comfortable, crank the chair up or down, figure out the perfect situation for their mouse positions and keyboard positions, because trust me, those things matter way too much for some players, and I wouldn't be surprised that comfort is the name of the game for Parabellum, but they have time to get comfortable.
Eska's going to call now with this pulse cardiac sensor in hand. He's got a beat on Filthy outside. XSET deciding that they don't want to go for the same standard take that they were looking at. So instead, maybe let's go in another direction. All while Filthy's rotating now over towards the master bedroom side of things and the Solarium. That's where the action's going to be, and it's a Nitro Cell from Eska to get the first kill. Answered back by Kool-Aid falling, and then Melted gets in to take out Filthy, who'd done some damage by getting that kill for XSET. All said and done, XSET walks away with 2 fewer bodies than before. Parabellum only 1, so they'll hold the advantage for the remaining minute.
Yeah, looking pretty good. It's a nice hold here. You got the post below, scouting for info with C4s as well. Now Spirit's looking to get aggressive, finds Creators, and almost gets down NVK as well, but he's not done yet. Looking for this gun, looking for this guy. Yellow pings down below with the help of the post, and Spirit finds another, leaving NVK as the last man standing in a 1 versus 4, and he will get yellow pinged very shortly as well by this pulse.
Oh, an absolute dominating performance and a great round by Parabellum. They even the score at 2 rounds apiece and have now won both Garage and Wind down below, and then Kitchen on the main floor.
And that was the information game we spoke about. It's the Valkyrie, it's the Echo, it's the Pulse. Either way, the Pulse got not just the C4 kill from down below, but he was yellow pinging 2, if not 3 players from the XSET, which Spirits then acted upon and got all of those 3 kills. So information, of course, very highly valued and very well utilized from Parabellum, and really no way for XSET to just brutalize their way through that horizontal side of his master bedroom. They simply just had to worry about the Pulse, which maybe they've forgotten about, or maybe just didn't know about at all.
Well, back to Bar Gaming. This is the bomb site that has caused them some serious heartburn. The first 2 attempts here on this map, Parabellum fell flat and were only able to get a single pick onto XSET. Just 1 kill over those 2 attempts. Now, I will say that the confidence that Parabellum has shown over the last 2 rounds far outpaces what we saw in rounds 1 and 2. So with that swagger and with that same confidence, I imagine that we will see a much better defense from Parabellum. The question is, where are they going to focus those efforts?
Yeah, the kite here is interesting, and it seems that Parabellum is playing this, which I love, the game of putting out problems with the opposing team. So XSET now, they got these electrified walls, and they gotta figure, oh, is it above, is it below, where is this kite claw, because there's no IQ being brought out, and that's for a good reason. It is so incredibly difficult to bring an IQ to the table when you need projectiles, throwables, explosives, soft breeds, etc. Because IQ, yes, you can find the electric claws, yes, you can do some vertical play, but you can't really bring the things to the table to get to those areas where that matters, because there's going to be a shield, there's going to be players in your path, and that's not really where IQ shines.
Yeah, Kool-Aid playing up top at the chimney, by the way, in the same spot that we'd seen the Jaeger defend at before, but this time around, he's got some comrades and some support. Spirits using that metal arm of Aruni to punch multiple holes in the wall and provide either lines of sight or a very quick rotate. That seems to be the focus. Razor was the first one in back in round number 1 when it came to attacking Bar Gaming, and it looks like he's being led on in as the flight of the drones in front of him guide him forward. Looking for that Electroclaw as bullets whiz over top of his head, and he assesses that there's a deployable shield down there that Kool-Aid has rotated to. Up from chimney, and guess what? He gets absolutely smoked. For the 3rd round in a row, technically 4th if you count the team kill, Parabellum gets the opening pick.
Yeah, so the one thing to note here is actually that Melted, he has been putting down these kite claws typically a floor below or a floor above. In the previous round, he put it downstairs in basement when they're defending kitchen. Now he put it downstairs in fireplace dining hallway when they're defending bar. And then he's protecting that kite claw for the first 45 seconds-ish. And then after that, when he recognizes no one's coming for it, he goes back up to help his teammates where the trouble is coming. So doing a very good job at making sure the kite claw is safe, and then recognizing my gun is needed elsewhere. I'm gonna join the troops and make sure that we have as many guns in one direction as possible.
Kool-Aid still on the same spot, cannot be moved off of it, and you need some utility to clear that out. Grenades, maybe some stuns, who knows? And they use both, and they get the shield for sure, but they don't get Kool-Aid. He manages to slink his way down those library stairs, still playing off it, and they actually didn't even get the shield,
no.
Nick. It's still up. All of that effort and utility tossed in by XSET, all for naught.
Yep, no nades, no Sophia charges. This is going to be a brutal fest, if anything, and the guns have to start swinging and start shooting because there is no other way through this.
Well, there's only 40 seconds left for them to work with, and guess what? They have nothing to show except a dead Razor. That's all XSET has at the moment, and Parabellum still have quite a large split spread across this map. They've opened up some of the walls leading into bar gaming, but they're just losing every engagement. Parabellum's making this look easy through these last 3 rounds, as Penguin gets another 4 Parabellum, leaving XSET with only 3 bodies upright. We've already seen 1 flawless round. Could another happen? Well, it certainly seems that way. Kool-Aid will not go down at all without a fight. First kill for XSET comes in, but Prada's immediately traded off, leaving NVK in a 1v4, but Penguin has a big 3K on the round, and Parabellum takes the lead.
Not gonna lie, Penguin looking pretty nasty with that SMG 11, and that's like the most weird thing to say ever because I feel like I'm kind of looking in a mirror almost. Same similar name, same operators, same weapons, and I will say this, same similar fashion, although he does hit more headshots than I do, so maybe he is the better Penguin, who knows. One day we'll have a 1v1, we'll find out. But until then, I mean, that could be my gift to him if they make an AL. We can have like a standoff and he can become the new Penguin or the new Penguin on the block. I don't know. Maybe we'll get matching Penguin to 2s. I don't know. We'll figure something out. 100%. Filthy, getting off the ace, getting on the Twitch. And I would not be surprised if that is for the sole purpose of dealing with the electroclaws from Kaid. It was melted, now it's Kool-Aid. They've been swapping that around, but I think they'll be using it to the same effect. I like this adaptation from XSET, recognizing what the problem is and how much time it's taken them and resources to deal with a single Electroclaw 2 rounds in a row, and they are sick of it, so this is their solution. A CP Sappy drone.
I like that we're seeing some change-ups right now. Boy, oh boy, that last round is going to be one that gives all of the XSET haters and dissenters online ammunition as to why XSET deserved to be here. Because if you recall, there was quite a debate over whether it was XSET or Beast Coast that would end up in relegations. Now, if I remember correctly, Beast Coast had the worst round differential, but it doesn't really matter because if you don't get the win, doesn't matter how many rounds you win if you ultimately end up losing. And in this case, XSET was the team that was forced to play relegations and fight for their lives against Parabellum. And that last round is so it's such a beautiful sign, or a beautiful example of all of the issues that XSET have had over the last year of play. They throw in stuns, they throw in grenades, they use drones, they can't get the deployable shield in a common spot, let alone the player playing behind it. All of that used for absolutely nothing. That's not ideal.
No, and this is like that position in particular, both Chimney where Spirits is right now and then top blue where you see those shields. Those are extremely common every single game, most round scenarios, which means if you can't deal with those, how can you deal with the rest? Creators finds nobody kill the Spirits. He was so low on health that he was practically already dead, but now for sure he is finished off and we are in a 5 versus 4. See if those Frost Mats can do some damage this time around. There's been some hits and misses. I think it's 1 trap so far, and that was NVK. Sorry to say that, sir, but that was you in the trap that got caught. But even that didn't matter because XSET actually won that round, so not too impressed with the first trap just yet.
A bomb has been located.
Well, back downstairs. This is where the winning started, by the way. No bedroom defense whatsoever for Parabellum. A bit strange given the way that we see site rotations here on Chalet, but I guess they don't need it, and that's okay. I do want to see it played at some point because you and I have seen every single bomb site played on every single map we've casted thus far.
Sure,
we'll see that. It'd be nice to see that continue. That's a clone, by the way. And Eska takes out NVK. The Zof just jumps on in. This one's not a clone, by the way, Penguin. This is the real deal. And the grenade goes down right in front of your very eyes, but Razor not cooking it long enough. He'll ascend the stairs towards Library to see if there's anybody else up there. Clearing without a drone. He'd be right to know that someone's up here. It's Eska, but his attention is in the wrong area, and Razor just narrowly gets that kill. Eska almost got away. This entry for XSET has been swallowing up Parabellum so far, and it's actually working out quite well. But with just under a minute to go, after XSET clears all these roamers, which they still haven't done yet, they have to turn their attention towards the bomb site, which is all the way down on the bottom floor. They're picking off everybody in the process as Penguin falters now too. Kool-Aid had a massive 3K on this bomb site before. You're going to need that yet again. As Melted dives down, he gets prod. That's Diffuser surrendered. This is a very winnable position. And there's another now from Melted. 2 big kills to even us out at a 2v2. 30 seconds left, and Craters has to rush up to now go get the Diffuser. Razor's in the middle of the bomb site. These 2 players on exit are spread so far apart. Melted and Kool-Aid have control of the back of the bomb site, but not the front. So if Razor can sneak in through blue, he can be in such a strong spot. Nobody's watching in that area. Melted sees the shield, but he doesn't see the body over top of it. It's a messy gunfight with Craters getting the Diffuser down, and ultimately they lose it out. Parabellum somehow clutches that, and they are hyped up as hell. The first half in the books, and it's 4-2 for PB.
Melted lurking up above, really finding what he needed for his team. The person with Diffuser, a second kill to follow it up, and then he was instantly back down to side, recognizing that he wanted to play the 2 versus 2 with his teammate, and they did it so wonderfully. One person challenged the guy inside of blue, and the other took care of the person getting down the plant. They knew that once the bomb site, or once the firefight rather, got initiated, that there was no cover to be had from the side of exit, which meant the planter was very much alone. What a nice clutch for them, and that gives them the 4-2 advantage in score as the side swap comes out, and we are already now seeing the special Spirits finger. That is something that we should keep our eyes on. Spirits on this operator is absolutely brutal on the entry.
I was going to say, I'm actually a little surprised that we didn't see a Finka at all earlier. She is an operator whose pick rate has soared, even prompting teams to have to ban her out. We saw a lot of Finka focus at the Sweden Major, Nick, with teams prioritizing her in terms of counter bans, in terms of strategic bans, and simply in terms of comfort bans as well, and then how she actually factored into the meta here. With a team like Parabellum, there's been so much praise thrown their way, and I know that CDAPS is manifesting a victory here, but Parabellum really are a team who don't think and act the same way as most NA League teams do. A lot of times we don't say that in a flattering manner, for the record. Usually that's intended as a bit of a slight, but in this particular instance, Parabellum shows that it can work. They were able to make it deep into the SI quals and then ultimately win them. They played at SI earlier this year. They won Challenger League. This is a team that clearly likes to play their own style. It's not surprising to see a very frag-heavy lineup, and I assume very likely that Spirits will be the one anchoring this play.
Not only did they win CL, they won CL back-to-back. Not many people can say that. Stage 2, Stage 3, and yes, CDAPS is absolutely certain that these guys are the real deal. The future of NAL, I think you put it, which is, that is a bold statement to make, if anything. So far, looking okay. Both teams actually bring in Sophia here on Chalet, which probably speaks to the fact you want both the soft breach and you want the stun, both to check player locations, but also in case you need ADS clear. I assume that's why we don't see the Ana plus the Finger combination that we typically see on other maps.
Could possibly be. I want to see what Parabellum is capable of doing, by the way, in terms of utility work, because a team like PB like their kills, they like to play aggressively. You saw the stats for all 5 of their players shown during the analyst segment before we got into the actual matchup, and they love to engage in fights. They played a bit more reserved style on defense than I had seen looking through some of their past VODs earlier on in this matchup. So a new look, maybe designed to counter XSET, I'm not entirely certain. We're at the halfway point now of the very first attack for Parabellum, which means it's the very first defense for XSET. And XSET still have plenty of bodies off-site, roaming and holding map control, some on the top floor, some on the middle floor, which means that both Razor and NVK will either need to be tasked to kill more time or get back to the bomb site alive over the next 75 seconds.
Yeah, this is going to come down to timing, I think, more than anything, because we're sneaking around. But speaking of sneaking, Craters find Spirits. That's the opening kill onto a very important player from the side of Parabellum. The person we thought was going to spearhead their way into side is now off the board, and now someone else has to step up to this task and figure out a way in. Right now, that's Kool-Aid. Opening kill onto Filthy as well, trading that back 1-for-1. But Penguin, out of nowhere, is planting.
There's a grenade, gets tossed out, but it's a miss from Eska. Oh no, Diffuser goes down successfully. It's hell. It's absolute hell to pay for both of these teams. They trade out back to a 3v3, but XSET grabs the upper hand for a second, leaving Eska and Melted to defend against that Diffuser still down. NVK hops on it. Somebody needs to stop him. Only 3 seconds left, and they take the fight right to it, but nobody can get to NVK in time. An objective play for XSET gives them their very first defensive round.
That grenade was heartbreaking. If you guys are curious why Eska was so low on on health without having a fight. The grenade that was tossed from blue stairs bounced back and almost took out 2 players from the team that tossed the grenade. That is something that is very, very unfortunate. And what was a nice plant by Penguin in the midst of that chaos, it comes down to the fact that there is no real good position for Parabellum to play that post-plant position from, which leads to, well, XSET just defuses and then the round is over. And even though there's 1 player alive, he's so far away with no angles to help that it didn't ultimately matter. This is not, you know, Coastline, this is not Consulate, this isn't Oregon either, where some of those post-plant positions are just so strong. This is Chalet Basement, where if you haven't breached the walls or you haven't breached the hatches and you have no verticality, you just have to be on site to protect the case, otherwise it's going to go the other way.
Can we talk about why there's a technical timeout right now? When the players from Parabellum got up to shout and holler at XSET, they knocked out their either headset or their microphone and required a tech pause. Imagine, imagine being so hyped up that you stand up and you basically break your microphone because you yank on the cord or something goes awry. Can't believe it, but anyway, it's a microphone issue that is currently being addressed. It is indeed a rookie mistake. We talked about rookie mistakes earlier on in the broadcast. Sometimes you make them in the server, sometimes you make them on stage. So,
yeah, I mean,
never in my years have I heard this.
You spoke earlier about how sometimes the tech difficulties are in our control and sometimes they're not in our control, and you would actually be surprised as to how many technical difficulties were actually on the players themselves, whether it's having your in-ear in the wrong way or your headset on, you know, right side on left side, etc., audio being reversed, whether it's not having the right settings or cables not being plugged in or whatever the case might be. It's multiple times throughout the years of Siege, which of course is to be expected. Not every single pro player is also a technician, so to speak. Some of these players actually don't know anything about computers, but they're very good at playing the games on them. So that leads to technical difficulties at times, but that is also why we have wonderful admins each and every event to help those players out. And of course, if it's a technical produced problem by the tech side itself, they can fix those too.
Attackers need to locate
We're back. It was a quick one.
Well, I mean, it didn't take too long. It's happened, by the way. We're going to kitchen, and I mean, it happens, by the way, that players throw out certain parts of their peripherals. I mean, hey.
It happens.
It happens. So with that said, hopefully that didn't lead to any issues with Parabellum, but at that point you got to think it's a bit self-inflicted. If you're standing up to shout and holler and then you knock out your own mic, who is there to blame? You can't just stop the round afterwards. But anywho, XSET's second defense will now go onto the main floor to take care of kitchen. Bar Gaming is the other main floor bomb site. We are currently on office and bedroom watch because that is the one bomb site that has not been played just yet. And look at that, there's the office. Beautiful floors.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed we haven't seen it up above yet, but we got rounds to go. I have full faith that we will see it one way or another. I mean, kitchen, not a bad place to go either. Not something we've seen many times so far, just a singular time from the side of Parabellum. And now matched up one time by XSET. Razor inside of library will take a drone, but he is pinned down between 2 windows, which means he will impact the hatch and try to drop down. No, he will get stuck on the hatch prone somehow. And Penguin then gets an opening kill absolutely for free as Razor falls to the ground. That's the Wamai off the board, which means half of his utility has not even been utilized yet because it's so early on in the round.
Wasted utility has been the story for XSET on a number of these rounds. A Wamai whose discs, his gadget, the magnet, regenerates, or generates rather, just over time, means that you're absolutely right. If you die early, that's pretty bad. It's the same like losing a smoke early on when you die with the canisters in your pocket. Another operator who generates things over time is Legion. If Legion dies early, then you don't have access to those goo mines being thrown down either. So hard-pressed to imagine an operator on this present lineup that is worse to lose early on than a Wamai, but here you find yourselves as XSET. Approaching the halfway point right now, and still plenty of utility for Parabellum to use.
Yeah, in a perfect world, you could just swap the Jaeger and the Wamai's positions, but Jaeger doesn't have the impacts to break that hatch, so you would need either the Aruni or the Smoke to run all the way over there, open the hatch for him, and then, you know, go back to site, which is a massive waste of time. So I imagine it was the impacts leading Wamai to that position. Anywho, can opener, secondary heartbeats gadget being used on the dining wall. Kite Claw comes out, oh, just a little bit too late as the wall gets opened up from Kool-Aid, making sure that they have a way into site.
Oh, NVK swinging for the fences right now, still searching for his very first pick. The only player in the server without a kill just yet. NVK's return to the North American League has not been, I think, what he expected, and certainly not what we expected either. A small opening now that was created, as you talked about, into the wall, but Kool-Aid taking lots of damage in the process as he assesses where an Electric Claw might be and what he needs to do to get on in there. All the while, Filthy decides maybe there's an engagement to be had, and Penguin says, all right, I'll take you on that one. But Prod, a nice swing as down goes Penguin, and more lined up as well. Damage done, but shrugged off by Eska. You're about to get the diffuser down, Kool-Aid. Nitro Cell goes out, and it might claim one, but it's too late. LMG in the hands of Spirits takes down Creators, putting XSET in a hole, but the grenade goes down, and it's danced away by NVK. Prod's position given away by an air jab as he now sits over top of that diffuser, and more utility is tossed on in. NVK taken out, and now it's Eska's job, but he cannot somehow hit the broadside of a barn, and it's Prod to pick up a big quad kill. Diffuser is still down. He's got time for an ace. All he needs to do is deal with Melted. He'll hop on that diffuser, and Parabellum will take the fight to him, and Melted denies the ace and gives Parabellum their first win on attack.
Imagine that Magnum whip out got the one tap into the last player inside a fireplace. What a phenomenal clutch that would have been to secure the ace and secure the round. It was so close, but yet so far away. Parabellum once again getting a little bit cocky in those 1vx positions. However, the first two players from XSET, we spoke about it, the regenerating gadgets, the gadgets you want to keep alive. First player to fall was Razor on the Wamai. Second person, Filthy on the Smoke. You would think that that was a guaranteed round for Parabellum, but XSET showed they had something to say about that. Almost brought it back all the way to the 1 versus 1. Oh, what a clip that would have been as well.
I mean, Prod certainly has a highlight reel play there. Whether or not it comes out with a victory, it is still an absolutely monumental try on his behalf. What a performance as he tries so desperately to fix the situation that the rest of his team ultimately led them in. And what on earth was Filthy doing, swinging through an opening when you were the only player inside of the bomb site, holding off a team that has the right timing to get in to pull off an objective? Those are hero plays that don't often work. Sure, they look flashy from time to time, but the risk is so high because the reward is absolutely not worth you losing your life.
You always need to have this mental math inside of your head, the risk versus reward. When you go for a swing, for a peek, when you go for a play, whether it be a flank, staying on side, throwing a C4, every single decision comes with a risk and a possible outcome of a reward. The reward for Filthy there, at the very, very best, would have been a kill. Which is, you know, that's alright, you're back to 4 versus 4, but... or the reward, sorry, would have been the kill. The risk, however, is that you lose your smoke. It's a 5 versus 3. The only bomb site that now you have is a C4 on Prod, who has to rotate up to toss it with almost no cover. And yes, the C4 went out and it actually did some damage, got a kill, etc. But it's a little bit too late. The bomb was already planted, and well, what do you know? All the guns are in favor of PB, and it comes down to Prod having to pull out a crazy clutch potential to have a chance to win the round. You gotta stay back when you're playing the smoke, and now the roles have been changed as Filthy's on the alibi, and NVK finds the Toxic Babes in his hands.
Well, a timeout from XSET. What do you even begin to talk to them about? Jarvis is a player who's seen just about everything.
Yeah.
Almost got relegated himself, has been in a position before where he has won events, he has lost events, he's been all over the place in North America.
Many teams too.
Many teams. I mean, his team, when he was playing on TSM, they won DreamHack Winter, or DreamHack Montreal, as people will remember. And then, you know, he had his issues when he was on that CTM roster back in the day. He is a journeyman in every sense of the word. And what is he going to be able to teach this team right now? Because XSET really look like they're letting pressure get to them. And boy, oh boy, losing Razor early, multiple rounds in a row, not only because he's a Wamai, but because he is also statistically the best performer on your team, really puts you in a hole. Creators could have been the next in the line of fire as he gets a lot of damage done to him and manages to get out in time. XSET surrendering the first pick yet again.
Yeah, Razor typing nice shot in chat. That has to be a bittersweet moment because yes, it might have been a nice shot, but there's nothing worse than being the first to die. Jarvis, as you said, very experienced, and in the interview before this match, I think it was Prod who said, we are improving every single day, and honestly, I want to believe it, but so far, I haven't really seen it, so they gotta show up big these coming rounds if they want to prove that wrong.
Plenty of time now for Parabellum to figure out what their attacks are going to be on this bomb site. Lots of time, still half the round to go. Bar Gaming, the third bomb site now for XSET, as they have also not gone upstairs. This is the most played bomb site on the map through 9 rounds. We've seen it 4 times. And as it stands, the attackers have won twice, defenders once, and that was all just simply when Parabellum was on defense. Another thing worth noting, I said that XSET surrendered that first pick yet again. If you exclude the team kill in round number 2, XSET only has 2 opening picks so far through these 9 rounds. That is a dismally bad performance by them, and things are going to go from bad to worse as the aerial supremacy, if you want to call it, superiority, whichever word you want to, whatever you want to say. Chalet takes down Creators, and now XSET in an even worse spot. They lose NVK, who still hasn't found a kill. He can't buy a kill at this particular moment. And Prod and Filthy are all that stands in the way of a potential floss. But hey, Prod's found an opening, making his way back into the main lobby. Nick, 40 seconds to go, and a 5v2 has very quickly become a 3v2, still favoring Parabellum, but XSET has a fighting chance.
This almost looks like the roles in reverse, where you get the kill up above, you jump back down, you play that 2 versus 3, but they gotta find a way back into side. It's a retake from XSET, and Prod making his way, but Filthy finds a kill, making that a 2 versus 1. Make that a 2 versus 1 indeed, as Prod finds 1 for his life too. Now it's Eska up above in a perfect post-plant position. Does XSET go up the staircases and find him on this floor? Oh, they just go for the defuse and see if that's going to work for them. 26, 25 seconds, time is clocking down. Eska reads the situation. They go for the 2 versus 1 trade. They get it! Filthy ends the round for his team, and they take the 5-4 scoreline. They both went up the staircase and made sure that if one guy were to fall, the other guy was there to make sure that it went their favor.
Boy, oh boy, Filthy, impressive performance right now. The standout performer on his team. That's his 12th kill. A dozen kills for Filthy through these 9 rounds. Really picking up the slack for some of the other players on XSET. But let's talk about Prod for a second here. Consistently put in unfavorable positions. Consistently put in clutch or kick positions. And more often than not, he makes something work. Really, just something that you cannot always rely upon, and when you find a player who can be in those positions and still clutch out, it's so valuable for your team. Prod has been showing up absolutely huge for XSET so far on defense.
That he has. It was almost like Prod pulled the Melted, where Melted was up top floor. He found the kill on the diffuser on that basement defense, and the second he got his first 2 kills, he ran back to side to play the 2 versus 2. That's what Prod did. He got the kill, then went back to side, played the 2 versus 3. They retook it together. Filthy found 1, Prod found the second, leaving Eska as the 3rd man up above, and there's a decision to be made there. Do both players from XSET walk up the staircases to challenge horizontally? Does one person walk up and the other guy try and defuse? That's something we saw in the Dark Zero Sonics game, where, well, one guy was below, one guy flanked, and eventually that just didn't work. So XSET making the right play, sending both players, making sure that they put all the eggs in one basket, making it a 2 gunfight situation for Eska, and of course, those are hard to win. Eska found 1, couldn't find the second, and the rest is history as XSET got the round. And we're closing in now. 5-4 scoreline. Yet to see a master bedroom defense, as we are now once again back into the basement.
That really could have been just a heartbreaking round and a major, I don't want to say it would affect you past this entire map, but that could have had a cascading effect on XSET moving forward had that been a Parabellum win on that clutch, despite XSET being in a 5v2 and then winning it with 1 player still upright. It's too good to be true. Now, by the way, we're in round number 10. We have not seen that top floor bomb site. I think at this point we have to give up the ghost. It's not going to happen. It's a garage defense as we see it, and already a bunch of damage has been done to Spirits as he tries to work away on that garage door. Tons of impact nades being thrown out, and they've just got so many of them on the side of XSET. They still have 2 left, by the way, in the hands of Razor, who's likely roaming as this Vigil, that they can deny the ability for this garage door to be opened up. It's already cost Parabellum 1 of Thermite's exothermic charges.
Yeah, it was weird. They basically made the holes for a Maverick charge, but then all of a sudden they said, oh, let's exothermic charge it instead. Then it got impacted and said, you know what, let's go back to using the Maverick torch. So a little bit of a back and forth, but the wall got opened eventually, but it did cost them 1 exothermic charge and a bit of health from both Spirits and, of course, Kool-Aid.
This is the calm before the storm here. XSET have an opportunity to close this one up. And oh no, Filthy! You're looking the wrong way. Spirits rushing down the stairs. Gets the first kill for Parabellum. Opening duels working out very effectively in their favor, giving them constant pressure on XSET and lots of breathing room.
Yep.
They've got utility still for Parabellum, lots in their pocket. Same, by the way, for XSET, but they need to position themselves to greet the remaining players and creators on defense. Spots Penguin. An ill-advised move by the Zofia inside a main lobby.
Certainly is, and that's now back to a 4 versus 4, and Razor found himself back onto the bomb site as well, which means that there is a majority gun advantage down onto the bomb site, which is a single roamer in Creators, who already has found 1 kill for himself. Parabellum already deep inside of blue and now pushing side as Prod finds Kool-Aid, and that leaves Diffuser on the ground with nobody to pick it up just yet. Spirits trades it back onto Razor, but here we go. Gets a second one as well, has to make his way all the way through blue, but again, the case is on the ground, and so is NVK. It's just Creators left, but no! Spirits finds another, and that's the end for Parabellum. They're now on match point.
What a remarkable round from Parabellum, and especially for Spirits. After he clears out Filthy, he spends an entire 45 seconds sitting inside of blue. Exceptional, zen-like patience, I think you could say. And I don't know if amidst the comms, whether it was known to XSET that he was still there, but they clearly did not know and had no real ability to deal with him. Finding that opening while the rest of XSET's attention was elsewhere, and when the XSET players came back to the bomb site, they were poised and ready because Parabellum rotated in, thinking that they had surrendered control of the breach, but they hadn't. They were able to take advantage of that. The case not too far off, and despite the fact that Parabellum have been so fine with objective play on this half, they weren't able to do anything in that round. But you know what? Sometimes killing your opponents is more than enough. With the map on the line, and need we remind you that this is Parabellum's map, so if you look at the way that map bans go, it's a pretty good likelihood that Parabellum is going to take this one. XSET are going to go back downstairs to this bomb site. Given how close that round was, I don't think this is a poor idea.
No, we've seen this actually a couple of times so far. This is the second rather, where Parabellum did the same when they were on bar originally. They lost it, they went back to bar, then they won it. So actually, I take that back. They lost both of those bars. So, if story repeats itself, well, so will XSET on basement. But, of course, it was extremely close, which was the opposite of the bar defenses originally in the first 2 rounds, where it was a one-sided stomp from XSET that came storming throughout those first 2 rounds. And then Parabellum picked up the pace. They got 4 rounds in a row after that. And there's been kind of a back and forth, keeping the score tight since then. So, now we will see if Parabellum will have the same approach to their attack as it did before, but the difference maker now is Spirits is off the Maverick and onto the Finger, which of course will indicate that they can't just go for that wall again, because there is going to be other ways in. NVK falls. That is 0-9 on the scoreboard. I really want to see him get a kill. I spoke about earlier, confidence and having fun inside the server. If you're going 0-9, I'm afraid you might be sighing when you die at this point, because you feel frustrated, and frustrations is not a feeling you should have inside the game.
NVK was picked up for that veteran and leadership presence that he brings to the table. You know, we do call him a former world champion, even though it was a very long time ago. It still applies. But you have to begin to ask yourself, what is he adding to this team that somebody else isn't capable of bringing on the scoreboard? It's one thing to go 1, 2, 3 kills. Super just did that, and he just won the NA League Finals. But that's okay, because his contributions to the team don't come in terms of kills. Does NVK's contribution to XSET extend past 0 or 1 or 2 kills? That's the question that we have to ask, and I'm sure XSET are asking themselves. It's something to think about, by the way, as he's down for the count and might end up finishing off Chalet without a single kill. Spirits had died just a couple seconds before we started talking at the hands of Razor, who's having a bit of a sluggish performance here on Chalet. Good news for XSET as they've had Filthy and Prod to pick up the slack. From above, though, Razor, a 2-piece, just like that. You say it, and it starts happening. And XSET are very much back in this matchup. Penguin, the next one in the line of fire, he takes a ton of damage, and the beating that he has means that he can't be as confident in his engagements. Almost finished off by an impact that goes off at his feet, but no damage done.
Yeah, manifested into the round is what we do. Injure comes out and the kill. Creators and Razor both finding a lot of picks this round and making sure that they're going to have a good standing as the time ticks down. Now Parabellum to walk through this side, and yes, they do find a headshot onto Prod. He's off the board, but this is so tough with this shield. It has ADSs, it has protection, and now it's just melted in a 1 versus 3. XSET will have to keep their discipline high, but no! Razor swings, but it doesn't matter, he gets the kill. And XSET, they don't want to end it right here. They want to go to OT.
These teams so evenly matched so far through the 11 rounds that we have seen, and that's with NVK not performing on the score sheet. There's depth on both sides, and it's showing up. Parabellum's issue was a lack of wherewithal to clear out the map. When you're attacking a bomb site like Garage downstairs, you can often get tunnel vision and go for a very linear take where you break through that garage door, or you can isolate the players playing in wine and control blue and think you're good. But teams on Chalet have gotten to the point now where they are sitting on that first floor or the top floor with kill holes all the way down. Razor was able to rotate through the map so quickly because of the fact that hatches were opened up for him. And if they're not reinforced, you've got impacts in your back pocket to create those avenues to get back quite quickly. You can also use them to blow open a hole in the floor, and that's what we saw. Razor got a pick all the way up on the top floor because he had those kill holes at his disposal. So just as you see on other maps, Kafe being a big one on bakery/kitchen takes, you need to clear out those top floors before you try to get your execute down. For a team like Parabellum, who are prioritizing executes on these attacks, that is a grave mistake for them to make, and that is ultimately what will cost them the round, irrespective of what happens on site.
No, certainly, and it was what happened earlier as well when Razor was stuck inside of Library when they got picked up by Penguin's opening kill. The impacts on Razor have been phenomenal. When it works, when he's roaming, when he has freedom, he's getting so much value for his team. But when he's playing the Wamai with the impacts, that's where it starts to get a bit like, oh, if you do end up dying early, you lose a portion of your gadget, where when he's on the Vigil, when he's allowed complete freedom, he can get a bit more aggressive and not worry about dying at all. He's now back in the Wamai, and Prod has actually brought out the Maestro, and this is probably going to reinforce what happened the previous time that we saw XSET defend Kitchen, where we saw the plant situation where the C4 came out from Prod, almost got the clutch, and they're missing intel, information to know exactly when Parabellum was planting, and the bubbles, aka the Maestro cameras, the evil eyes, they will provide just that as this round gets to that execute stage.
Well, it's a kitchen defense, as we see unfolding in front of our very eyes. Parabellum have an opportunity to knock out XSET on this first map and put them down at a one-map deficit. What awaits us, no matter what, whether we make it to overtime or PB, seal the deal here in this round, is XSET's pick of Coastline.
Yes.
Coastline, a very frag-heavy map. And right now, I would say both teams are going to find themselves on good footing when it comes to fragging potential. Though there is a lot more strategy involved in a map like Coastline, especially after the rework that we saw with the changes to the VIP wall. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, though, because, hey, Eska just blew himself up. That's not the start that you want. Who gets the opening pick in this round, Nick? Because for the second time, Parabellum have killed one of their own.
Yeah, you hate to see it, and those nades are quite crucial. They do, of course, have the finger grenades as well and Gun 6 and the Sophia Sprout, so there are certainly backups, but the most important part of that, of course, is the depth that comes to your own, which means you also lose the gun. Prod doing really good work here. Can he get the impact? Deny. No, it hits the soft part of the wall. He's now stuck in a corner, but Parabellum, they don't know this yet, so if they can make a play off this and assist Prod in his position, he might be good here.
Filthy got burned playing in this hero position before, but I think it's more important that he sticks this one out because he needs to try to keep Prod alive. But NVK gets destroyed from below. Kool-Aid looks up, and the Aruni is unable to do much. This is the 0-10 power spike coming in for Aruni at some point in the next round or two. Stuns going off right at the breach, give away the position of Prod, and now Filthy's role is even more integral, and he lights one up, but he can't connect all the way. Kool-Aid still surviving in this spot, but the rest of XSET are fighting so diligently. Down goes Prod in the Nitro Cell, claims Penguin. Melted in a 1v3 is all that stands between us and overtime. He patrols in, heading towards the bomb site, takes out Filthy. Nice shot, but there's too many from XSET looking in that direction. Overtime is on the boards for map 1.
I can't help but feel bad for NVK on that current just last time that we just saw. He did the right thing. He was up above, had the high ground, made vertical holes, and made sure that if they were going for that plant, for that execute, that he was there to shut it down. And I was thinking, great job. This is so good. And a moment later, he gets taken out again from the holes he had just made. And I can't help but just think, what is NVK going to do that'll actually work for him? He's not necessarily making the wrong decisions. He's not necessarily missing shots. He's not really even getting into gunfights. He's getting straight up bullied this game so far, and I can't see the scoreboard just now, but I don't even think he has many assists to his name. So if Coastline is the next map, which it is in fact, when we get there, you need every single player to be on that scoreboard, because if you think this is a slaughterfest right now, where some players are popping off and gunfights are happening all the time, just wait for the next match on the next map, where we will see the exact same thing amplified.
Well, the one thing I will say is that all the competitions that we've watched so far over this weekend have provided very competitive matches. We have needed 10 or more rounds in almost every single map that we've witnessed so far. And yeah, I mean, frankly, it's great to see this level of competition, this level of parity amongst the teams. The one thing is that no matter who ends up going home, if this close of a contest that we're seeing between Parabellum and XSET continues, and we need all 5 maps, or even if we need 4 maps, I think it's safe to say that these teams, regardless of who goes home, are quite evenly matched and on very similar footing. A timeout taken by Parabellum. Now both teams have used their tactical timeouts, so none remain. This is the time to do it if you're PB. You didn't need to do it before that because you were pretty much in the driver's seat for the entirety of the match. Now you're in a dangerous territory. XSET is going to defend twice here on Chalet, and so far from what we've witnessed, this is a defender-sided Chalet. The defense on both halves have taken 4 of those 6 rounds. I have a frog caught in my throat right now, by the way. It happens from time to time.
It does.
Parabellum took 4 defensive rounds. XSET took 4 defensive rounds, prompting XSET, after they had lost their second round on defense, to pull the ripcord and take a timeout. And guess what? Since then, it worked out quite effectively.
It did.
They took 3 of the 4 rounds after their timeout, paying off quite well. And whatever Jarvis said, or the leadership on that team said, seemed to turn things around.
No, it certainly did, and as you said, if we go on tight rounds and tight games, you can also say that even if XSET lost, they put up a great fight against a team that nobody thought they would beat. And if they win, well, then they beat the team that nobody thought they would beat. So there really isn't any losing in that regard, besides, of course, the fact that you're getting relegated. But the fact that XSET is putting up a good fight on Parabellum's map pick as well just goes to show that we have a series on our hands. What looked like a one-sided situation, a 3-0, if you will, from the mighty C-Dubs himself, might not go that way just yet. But of course, this map still has a few rounds to go. Maybe 2, could max out on 3. Minimum 2 at least. Razor, again, using impacts through 2 floor walls here. Looking at the floor above, making sure that if they go into library, they will be contested just a little bit, whether it be from the hatch or, of course, the newly made construction on the floor itself. Penguin will join it out, make sure that, oh, they know his whereabouts, and now they might know that they shouldn't jump in this big window because that will mean death.
Razor playing from down below, looking up, waiting to catch an unsuspecting player from Parabellum. Looking for the feet, looking for the heels.
Oh.
He might just get it here, but Razor's fallen off, by the way, droned out. Sounds like a Rotero drone was trying to find him.
Done.
Spirits
Well
gets
done.
Razor, so excellent entry point to flush him from this spot. There will be no follow-up as Filthy will now gas out Penguin and look for a re-engage with the shotgun in hand. Nobody wanting to take that engagement from Parabellum at close range against a smoke with 2 canisters and a shotty. I wouldn't want that either. So they get away from it. The exothermic charge goes off on the wall. A piece of the objective play for Parabellum is done quite effectively. They need to walk in and get that diffuser planted as they spot the Evil Eye that's sitting just by the breach.
Yeah, this is a downside when you don't play that Kaido and you wall deny. You can just basically get the wall off very easily as an attacker. And Razor was actually on the mute earlier on in this round in the pick phase, and 6 picked onto the Vigil. So they did have wall deny originally, but of course a jammer will just get naded. These bubbles / Meister cameras will do good work, and they are protected by ADSs. And speaking of ADSs, all the ones in blue and the shield goes down with it, meaning that Filthy's position is compromised, and he has called for backup from creators, making sure that if he falls, there is a buddy system, just like Darkseer has been using so far in their run in this tournament.
Well, we saw Parabellum sprint on in last time around. They're exhibiting much better patience this time, but at some point that patience needs to be dropped with 30 seconds left for them to go. Spirit's walking down towards blue. He'll be in a gunfight right now with the smoke. Down goes NBK, down goes Filthy, down goes all of XSET. Parabellum take the first round in overtime just like that, and they move to map point.
Very nice, and there you see the thinker from Spirits, LMG in hand, grenades, he's doing it all right now, and finding 2 kills, not falling. Also getting that early pick onto Razor. Parabellum did a great job. They took a very, very long time to get inside of library, they read the situation, they droned out Razor's position, and before they started making their move inside of library, they made sure that they had people down below to catch Razor if he were to try and leave that area of the map, and that is a great way of playing that map objective and playing around it to get kills from Parabellum. Good job to them. And Razor, he's kind of unsupported on the roam. I saw NVK was up there as well, but NVK was kind of like across the map on the Solarium side, the trophy side, made his way through basement, so I would like to see NVK and Razor help each other on the defensive roam if they get back to the defensive side. Of course, XSET would have to win this round for that to happen, as Parabellum is defending Kitchen as what could be the final round of Chalet.
Well put. Nicholas, I hate to be the one to have to say this, but...
Oh no. Oh no.
I hate to be the one to have to do this.
Okay.
But October 20th
Okay.
is the date that you have to go back to find the last time that NVK got a kill in the North American League. Because on October 21st, in his very last match against Space Station, in their closeout match, NVK went 0-10 in that match and is now going 0-11 in this one.
Wow.
So you have to go back to the second last match of the season to see the last time that NVK got a kill. That is an exceptionally poor performance. Now, obviously, the fact that XSET didn't play in the SI quals hurts that number as well, because it is almost certain that XSET would have won maybe 1 or 2 matches against some of the lower teams. Maybe, who knows? Maybe not.
Yeah.
But it's likely that NVK would have gotten the kill here. He's on a utility-heavy operator of Zofia now on attack, and this is XSET staring down overtime match point. Right now defending Kitchen on the main floor is Parabellum. So XSET have to dot their I's and cross their T's. Assess the roam play that's happening upstairs. Clear out that top floor presence. Look towards any of the players that might be on the bottom floor, and then use your utility effectively. On this bomb site before, or the Bar Gaming bomb site before on the main floor as well, that was when we saw XSET really struggle to use their grenades and their Zofia stuns to good use. XSET simply need to be better than that, or else it's likely that Parabellum will take the round in the map with it.
Yeah, it's a very nice setup that Parabellum has here with SK on post below. That is 1 C4, but then you have Kool-Aid on the kite that can deny the side walls, also with a C4 of his own, meaning that they have 2 ways of getting kills vertically, and they can rotate those explosives, but they can also deny the wall onto site from Dining Fireplace, so that they can't just get it open, but the kite claw has been pulled off the juggler in his pocket, and now that wall will be opened up, limiting the mobility of the poles of Eska, and now they'll have to find a different way around this, as they are now no longer in the driver's seat as they were the last time when XSET went prison back.
Melted almost gets droned out from above inside a bedroom. He's losing some of the security of that wall. You can hear the Selmas go off. Still has a line of sight, but he can't hold it as aggressively as he wanted to. Babysitting a frost mat inside of West Main is none other than the Pulse of Eska, sitting and just being able to govern over where his opponents are. It looks like from the spread that XSET has that the information of their location will be relayed to Parabellum quite well. Spirit's flushed out by a grenade. He's got 2 drones at his feet as well, and he's just going to swing for the fences because why not? If you're going to hell, bring somebody down with you. Spirit's still in this position, though. He's eaten 30 seconds of the clock, and nobody from XSET's been able to get close. It's NVK dead as the very first casualty for XSET, still unable to find a kill. Creators in hot pursuit, walking in. Grenade goes off. It claims Spirits, does some damage to Creators as well. 30 seconds for XSET to turn towards the bomb site, and just like that, they have an advantage, taking down Penguin. They're still in this, absolutely, doing the work they need to do above, explosives going off. It's Prod to hold the diffuser in hand. Kool-Aid now reassessing to retake from above. The sledge of Creators is up there, and if they don't understand, the retake is going on. Just like that, Kool-Aid gets their attention, and then turns his eyes towards the B-bomb site. Eska in on it as well. Down goes Filthy. Prod dropped, and Razor, the performer right now with 9 kills to his name, won't don't get more than that. Map 1 goes to the Canadian upstarts and Challenger League team, Parabellum.
Very, very nice indeed. I cannot believe that Spirits burned that much time before he was ultimately taken down. That seemed like XSET had a simple solution in front of them and struggled to figure out exactly how they were going to solve that problem. And eventually they ran in with 2 players and they got the kill, but man, the chaos that unfolded with the time running so low, C4s getting tossed left and right with no time to drone, no safety anywhere, ultimately led to Parabellum with the advantageous positions. The flank even came through, and of course, with that, they also took the round, and with that, they took the first map of Chalet.
The only player on XSET that was able to set the tempo anywhere near as effectively as we saw from all of the players of Parabellum on multiple occasions was Razor. Razor on those opening plays was mighty good, frankly. He was able to hold map control effectively from above when he was on defense, and I think that's where he was shining as a player. On attack, it was more of a team effort that we got to see, but there's no doubting that if Razor can keep up that play on defense, then XSET is always going to have a shot on that particular side. Even though Parabellum wins this very first map, A, it was their map, and B, it was bloody close. An 8-6 scoreline is not necessarily something that you can hang your hat on and say, okay, we got the rest of this series. This is Parabellum on a very good map for Parabellum, for the record, where teams will ban it against them, not exactly putting the statement match against XSET that they needed. So moving forward, that's something that if you're XSET, you're going to be pretty happy with.
Of course, and we gotta talk about Prod for a little bit because he was farming montage clips of anything, making multiple plays and getting multiple highlights of his own throughout this map of Chalet. NVK, however, if you were to make that montage thing where it's like highlights of NVK and it's like do, it's like 0 kills, now that's it. There just weren't any highlights. There were no moments that we can remember where he wasn't the one dying. It was early sometimes, it was the middle of the round sometimes, it was very rarely in the late round. He was usually the first of three people to fall, and you gotta ask, what are you going to do if you're MVK going into the second map? How do you turn it around?
No, I mean, I don't know exactly how you do that, but I know 3 gentlemen who can speculate probably better than we can, and that's our desk, so we'll toss them over and hear what they have to say about map 1 of Parabellum versus XSET.
Map number 1 is finished, and ladies and gentlemen, we have a good one. Closer than ever and going to overtime, Parabellum strikes first, winning map number 1 in overtime, 8-6 against XSET.
Won their first map pick. This is the one that they wanted to start with. Good opener. You shook the land jitters off after only 2 rounds, and you proved that you can hang with the big leagues. Guys like Kool-Aid and Melted that we didn't know how they would do in an actual LAN environment their first time on stage did just fine. Kool-Aid played support roles, did exactly what he was supposed to do, and Melted, I think he ended with either a 2.0 KD or close to it. So if you wanted an introduction to Parabellum and you haven't seen these guys play before under a high-stakes scenario, so far this is a pretty good trend to start setting right now.
I mean, and overall, with Parabellum taking this map choice, like, sure, yeah, it's your map choice, you're expected to take it, but getting to overtime could potentially be a little bit of a worry. And Darrow and Pengu were both touching on it briefly, that you want to come in on your first map choice like that and be dominant. You want to send a message, but that didn't quite happen today.
No, not at all. And ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a look at the stats as they come in one by one. And actually, let's put this on my 1 just for a moment, because what we saw right there wasn't what we known of a legend in the scene. NVK, not doing so well, but wait up. Put this on my 1 production, just 1 second. But the thing is, Jacob,
what do you think?
It was actually a big question why NVK just couldn't warm up at all.
Right.
And actually, we expected a lot more from a player of his stature when it comes to games like this.
No, we totally did, but what's the camera on you for?
There was a sighting, man. You didn't hear about it?
There was a sighting? A what?
Well, not yet, but what were your ultimate thoughts about NVK?
Oh, I mean, in my case, I felt like NVK, he's on the cusp. Again, he's doing a lot of steps correctly, but in this case, he felt like he was an operator, or he played operators for the utility. He's behind a smoke so he can set a shield up. He's playing Mozzie so the pests go down someplace, so there's maybe a potential for intel denial. He didn't get any kills. He got 0 kills in an entire map that went to 14 rounds. Problem? I'm smelling one.
No, actually, hold on. There's actually a sighting. Hold on. Yes, there is a sighting. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him back. Owen is back in the scene, and with a stat line of 0-12. NVK, my man, I hate it had to have been you, but baby. You got to pick it up right now. This is time for relegations and C-Depths. We've been talking about it all day, man. You lose and you go home, and from a player of that stature, we really want NBK to step up and be the NBK of old, man.
Really
Exactly. Sure, this is low-hanging fruit, and it's easy jab, ha ha ha. But we know NBK, and we know why he was brought into this team. One of the things with XSET that was cited for the NBK pickup is, hey, he brings a lot to the table structure-wise, both in and out of the game.
Yeah.
Sure, you can still provide that with like some slight IGL and shot calling here and there, and overall helping the team, facilitating intel and things like that. But at the end of the day, this game can, and on maps like Chalet, just boil down to straight up fragging, and it wasn't really helping there.
The fragging needed to come from Razor as well. He was a little bit behind the curve. I think he had a decent number of kills, but it wasn't like a case where, for somebody who we regard as a primary entry, he was a little bit behind where we are used to seeing him play. Stats-wise, Filthy popped off. Remember when we had concerns about him in stages 1 and 2 about how he fit in, kind of a weird like flex watch / flank player. In this case, mid-round, he found frags. He was doing a phenomenal job, but look at the overall entry statistic, because we did have to have someone kill or die first over the course of a round. Only 3 opening kills went to anybody on XSET, and Creators was the one picking up most of it. Filthy, mid-round frags. Love that for him. 15 of them. He was tied for Spirits on kills overall, and that's a nice sight to see. Still, NVK, nothing. This man was dead weight to his team, and that's super concerning for XSET's chances with the rest of this BO5.
C-Depths, you know, it wasn't dead weight, man. Take a look at the right side of your screen. Spirits killing it. 15 and 11. 4 and 2 when it comes to opening engagements. The man popped off, and you said they Pro League ready. They're looking like it right now in this big win.
Yeah, I mean, hey, sure, the cost is slightly low, meaning he wasn't being traded, and a lot of those kills were a bit streaky. He was popping off for 3Ks and 4Ks, but those are the kind of big momentum plays that Parabellum needed in order to start winning defenses, because they started down 2-0.
Yeah.
And then they run for 4 in a row, and it keeps on looking better and better. But the person I want to highlight the most would be Eska, and he's actually sitting down a little bit lower than you might see, because he's a nades player. He's somebody that I hyped up, that he's pretty good with those floor nades, that mental math. Something about land wasn't working. He killed himself a few times.
I remember that.
Definitely,
Yeah.
you don't want that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen again. So look for him to definitely bounce back strong and be up in the upper echelon with the rest of his players.
We actually saw a lot of frag grenades almost just come right back to the player and kill him. But let's talk about the future now. Next, we're going to be going to Coastline, and this is going to be really big. Now, Jacob, heading to Coastline, do you think XS is going to have the type of freedom to be able to roam around the map and do what they want to do to get comfortable to try to tie up the series?
Yeah, because that's just the way the Coastline plays overall. And they were very nearly over the course of 2021, 2-1 on this map, which would have been their best result.
Right.
Instead, they're 1-2, and that was where we saw that infamous Mirage game where they mishandled Tachanka over again. I don't think that they're going to make that same mistake, because if memory serves, I don't believe they went back to Coastline at all since that loss to Mirage. It's been a little while since we've seen them in this environment. I do think that this should be where they thrive a little bit more. It's because of the flexibility that it offers, you're not going to be pigeonholed into one person playing one round in particular. We're not going to be looking to NVK to play something more frag heavy or less frag heavy. Whatever operators you play does, to a little bit of an extent, matter less. And the guys on XSET are capable of flexing kind of to whatever they need. Problem is, Parabellum are also capable of doing the same. And how are they on Coastline, just so we have like a basis for how they do?
It's a weird one. It's
Yeah.
a really weird map for Parabellum, because it's a map that they themselves don't put a whole lot of confidence in, but their most recent showing out on it was in the the lower bracket finals of the playoff bracket, stage 3. It was against One Shot, who's a pretty dang good Coastline team.
Okay.
It didn't quite work out for them, because Parabellum, after apparently not scrimming the map in 2 to 3 months, had 6 flawless attacks out of nowhere,
Ooh.
pure off the dome IGLing.
Got
the
it.
loose style, it worked, and hopefully they might be able to kind of recapture that lightning in a bottle.
Are you manifesting a map 2 win right now?
I
Parabellum.
manifested 3 in a row, so
All the way,
you gotta
baby.
go for the
Hey,
second.
It's happening. All right, ladies and gentlemen, whip out the crystal, man. You got to let them know.
It's-
Ladies and gentlemen, on the other side of this break, we're going to have map number 2 on Coastline to see if Parabellum can go up yet another map to try to put XSET one more map away to being relegated. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal. Press play.
Introducing Insights.gg. The best way to improve your performance is to review your VODs. And Insights.gg has the tools you need to reach your true potential. Record, collaborate, review for free. Check out Insights.gg today.
gentlemen, welcome back to the NAL.
Parabellum enters our second map with a 1-0 advantage and are closer to knocking out XSET than they were before we started on Chalet. Now we have map 2 lined up, and it's XSET's pick here on Coastline. What do we expect going into this match?
I'm expecting MVK to get some kills. That's the first and second and foremost, and I just, wakey time, you gotta do it now, you gotta do it here if you wanna keep going. I can't help but notice a resemblance of a video that we just saw on our screen where, are you wearing the same thing as in that video? You look
I'm
great,
wearing
by the way.
I just filmed it right now.
Just
Literally while we were in, I just walked in and then I just kept going, and here we are.
That's wild. Do you want to tell me, does it happen to be from Indochino as well?
Oh my god,
It
does.
It does. It is?
It does happen to be from Indochino. Yours is from Indochino.
Yeah.
Mine's from Indochino.
Blues, Stokes, Vellies.
God, they look so good.
All of us?
So good. Made to measure, by the way. We've talked about it a couple of times. You go in Indochino, they take your measurements. They can do online fittings as well. I actually got my initial online fittings done last year in the height of the pandemic when stores were closed, so that was actually quite convenient. Being able to do that online and then get the suits shipped to me last year. Then this year, obviously, I was able to actually physically go into a store, and it's really cool. So big ups to Indochino for providing us with these beautiful threads.
Made to measure, and of course, thank you for making us look dapper, as always. There is no greater feeling than feeling powerful, and I think a good suit makes you feel exactly that.
That's the sound I make. We're going to we're going to Spain, by the way. It's time for Coastline, our second map. Parabellum won a bit of a nail-biter, 8-6 over XSET. If you aren't super familiar with these teams, XSET is presently in the NA League. If they don't win this best of 5, they're gone. That's it. They get relegated, and it's Parabellum who ends up coming into the NAL as that 9th team. So this is XSET's pick. What can we expect here? Well, we can expect some maybe unorthodox bans. No, Thatcher's banned out. Flores is banned out. XSET will be starting on defense. Parabellum starting on attack here on Coastline.
Yep, that is the name of the game. I expect the Valkyrie ban, surely. There's no way you're gonna let Parabellum have all that information, and Parabellum have this weird tendency of banning out their own preferred operators, but I guess they work the same way where they don't want XSET to have that information neither. So it comes down to XSET. What is your last ban of this matchup? It will be the Mirror. So no Mirror, no Valkyrie, no Thatcher, and also no Flores. So explosion utility has to come from the Iana, the Finger, the Sophia, all operators that we saw on the previous map of Chalet. Neither team ran the Flores, and even though it was open, it was played like 1 or 2 rounds, but it wasn't like brought every single round. So yeah, we'll see how they work around that situation. Kool-Aid showing a Lion, which is a very stellar and common pick on this map. The flow of Coastline in general works that the Lion EE1D scanner, making defenders unable to move, just helps you pick them up, pick them apart, and get early advantages. And with those early leads, you can work that into a round, and potentially, of course, the entire map if you get 6, 7, or 8 of those.
Plenty of teams like to run Lion here on Coastline. It does not surprise me that Parabellum are one of those teams with their aggression and how they like to play these maps out. We saw it on Chalet. They can be explosive through so many rounds, and they use the Finca to really orchestrate that. In this case, the conductor is going to be none other than Lion. Those short beeps, or the sounds made before the EE1D go off, will be the essential sound of the starting gun, if you want to call it that. And Oryx also being brought is something that we have focused on time and time again. Now, yesterday it was Pambazoo taking Oryx on Coastline. In Sweden, we got to see Dan on Empire play Oryx on Coastline. And I will say that even though Pambazoo was incredible in terms of fragging potential, is that solely because he's on Oryx? He's the T5 with that 1.5 reticle, or sight if you want to call it. And I mean, maybe that's enough. Maybe the proximity sensors, the 2 of them that come with Oryx, also play into it, but I have yet to be convinced, to be sold on the idea that Oryx is one of the best 5 operators to run here on Coastline. but I am always open to having my mind be changed.
You might not be convinced by the operator, but let me tell you this, Parker. Will you
Okay.
be convinced by Prod? Because if he's going to be following the same trends as he has so far in the previous map, he is going to show up huge, and he might just be the hero that we need to show us why players and why teams are picking this particular operator off Oryx, already now dashing away into safety, arguably being saved by the gadget and putting great use to it.
I mean, I guess I can start to see the reasoning behind it is that he's the fastest operator in the game. When he uses his dash, he can blow open walls quite effectively without taking tons of damage. He has a really good gun. Yeah. Oh, nice play by Creators as he goes cross-body over top of the shield, dropping Penguin inside a mudroom, and XSET get the very first pick of map number 2.
That is a nice way to start out the second map if you are XSET. That is Penguin off the board. Again, IGL captain, also the first one to fall in the very first round on the previous map. But oh no, Prod is on the ground. I'm not sure if he can get finished off. No, he'll just lay there for a bit and help will come surely as Melted makes his way away from that area of this map. Escam raining havoc from above, but Creators not looking like he's bothered by it at all. Finds a second kill onto Kool-Aid. Almost, he does find the third. And with the Scorpion, that is a shot that is hard to get, but he gets it nonetheless. And he will say, you know what, I got my 3 kills, gonna go back to side. Prod gets raised up alive, 20 health on him, and now PB have fought tooth and nail to get something, but they really got nothing.
Well, I mean, the whole purpose of the Scorpion's changes to recoil were to make it less effective at long range and be a bullet hose used for close quarters combat. I don't think Creators got that memo, by the way, as those are 3 absolutely enormous picks. Prod's been picked back up, by the way, so nobody from XSET has died just yet. It leaves 2 good guns in the hands of Parabellum and the F2 in the L85. Razor's still up top, so he's not ceding any of that map control, waiting for Parabellum to make a very big mistake and just trudge into the bomb site. Damage done to Melted as his engagement is in the main lobby. He's not able to find anything just yet. Prod is the one on the hunt. He can taste it, but he doesn't look to his left. Still too preoccupied to his right. First kill for Parabellum. They're going to need to collect 4 more with 20 seconds left, and Creators gets his 4th pick. You know he wants the ace. He's not going to get it. Razor takes it, playing from above. And like that, XSET grab the very first round here on Coastline.
Wouldn't an ace on Ella be a wonderful thing to see? It is such a hard gun to operate, as you mentioned, especially on long range, but Creators didn't seem like that really mattered. Surely you don't win this gunfight, but surely Creators does. Gets the 4K, tried to get the ace, didn't get it unfortunately, but it is a great start for him, and having that confidence, winning those gunfights the way that he did, he might just be keeping this rampage up, because if he doesn't get shut down in the rounds to come, he's going to feel really, really confident going into each and every single gunfight that you give him.
Well, Parabellum faltered at the onset, being unable to dislodge Creators playing inside of Sunrise Bar. And why not go to the bomb site, where that actually happens to be? It's a double bar defense now for XSET down below. Creators did it all on his own, by the way, playing with his Gajmat Mines, playing behind the deployable shield, just by the angle, that 90-degree angle of the golden bar inside of Sunrise, and having Prod for some support running around the map as well. Once again, another linear take for Parabellum. We saw a linear take from PB on Chalet. They were attacking on Garage, and they just didn't simply have the wherewithal to clear out the top floor or the peripheries of the rest of the map, especially those areas around the bomb site. They're making a similar mistake again with that very first round execute. They're just going to need to be a bit more thorough. On a map like Coastline, it's entirely possible, but this map can be quite linear if you don't know how to play it effectively.
You know, Parker, the way you go about Ella's gadget is very delicate. Guys are like, Grismod mine. You were very, it was kind of smooth the way you went. Yeah, Grismod.
I mean, I was in Poland when the operator was most popular, and we got to hear the actual Polish operators of the company at the time talk about her. So
I mean, speaking of native pronunciation, do me a favor and pronounce that one Danish operator that came out on attack not too long ago. It's a bit long ago. Not Jana. It's not Danish. It's a N beginning.
Oh, Nook.
That's
sorry, I thought you were sorry. She's Dutch, not Danish.
So
my apologies. Nook.
Nook. That's actually very, very good. I will say Nook.
Nook.
Nook. You're basically saying the same way. To me, my Danish ears.
Listen, I'm no Milos.
Oh my God, let's not even talk about Milos. Let's talk about the game at hand, because If Milos was here, he would correct us on how we pronounced our own languages. So, with that said, Creators lingering on the cooler stairs, again making use of those impact grenades every single round. Prot going through the wall, doesn't see the player on the floor, so Eska finds him, takes him off the map. EE1D comes out to ensure that Eska has a safe pathway out of the room. Creators still looking to get something here, still thinking that Eska's inside, but he has in fact made it out. Which means that Parabellum are safe and sound, but they haven't really gotten much ground with this time spent.
Spirits is inside of the bomb site, by the way. I repeat, Spirits is inside of the bomb site. Kool-Aid, the first to falter from Parabellum, just sneaking up on the back of the smoke. A two-piece in the works for Spirits as Eska falls, and it's a 3v2 favoring Parabellum. NVK and Razor, the last two remaining, and they both have to put in some work. NVK still searching for his very first pick here in the series. Razor will pick up his second as the diffuser gets planted, and just like that, Penguin is out of there. That leaves Melted as well outside of the building. Nobody but XSET in Coastline right now. The rest playing from far away. Nitro Cell tossed out, is that what I heard from Razor? But it won't connect at all. Penguin will watch as they look to go onto this diffuser firing through the wall, but they need to hurry. You need to hop on in. They fall right off. Razor's down, and NVK is taken out by Melted. What a huge play by Parabellum to recover from that early fracas between the two teams, and now they're tied at 1 round apiece.
I mean, they're just somehow, some way, just on site out of nowhere. And that is Spirits doing the thing that he does best, finding openings, and if not finding them, then at least creating them. Every single member of Parabellum played off that beautifully. The second those kills came around, the second the chaos was started, they made their way through the bomb site, got onto that plant, and once the plant had been gained, they made their way outside the building and set up for that 2 versus 2 post-time position so that they could ensure that they would not throw the round that was very much in their favor. Very well done by Parabellum.
Well, we're going to stay on the double bars right now for XSET. Yeah, why not try again? And I like that XSET has done this now twice before. They did it on Chalet, if you recall, when they went downstairs on Garage, because there were some small mistakes that can be corrected, and I think they as a team identify what exactly goes wrong. The coverage inside of Blue Bar was the big issue for XSET on that previous round. They allowed Spirits to just walk right in the middle of the bomb site while the attention was elsewhere, over towards Mudroom, the front of Sunrise Bar, and Blue Bar was totally ignored. You need somebody to be in that position, holding out and watching. That's why you're shooting the holes through the floor inside a Blue Bar. That's why a lot of times you'll have a team play somebody either in lobby or upstairs by luggage so they can rotate back in quite quickly. That's a big oversight for XSET. If they can put somebody up in that area, right now it's the Oryx of Prod playing inside of Office, not too far off, and not allow Parabellum to take that map control that quickly, then the likelihood of you taking the round soars.
In respect to XSET, what they were seemingly going for was that Prot went through that wall inside of Pool Table to Hooker, but oh my lord, there it is. Filthy opening kill into Kool-Aid. No side rush will be happening this round, but the wall will get broken down. I was saying, Prot went through that wall from Pool Table into Hookah, and they tried to make a play around it, and in the midst of that, Spirits realized that there just wasn't enough players on that side of the map of blue, and took advantage. So a mixture of oversight from one team, but then capitalization from the opposing. Now on this 5 versus 4 in line off the board, we speak about when Razor was on the Wamai dying early, you lose that gadget value, the value of the gadget. Kool-Aid on this line, very similar story. Now Spirits, your spearhead is off the table as well. Eska, Penguin, and Melted are now standing in a dire situation as Prod also finds the heart breach. And just Melted and Eska standing, but no, it's Melted all alone. Could this be a flawless round?
And NVK picks up his very first kill of the series. Hey, let's go. A flawless round for XSET. They're back on top, and Nathan Valenti is on the board.
Very nice for him. A flawless round for the team, and a flawless round in the sense that NVK has gotten a kill. We are now in a 5 versus 5, and it's one of those situations like, wow, you just activated my trap card. We are now on equal footing. And now we have a real series of Coastline on our hands as NVK will be joining us in the lobby. Very nice. On the shield, denied the injury from Eska, found the kill. What better way to start the 3rd round if you're NVK? It wasn't the first, it wasn't the second, but the 3rd.
Now, this no longer applies, by the way, but I want to highlight a tweet from an analyst who unfortunately could not be here. Our good friend, Jesse J. Chick, who tweeted out just a couple minutes ago, actually tweeted out over 20 minutes ago, but it's just being sent to me now. I don't know if there is a fate worse than going 0-12 while French Canadians yell at you from across a stage. And I got to be honest with you, as somebody who lives in Canada and knows how vicious that French Canadian smack talk can be, I relate. And as somebody who also goes 0-12 in ranked games and things like that, I can also relate to that as well. So it really does speak to my heart, and it's an excellent tweet. Great job, Jesse. Though you can't be here, you can be here in spirit through social media.
Thank you very much, Jesse, indeed. And, you know, it was a shame I couldn't meet him. I was excited for it, but I will say, CDAPS, taking his position, so to speak, has done a great job, and I'm also glad I got to meet him. He's helped us out greatly in the preparation for the Parabellum exit game, as he is the Parabellum many-fisting genius and all-knower, as he's been following these players and casting and analyzing their path to glory as they've been making their way up the ranks. So thank you, CDAPS, once again, for all your help and contributions throughout this event.
Yeah, CDAPS has been exceptional. In fact, I think that entire Challenger League desk has been doing great work. Brimstone is host, and then Cookies and CDAPS on it. And in fact, I don't think there's a single person on the entirety of the Challenger League broadcast that I don't think has been doing a great job. They've all been exceptional so far this year, and it's nice to see the Tier 2 scene get such a talented group of individuals working as hard as they have. That said, we know how hard it is for CDAPS to just step into an event and just ultimately seem like he fits. So kudos to him. And, you know, if this was ever a time for an appreciation thread on Reddit, which we all know you love to make, this would be the time to do so. Unless you've already done one. I don't know. I don't.
Don't say you check Reddit, Parker. I've seen
I
you.
check it from time to
You
time, but I
lurk
didn't
there
see.
every now and again.
Every now and then.
Yeah.
When my sanity gets too high.
Oh, yeah. And then you get smacked back down. You're like, you know what? Enough Reddit for tonight. Not going to do it again.
I've scratched that itch. So
Yep.
we're halfway through round number 4, by the way, and XSET took the lead on the previous round. You got a Thunderbird being brought out by creators. Kool-Aid not as effective on the Lion as he needs to be. Not just effective in terms of the scoreboard, but I'm talking more gadget work. We have not really seen the paralysis that comes to the defense with a strong Lion in play.
No, we have not. Razor down below doesn't have an impact this time, but does have a C4. So if he is as good at using that explosive as the other one, I would imagine he could do a lot of damage inside of Aqua from below inside of Office. Penguin and Kool-Aid are the two people here. Penguin got his first kill of this match. That's onto Filthy, basically saying, you know what, that smoke off the board you go. And yes, Razor did have a C4 in his hand, seeing if he could find somebody. But Eska almost dies himself from the explosive of creators.
These teams trading back and forth on the opening picks as we see a third bomb site now being brought in by XSET on this hookah defense. Parabellum knocking at the door. Penguin's just going to walk right in, by the way. Nobody really seems to see him. Nice set of eyes, though. Takes out Prod. NVK falls after. It was a flawless round the previous round. Won't happen. Razor gets the only pick for XSET thus far, but he finds himself now contending against 4. Make that 3. Eska no more. So Penguin with the diffuser at the halfway point seems good enough to be able to get that objective down. Parabellum did so in the second round, and they were able to hold off quite successfully. Spirits with the skeleton key outs just going to continue to light up the wall and the floor and the stairs, and then finish off Razor with the final shot. A seesaw of a match means that these teams are yet again tied. Parabellum has not been able to lead here on Coastline, but they're keeping it close against XSET, who picked the map.
Yeah. Well,
that's it. That's your analysis.
I was thinking. I was going through that around my head. And I was like, I was going to say, the Lion gadget actually did get utilized that round. As the push came through from Parabellum, they were paralyzed in their wake or in their way, and could no longer move away without getting spotted out. And they did make great work of the gadget. Penguin, of course, got his first kill. They breached the wall. Great job all around. I will say that the C4 utilization from XSET, both from Creators and Razor, was quite good. They both did damage with their C4s, but they didn't really find kills, and ultimately, that's all that matters, especially once, as an attacker, you get side control against the Thunderbird. Well, those healing stations are going to be healing the wrong side of the team once that happens, which means doing damage doesn't really bring you all that much value, because, you know what, we're just going to get healed right back up. So, speaking of healing, Kool-Aid, who has yet to find a kill, he is now the kill-less player in this match so far, is taking the job of Spirits in the prior match and going on to the finger. He can heal his team, he can throw grenades, he can use the Gun 6, and most likely has an LMG in his hands as well. So if there's ever a way to get a nice amount of kills, that is likely with the finger.
Well, they like this operator an awful lot on Chalet. Its prevalency on their attacking rounds at 100% if my numbers are correct. Kool-Aid unable to find a kill, but at least the Adrenal Surges will work from far away. There are, what, 3 universal gadgets that are applied in the game. The Logic Bomb, the Adrenal Surge, and the EE1D going on Dokkaebi, Finka, and Lion, which means that you can be effective just hitting your gadget button from afar no matter what. But the way Parabellum has been playing, Finka suits their playstyle, as we talked about in the previous matchup, and I have no doubt that we're going to see some nice plays with Kool-Aid on that operator, providing he doesn't die early.
Yeah, and one of the things about Parabellum as a team as well is that they're extremely flexible with their roles. They can play pretty much most players in most roles. Typically, you will, of course, see Spirits on the entry, but outside of that, there are so many options for them. Razor, speaking of Spirits in this very moment, on the entry, gets shut down, as Razor is showing that he is the entry in this case, and Razor, top performer in the previous round, I would say, always showing the aggression, always finding openings for XSET, is doing so again on Coastline.
Razor is significantly better on defense than he is on attack. On attack in the previous map, he went 1 and 5 on entry. That is a very poor performance, and it doesn't help when you don't have NVK there on second entry to really do all that much. Kool-Aid gets his very first pick, but that's all he's going to get. There's an Adrenal Surge that went out before he died. Filthy is the one who ends up dying to Penguin's hand, so it's Parabellum and XSET tied at a 3v3 with half of the round to go.
Yeah, it's gonna get a bit scrappy from both teams now, or especially the attackers, because you don't have a lot of ground yet, but you can slowly start making use of verticality, swing the hammer, and then figure out which side you want to go for. Dash away, Prot will go, he will be back in safety, and now PP, all they gotta do is link up and make sure that they are on the same page. They have information on this player. The yellow ping comes out, but he's just behind the wall. It doesn't quite connect, but it is very close indeed. Kill comes out for Penguin. That makes it a 3 versus 2, and all of a sudden, attackers are back in the driver's seat. Now, PP, what are you going to do? It seems to be lobby. No, stuck. No, lobby. Back and forth we go. Not sure exactly where to go.
They've got good spread right now for XSET. NVK's inside of the bathroom, Razor inside a kitchen. They're close enough to both bomb sites. The problem for Razor is that the soft wall right next to him could be his undoing. There's a couple spots that he can play off of that are impenetrable, but he needs to be very careful of that. Ditto for NVK right now inside of that stock area, and down NVK goes. He decides to push the engagement, loses out. Razor, in the meantime, well, he's done the wraparound. The old retake, dipsy doodle if you want to call it that, and they know exactly where he is. Searching to try and break double digits. He can get awfully close with these 2 kills, but not close enough to hit 10. Diffuser going down in the hands of Penguin. Timer working out very effectively, and Razor's made it back to the doorway of kitchen, but will instead use that kill hole. He's down on the ground. Parabellum have control of the site and have control of the timer as well. They'll just continue to back up, and now it's incumbent upon Razor to retake. This is almost impossible, by the way. Parabellum will take the lead with this round, and they get a victory right here. Razor has to be the one to stop it, and he's expending a lot of munition to try and do just that. Making noise, taking engagements, close up, doing a ton of damage to Penguin, and he wins that one, but he's running out of time. At this point, if you're melted, you just need to stay away. Razor gets on, then off the diffuser, and he's going to stick it. He's not faking it at all. Melted decides to get in with the clock in a position that both teams still could have won it out, and he gets the kill, giving Parabellum their first lead here on Coastline.
Yeah, we're watching Penguin knifing the door, basically I don't know, disrespecting, one could say, in that 1 versus 2, just making sure that they know where he is. And you know what? He doesn't care. Melted will win out to 1 versus 1 if he falls, and that was exactly what ended up happening. Penguin realizing he was stuck inside of bathroom, as they didn't know the exact whereabouts of Frost. Yes, she was inside of lobby, but very quickly you can go through the rotating freezer or bathroom door, so don't want to risk crossing, but didn't matter. 1 versus 1 post-plant is, of course, where the attackers are always favored, whether it's because that you're up above, whether it's because you're far away outside the door, and especially if you have drone or information on exactly where that case is planted, you know exactly when they are defusing and how far in you are, as you'll just count 1, 2, 3, and you gotta go all the way up to 7 if you want to defuse successfully. That is a very long time to not have a gun in your hand and be looking at the floor, especially when the enemy is right nearby.
Well, it's another attempt at kitchen. Again, XSET love doing this. They went to the bars twice. They lost it the first time. They won it the second time. They went to kitchen now. They won it back in round number 1. They just surrendered it, but again, it was another close matchup. And I really struggled to pinpoint one particular thing that hurt XSET the most. Maybe their off-site presence? I'm not entirely certain. Their lack of understanding of where Kool-Aid was causing that death to happen could possibly be it. But XSET seemed to learn from their mistakes.
Yeah.
And it works out very effectively. This is something that we don't see a lot of teams do. They will typically avoid the bomb site they just lost on until they can't avoid it any longer. I like that XSET is learning, and it really does pay some credence to what Prod said about how we're getting better every round.
Perseverance. Standing your ground, learning, improving, and losing. Not being afraid to go back and then winning. That also shows confidence, of course, and in a way, it kind of challenges your opponent to come up with a different way of attacking, because you cannot just repeat what happened in the previous round, because if a team is going back to where they just lost, surely they have an adaptation in mind to change up their play. NVK might get his second kill here, as they are slowly but surely looking at one another through the window. No swing comes out. MVK says, oh no, it's on the vault prompt when he can't fight back. The timing favors Melted, and that's the opening kill for the side of Parabellum.
Opening picks have gone back and forth. Round 1, 3, and 5 going to XSET, 2, 4, and 6 going to Parabellum. Yeah. And none of them have been real trades either. These have been well-defined first picks, meaning that you are at a deficit for the remainder of the time until the next pick comes out. Yep. And the team that gets the first pick has won every single round except for what we just saw in round number 5. So if you're looking at a pattern and a trend line that obviously favors Parabellum here, with NVK dead, I don't want to say this to sound mean-spirited, but that is probably the worst first pick that you could get, given the way that he's played so far in this matchup. In a lot of ways, you could argue that he's first pick plenty of times.
Also, he's playing Jaeger, which means he's put down his utility. So operator-wise, he has done everything he's meant to do, which means it's not a smoke that you've killed where your gadget still has value, it's the Jaeger. So on both fronts, very low value kill in that regard.
Well, Parabellum, with that adrenal surge going, they don't have any left. So all of these have been used to try and set up an execute, which is happening, by the way. Penguins in the middle of the bomb site. There's nobody watching this. How are you not watching this? A grenade goes off, but just like that, Parabellum get the hell out of dodge right under the nose of XSET. They get 2 kills for their trouble, but Parabellum answers right back with Kool-Aid there to pick one up. And one for Melted on to Prod as he breaks out of the doorway, leaving the 9-3 Razor to try and contend. But he can't do it. Shut down by Parabellum in the first half. Goes in the Canadian team's favor, 4-2.
This is now the second time that XSET has basically given up the bombs. That it happened earlier on the first bar defense, and now it happened on Kitchen as well, where they're just so far back, or at the very least, yes, they had kitchen control, but what about stock? What about the freezer? What about bathroom? And even lobby, to an extent, was actually owned by Parabellum. They had Sledge up above, Melted on that main door, so nothing really was in control of XSET. They didn't have any information. They didn't even know the fact that Parabellum was mid-planned when that went out. And now Penguin on the very first defensive round on this side swap is showing the echo. So they clearly want to have information. Eska bringing out the Banshees from Melusi. That's her gadget, the Banshees. So they want to know, and they want to make sure that when XSET are making these moves, that they will know one way or another. They got Barbed Wire, Banshees, Yokais, and of course, they all have a set of eyes.
Well, first defense that we're going to see for Parabellum now on Hookah. As we always do, let's give you a very quick recap of what happened over that first half of this matchup. If you don't have access to the visuals at the top of the screen, well, we'll let you know. Parabellum is up 4-2. Wow. They started on attack on Coastline. That's what we tend to see. A 4-2 scoreline on Coastline is quite common, but I would argue that 3 threes might start appearing more now with the changes to VIP, especially if teams try to run a penthouse and theater defense and do so successfully. On top of that, first bloods going in favor of neither team, both getting 3 apiece. But Parabellum were able to get the diffuser down on 4 occasions. 4 of those rounds, the diffuser went down, and they won every single one of them, which is phenomenal. Getting 4 diffusers down, once again, shows that this is an objective-focused team. Parabellum was very objective-focused on Chalet as well. So now this is a trend line that we're witnessing, Nick, where their goal might be to kill you, but they still have the focus on getting into the bomb site, getting map control, and planting the diffuser.
No, certain, and it speaks to the depth of Parabellum as well, where, yes, they have really good gunners, we always talk about spirits, but they also have the coordination, the strategical depth, the IGLing, and of course, the win condition of planting. And each and every time that they have planted down the diffuser, they've done a very good job in the post-plant situation, making sure that they want the enemy to come for that case and try and defuse it, and that's when they take the gunfights. They're not just going to be running around taking gunfights pretending the bomb isn't down. No, they want the bomb to go down, they know the bomb is down, and they're going to play around it. And that's exactly how that they've qualified themselves these first 4 rounds. But now, on the side swap, XSET will have to show us if they have this plan of their own in mind, or if they are more kill-oriented.
One thing to look at is Razor's performance on Chalet fell off quite hard when he moved to attack. That is not good for this XSET team. There was plenty of depth on Chalet. Prod was showing up. Filthy was having a huge game. Razor was quite impactful on defense, but on attack was a ghost. Now you have another XSET team that doesn't have that depth in this particular matchup. They have been living and dying off of Razor's defensive play, and he just loses his entry. Again, a poor start for XSET. It's traded right back, though. Kool-Aid dies, so even though the first pick goes to XSET, there's nothing that Parabellum gains for it. And in this case, the advantage now goes in XSET's favor with a second pick following up.
Yeah, thanks to Filthy on that big window repel, making sure that he gets one of his own. Almost got 2, but now NVK making his way up the staircase, finds a kill onto Penguin. That's Echo off the board, 4 versus 2. No planting now on the side of Parabellum, leaving them in a great position to plant, but no, Eska has him say about that. Shots down, 1 gets the second. That's Diffuser on the ground. Filthy on that big window, making sure that he will stand his ground as well. Creators and Filthy are isolated. Meanwhile, Melted and Eska are together, but no more. Melted is in the grave. It's just Eska in a 1 versus 2.
All eyes on Eska for Parabellum. There's a repel on in. I don't know if he hears the telltale sound of the G36. Whether he does or doesn't, it doesn't matter because he doesn't see the bullets coming at him through the remainder of that wall. XSET desperately needed to cauterize the open wound that had developed over the last 3 rounds, and they do just that. Still not close to a tie. They're 1 round away from that, but it's as close as you're going to get. And it's a confidence booster as well to start off this half. Razor goes in, dies immediately. He's been your win condition on most of these defensive rounds, living and dying off of what he can produce, and you lose him early. It starts to look like what we see out of the same attack from XSET that only got them 2 rounds on Chalet when they were attacking, but they right the ship quite effectively, especially Prod, who was a big performer in that round, holding control of the big window, pressuring through Hookah, and effectively shoving Parabellum right into the waiting arms of the remaining players of XSET.
Certainly. Also, when you find yourself in an advantage, and then Eska all of a sudden just happens, and all of a sudden you're 2 versus 2, it's always very comforting knowing that you won that round, that you should have won, then almost lost, but ultimately you carry it back into your own side. XSET looking like they're gonna be looking like fools for a moment by Eska, but they held their ground very well, played the 2v2 very nicely. They just waited for Parabellum to make the moves, and that's all they needed. Melted, walked a bit too far off, and got picked off by Creators, and that was basically the end of that. Filthy rabbled in, took out the remaining player, and then the round went into their hands. Kool-Aid still staying on the Echo, Eska still staying on the Melusi. Clearly, Parabellum favors information. It didn't work the last time, but oh my, was it close.
It does end up being quite close a lot of these rounds, in fact. And the matchup itself on Chalet went quite deep into the night, 14 of the 15 rounds that we could see. It's limited overtime for this best of 5. A best of 5 on its own, should we go all 5 maps, can take upwards of 5.5 hours. So imagine that. With unlimited overtime, we would be here forever until the end of time. And as somebody who was involved in the single longest unlimited overtime, well, you might know a thing or two about how draining that can be.
It's very draining indeed. Even a regular game going, 7-5, 7-4, mentally, it's exhausting. Esports as a game, as a presence in the space, Creators find something onto Penguin. Esports as a space isn't necessarily physically demanding, but mentally on the tilt factors, the mood, and of course just exhaustion from all these. You think about scenarios, callouts, and of course it's very performance driven. You want to put in 110% every single second of these rounds, even when players are sitting still, seemingly doing nothing. They're always communicating and thinking about their next moves, the opponent's next move, and they're always having 5 people mostly talking to one another back and forth.
Well, that was a big first pick on the Penguin, by the way. A smoke down for the count means that you don't have access to those 3 toxic canisters. Those are great delaying agents for your team and are especially impactful when it comes to the final 40 seconds of a round. You have to make it there, though, and a lot of teams don't, especially with how these two teams are playing. It's not a guarantee that it will get down to those final digits. It's some gunfire returned in XSET's favor. Filthy dropped, which means that these teams are now once again equalized at a 4v4. And the stack up for XSET is inside of Office. That's where their attention and focus is on. Parabellum is looking in a bunch of different directions, and I don't think they have as much information as they want. It's just ultimately a scramble all over the map, and this is really vintage Coastline. Teams will attack from the most obscure of angles, and because you can rotate so fast, holding map control doesn't really matter because you can get to the next side of the map within 5 to 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the walls across the map in pool table and hookah, there's just so many holes everywhere, and both yokai drones from Coolid has been destroyed, I believe, which means you're now running blind. Melted up above, doesn't know anything that's going on, but thankfully Spirits is right behind him, making sure that they are safe together, or at the very least, they will die together. But that might not matter a whole lot any longer because XSET are making their way onto the side. Creators finds Esket. That's one of the 2 players that are there down alone, and now the last 2 players from Parabellum are all the way across the map up top in Aqua, and they will have to play a retake in a 2 versus 4 with Razor still on the roof holding down his fortress. And yes, he might not be as impactful on attack, but right now he is doing the job that he was needed to do and holding down those rotations. Prot finishes off the round, and we're now, I believe, tied 4-4.
We are. Your belief is correct, and have it be rewarded. We are now seeing a very confident XSET team who are just doing what needs to be done. When you have that advantage in numbers and you can effectively double up on your opponents, you're going to keep somebody on flank watch. In this particular case, flank watch can be held up top on that skylight, and this has been a very key fight for teams when it comes to holding map control on Coastline. You rotate so quickly through the map because you have access to that skylight, that big open courtyard in the middle of the map. You can hop over from multiple directions and then cut through any part of the map that you see fit. The only real area you can't get to all that quickly is Office, and that's because you got that solid wall that leads into security that's blocked off in the courtyard. But outside of that, you can traverse the map so fast. Keeping somebody with an F2 on land, up top, guarding as essential overwatch means that you're going to die immediately. And as you pointed out, the 2 players from Parabellum who were so far off site, they needed to go through that courtyard. They needed to dive through the skylight to try and get back to the bomb site once the diffuser went down. And you got Razor sitting up there getting the freest kills of his life.
Not just is it a Twitch F2 on land, but it's Razor of all people, a very lethal player from XSET, who of course will not miss the shot if given the opportunity. And yeah, the courtyard's very important. It's your fastest access point throughout the entire map. Of course, you can drop hatches, but without knowing what's down below, it's a big risk. Once you're stuck in that area of falling through the hatch before you hit the ground, it's just one big question mark as if, am I gonna die the second I hit the ground? Courtyard is of course very similar, you vaulting over, but because it's so open, it's actually not watched very often from inside the building, but it very often is from up atop on the roof. Back up into hookah we go. This is where, well, this is where the clutch almost happened from Escape, but they have yet to find success on their defensive side, and that is the name of the game when we're talking Coastline. It is attacker favored, and so far XSET has shown us exactly why that is. And of course, Parabellum, they got a 4-2 split of their own back when they were on attack, showing exactly that. That's not really anything crazy.
Well, this is quite an attacker favored Coastline, as was pointed out. Every single round, but 2 of the 8 that have been played, 6-2 right now favoring the attackers, and real no signs of slowing down. Parabellum's timeout called to try and stem some of the issues that they're having and maybe sort that out as much as they can. Timeouts have worked quite effectively for both of these teams so far. After XSET called their timeout back in Chalet, they won 3 of the 4 rounds needed to push their team into overtime. But that provoked a timeout response from Parabellum, in which Parabellum won the next 2 rounds to win the entire map. If you're PB, you're hoping that it's the same through both XSET and PB after they took their timeouts, because if not, then XSET will regain the lead. Parabellum had been leading since round number 4. They are now tied up. You don't want to surrender that. And if you can knock out XSET here on Coastline, that sets up map number 3, which is Oregon That's Parabellum's map, where you could potentially send XSET out of Las Vegas.
Yeah, if you are Parabellum and there's a map that you want to win, it's going to be the map that XSET chooses. And that is the map you're seeing right now, Coastline. So if Parabellum wants to solidify their position and send a message, they would ultimately have to win Coastline to really show up true to their name, or true to at least C-Dap's predictions. Spirit's opening kill onto Prod, that is the Ibana off the board, and the only Heartbreacher from the side of XSET. That's a nice value kill to get early on.
That's not a bad way to go. Heartbreacher down, Prod in particular, who has competed with NVK for lowest frags on the team throughout most of the year, has been doing exceptionally well. Down goes Filthy too, not before Penguin can die, and Penguin again dying on these very pivotal ops. It was the smoke earlier on, now it's the Echo that will not be there at all. Spirits, triple kill, quadruple kill, okay. Not an ace though, all of the killing happening off screen. XSET looks particularly surprised by it, as we are, and that timeout did indeed work wonders. Parabellum taking the round immediately after calling it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that tactical timer was a spirits go shoot, spirits go kill, and then he delivered. Sometimes it's that easy. We often talk about Elemsh from BDS being one of the best IGLs in the world, and one of his best strategies is Shaiko, go kill. It really is.
It really, really is. Thunderbird was brought, by the way, earlier on, but it's being 6th picked off of, so a kitchen defense from Parabellum coming out. It's a Malusi to be brought, as the Banshees from Malusi do function as an intel gatherer, because it makes noise, and then people hear where you're coming from, especially when you have the 3 to put down. They know exactly where it's going to be, because of the distinct sound of just that Banshee opening up and now be shot, even while it's slowing you down.
You know what sound they make, or at least what name they go for, if not Banshee? Whoop whoop. That's typically the term that I would use.
Wub-wubs, yes.
Wub-wub.
Wub-wubs or wub-wubs, yes. That is, I mean, I guess you can call it that. You've already introduced people to the can opener, and then you've also now referred to bubbles. Now you're doing wub-wubs.
So I'm slowly transitioning people to get used to like the professional version of these callouts, and you know the what even are they? On defense, you have these well, they're called beep boops. The motion sensors, they're called beep boops. You got whoop whoops, beep boops, can openers, banshees, and bubbles. That's essentially the arsenal of words for things that we're working with right now. We'll be expanding on that as time goes on, but for now, that's what we're gonna leave you guys with. Beep boops, whoop whoops, etc. What they all do is that they alert you of the whereabouts of your opponent, which is information, which is so pivotal in these rounds, and especially for certain teams that likes to utilize those things to their advantage. Look at that. Oh, the Twitch drone gets the Goyo shield. That's actually changed to the Twitch drones. They couldn't do that in the past. They can do that now.
That was a nice buff to them as well, and a good quality of life improvement. It does some damage, though, to the Jaeger of Melted, who now loses his fight. Creators has just decided to start mercilessly killing everybody inside the server and is hitting some extremely impressive shots. Razor was the standout performer. The rest of the team wasn't doing all that well. In the time that Razor has collected 1 kill on attack, Creators has collected, what, 6, 7 kills? Prod's down for the count. He's the first to die on XSET for the 2nd round in a row. Dispatched, leaving these teams at a 4v4. Again, the Hard Breacher not available, and there's nobody else on XSET with access to that secondary Hard Breach gadget to do anything. Filthy and Eska's engagement does not go in Eska's favor, and neither does the Kool-Aid, as Parabellum decide the buddy system works out quite effectively. XSET are storming the gates right now in a 4v2 with half of the round still left to play.
Yeah, right now we're gonna need that special go kill or Spirits go kill, but instead it's Spirits that gets killed by Razor, leaving Penguin all alone on side 1 versus 4. Smoke with SMG-11 in hand, but we've seen this so many times play out in favor of that SMG-11. It is lethal, especially on a land environment, and especially when someone like Filthy is down to a very low amount of health. All you need is a single bullet and you're in a 1 versus 2, and when you have 3 toxic babes in your pocket, that is a nice position to be in, but no, the shot goes wide, and that will be Sledge making his way through side. It is Razor who finishes off the round for his team, and they're now looking very, very close.
Well, both Razor and Creators are in a position where they're hitting just about every single shot that they need to, and when you can rely on those players to hit those shots, then you're in good shape. Strategically, both of these teams are competing on relatively even footing, but this is a frag-heavy map. and heavy fragging is what we're seeing. The attackers still continue their reign of terror as we now head into round number 11 with 7 rounds rather, in favor of the attackers and just 3 in favor of the defense. And a lot of it is really coming off of these opening picks and these entry plays that we see from the teams, because there is such a loose roam being committed by XSET on their first half, and now Parabellum here on the second half. They're just letting players go out, and some of them playing completely unsupported. This is the one thing I've noticed from Parabellum, is that a lot of their roams have been totally isolated over the last 3 rounds, and it can work. It can work. Parabellum ended up winning round number 9. Why? Because of their roam of spirits, who ended up getting a 4K. But the thing is that you are constantly being engaged in 50-50s with no ability to trade back. And that is unsustainable. And even when you're Parabellum and you try to trade, as Kool-Aid did in the previous round, you're still about 5 to 10 seconds off of where you need to be, which is what allowed Filthy to get that 2K on the stairs.
Certainly, and one of the things about Coastline is that it's a very, very big map, and the bomb site itself isn't necessarily very strong, so you do need to spread out, but often you want to choose where those areas will be, so that you can make sure that you have more than one person there, maybe a reinforcement, be it shield, barbed wire, ADS, whichever information. You want to make sure that where you are going to be playing is going to be reinforced, and right now, there's no one inside of office, so if XSET figures this out, they could make quick work of this, and eventually make it in through side.
Nobody dead yet as we're 30 seconds on in. This is a bit unusual given the way these teams have been playing. Prod has died for XSET both times first, and that means that you lack hard breach for whatever execute may come. This is a double bars taken. I'm sorry. Prod is in the middle of the site right now. Diffuser is about to go down with 2 minutes and 10 seconds left, and that smoke is way too late. Opening pick comes out from NVK. But 40 seconds left with 9 players still up in the lobby. This looks like an almost certainty that XSET is going to move on to match point. Penguin going on to the diffuser. He's on it right now. Somebody needs to stop him, and he gets shut down. Coverage is really good from XSET. Time continuing to bleed away, and the XSET players are outside of the building. Melted is long-arming this, so Creators will have to hop in as he's fallen off, and he gets trounced, leaving Razor in a position now where he will have to clutch. Melted on it. They're keeping him at bay, and it looks like Melted will meet Shield as they manage to get it, and Parabellum takes the round. One of the most confusing I've seen in a long, long time.
Oh my god, the good old meat show strat saying, you know what, I might be going down, but I can down protecting you, the VIP, you're defusing, and if you defuse, we win the round. That was absolutely beautiful.
Was it Eska that was meat shielding because Melted needed somebody to cover for him, and he sits in front of him wasting all that time as Razor is trapped in the connector over by security.
Oh my god.
My, oh my. What a bad state to be in. The mics look like they're down, by the way, and that does confirm in the top right-hand corner of the screen that XSET has called a tactical timeout. And when you are on the precipice of defeat, there is no other time to call it. If XSET does not call it now and they lose, that's it. They're down 2 maps.
Yeah.
And this would be a stomp by Parabellum moving forward. Once again, the question I pose to you as the expert here on this broadcast, what have you witnessed so far from XSET that you consider to be any particular weakness that can be rectified through a timeout?
So honestly, the thing about XSET so far is that they need to figure out a little bit more momentum on their attacks. I think that very final round we just saw was a perfect description of that. They recognized where there weren't any players from the side of Parabellum, and they took it extremely quickly. Then they took just 5 seconds to figure out what they wanted to do, and then they pushed the button. They planted, they got the cover, they got an opening kill, they fell back, but then they fell apart. So why did it fall apart? Well, they're very good at accessing how to get where they want to get, but then maybe once they get there, they might be missing that voice saying, oh, guys, this is how we're going to play it out. These are the positions. This is what we care about. Our win conditions are going to be in these certain areas. If we go back to the previous round, what could have made the post plant a lot easier for them? Imagine if one player from XSET had made his way up to the skylight, gone into Aqua, and made a vertical hole from pool table down into diffuser. Basically, there's no way for Parabellum to win the round unless they have upstairs control, downstairs control, and everything at once. But instead, majority of people from XSET are inside the building and office, outside the window of Blue Bar, and they had to vault in the window on the sledge of all people who could have just made a hole up above instead. So it's frustrating to see that XSET, they have figured out how to get in, but then they haven't quite figured out how to get out.
I can't believe that they had bodies outside as well that managed to falter. And when Creators hopped in, he ended up getting dropped because there wasn't Razor in position to do much through Office. It was just a very sloppy post plant. Like you said, I like that they had the idea to get in, open up the wall, very quickly sneak in, and that diffuser was planted 50 seconds into the round.
Very fast.
With everybody still alive while the diffuser was being planted. NVA got a kill while the diffuser was about halfway. Then you need case control. And we talk about case control a lot. A lot of times we usually reference it when the case is down and a team needs to retrieve it. But in this case, you need to sit in the post plant effectively. They didn't do a good enough job. And again, it just comes down to an all-out brawl. Razor, somebody who we had talked about as not being the most proficient on attack, has suddenly vaulted up to overtake Creators on this team, and they are both doing an exemplary job. This is a hookah defense on the top floor. We might need overtime yet again. If XSET prevails here, then we will go into OT for the second map in a row.
OT really has been shown a lot in this USN Finals, and honestly, it kind of just shows how close teams are, but I can't help but feel that, yes, we're going to OT, but I still feel like the teams are quite far apart in certain areas of the game, so I guess you could almost say that where the teams shine, they are great, but where their weaknesses are, they also falter. So NAL's a region, perhaps need to work on the dynamics of their play. Yes, if you're good at strategy, but then you're bad at aggression. Well, if you're being somewhat average in both, one could argue that it's almost better, because less weaknesses, and weaknesses is how good teams can take advantage of you and make you look like a fool. Eska doing just that. That's Creators off the board. We just said how good of a job he's been doing so far in attack, and guess what? Eska, he doesn't care.
Sledge on Hookah as an operator will rely on that soft destruction, but more importantly, they need him for the grenade. Spirits takes down Filthy on a beautiful shot through the wall, though. NVK has the read on an impressive shot to keep the numbers close. The highest performer on Parabellum is Spirits with 12 kills to his name. He is no more, but he brought 2 members of XSET down in the process, most notably that Sledge that has been doing so effectively and such effective work for Creators. So with that said, XSET will now move their attack over towards Aquarium, and that's where they will look to try and get the diffuser down. There is a yokai drone over top of the default plan spot by that pool table. Penguin needs to stay alive for him to have maximum effect here. And most importantly, Nick Prod is still alive, which means that we will see some hard destruction working for yet another round.
Yeah, so Razor in this position on the Twitch will have to use the smoke grenades. That's going to enable the push. Prod, of course, going to be on the other side, so there's a pinch coming along. 2 guys Aqua, 1 guy with the diffuser, 1 guy with the cover. The smoke comes up, but I don't think they can plant here. They don't have the numbers. The Toxic Babes comes out. They'll have to push through and find the kills, but Eska finds one first.
And NVK is in, taking so much damage, so is Razor. NVK is down, leaving Razor's the last one alive, but Parabellum says, yeah, no thanks. How about a 7th round for our troubles? And I believe the word we use is yoink. It's 2-0 for Parabellum. They've got 1 more map to secure to send XSET out of the NA League.
Now comes the question, how does Parabellum thrive? How do they do when the pressure is on them to show up? They now need to take what's within their reach. We've seen that before. If we go back to 2018 EG Grand Final against Penta, when you're up 2-0 in a best of 5, you cannot stop letting go. You need to keep on applying pressure and making sure that you decide the outcome of those maps.
Absolutely. I mean, right now, Parabellum have not done it easily. It was an 8-6 scoreline on the first map of Chalet, a 7-5 scoreline here on Coastline, but still they get the job done. Oregon is up next. That's their pick. And what do we have to expect between these 2 teams with Parabellum eventually on relegation point going to their map?
Parabellum, they played a fair bit of Oregon in their Open Qualifier SI 2022 run just recently. They look pretty fierce on it. Aggression, dynamic, they played quite loose. I hope XSET studied it. I hope they're ready for it. And then you can argue, did Parabellum save some of their strats? And were those things just pock-stomping rank style? Or was that all they had to show?
Well, that question will be answered when we get into Oregon as our 3rd map. But before we get there, we've got a very competent desk who are probably just as excited right now as we were to cast it to break down what we just witnessed on map 2 of Coastline.
Ecstatic, Parker, I'm excited, man. This thing, excuse me, excited? No, I'm ecstatic. This is crazy. Parabellum is one map away from.
What are you doing?
What are you doing, C-Dabs?
I'm finishing the manifestation, baby. Because we are one map away.
We are one map away.
One map away.
C-Dabs with the 100% predictions. I'm not going to lie. C-Dabs, is this real witchcraft, man? Because Parabellum, all of your predictions have been right so far, and you're about
Stop
to be
reminding
100%
him.
after this series with a complete map count, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I believed in my boys. And either it's witchcraft, either it's science, either it's something that is indistinguishable when both reach such a high level. You can see it across your screen right now, how dominant Parabellum has been. And there's been a variety of reasons that, Jacob, we've talked about a whole lot. There's been the intel game, there's been the retakes, there's been aggression. Has been awesome to see.
You're right, and with the highlights brought to us by the wonderful people over at Predator, excuse me, I'm excited, man. This is it. Parabellum, one map away from sending XSET home and taking her spot in the NAL.
We looked at a 4-2 half for Parabellum, and we were like, this probably isn't that big of a deal, because this was the map that Parabellum were going into their opponent's pick. We looked at an XSET team and said, they like this map, but the problem was this was the only really good map that they had in the pool. They picked it first. Parabellum would have known this because they looked at the mistakes that Parabellum or that XSET made against Mirage earlier in the season. Those exact same mistakes came back to bite them in the butt. They were looking at retakes. They tried intel games. They had looked to be aggressive, and when they did, they were shut down every single turn. Parabellum knew we were going to Coastline ahead of time. It was going to come up. There's no way that map's going to get banned, so they prep incredibly difficult for it. They don't allow anything to slip past them, and like you mentioned, Parabellum, they're on a roll right now. I'm going to question after 2 straight losses if XSET's mental is even still, if there's a remnant of it left.
No, there's not going to be a remnant of it left. If 2 of these players are going to continue being on a roll right now, I was asking you, are these players Pro League ready? Well, Spirits and Eska, they were going crazy both in the double digits for kills, and they took over when it came to map number 2.
Yeah, the eye test has proven that Eska and Spirits, they are dangerous. I said with Eska, sure, he killed himself with nades a couple of times, but as soon as he's on the arena, as soon as he's on the roam, as soon as him and Spirits are able to establish a lot of pressure supplemented with intel. We saw the hot yokai drones flying around that Penguin was driving. Yellow pinging here, kill, kill, kill. That's exactly what was happening. And sure, even in that round 11 where there was the craziest retake that I've ever seen, 5v5, that was insane.
Yeah, Jacob, you actually have a treat
crazy
for us when it comes to round 11. Thank you for bringing that up, man. I'm going to call it basically retake madness. Can you break down what happened on the screen?
More or less. We've seen this kind of retake happen time and time again. It's the standard spot that you're supposed to plant on blue bar. If we've got the replay, we'll take a second to look at it. But here's the thing. It's not around Parabellum we're supposed to win. This is XSET doing something that they don't typically do. Try to get in and do an execute quickly. It happened with about 50 seconds already gone off the round. We were figuring out about it in the green room. We heard the casters talking about it for a long time after the round was over. But here's the execute in particular. In about 10 seconds, you're going to see where the plan goes down right behind blue bar. Prod's already in the process of getting it down. They've got security wall open. There's coverage there. There's one sitting inside security. And it's going to come down to how Parabellum move all their pieces back into position to find these kills because they need them first before they can worry about prioritizing the diffuser. Penguin on smoke. He's already close to the bomb. That's going to make it even more difficult for XSET to move back in on him because they're expecting he's not going to be that close. Razor, 1 kill in security. There's 1 trade back. And here's where things fall apart. Eska on 1 roam back around finds Prod, and they're about to force the issue. Creators, he's not sure if there is a defuse attempt, but he goes in right through the window. Eska's rotate through security not only is successful, but he starts running cover while Melted goes for that counter defuse. Razor has to push back in, will finally secure Eska, but because of that interference, he comes through, nails security by himself, and prevents anybody from Parabellum from doing anything aside from just defusing. XSET have absolutely no recourse, and that round was the catalyst for everything.
Whoo! 5-7 on Coastline. And map number 3, we're going to be going to Oregon. But before we do, let's take a look at the stats. Spirits led the way along with Eska, 12 kills and 11 kills respectively. But Jacob, on the side of XSET, man, Razor and Creators have been killing it. This was the Creators that we've been waiting to see since Tempo Storm, man.
And I know, and it looks like Parabellum at this point. If you asked me where they would slot into the North American League, they're like a mid-tier team. Honestly, they could probably maybe even contend with top 4 if this performance is consistent. The reason I say that, XSET has had games this close against some good squads in the North American League before, 5-7. There are 2 players still in double digits in Razor and Creators. Those stat lines are fantastic, but it won't matter long term if they're not able to turn this entire series into a win somewhere down the road. Razor picked up his game. Creators is playing like the Creators we wanted back at the beginning of this year, but still, the question mark, is the NVK experiment at the end of the day worth it to XSET's win-loss ratio.
We're going to find out if they happen to get relegated. So, fellas, it's about that time. There could be one more map left in this series, all depending on how bad Parabellum actually wants it and how strong your witchcraft actually is, as we see right there. So, C-Dabs, lay it on me. We're going to Oregon. How good is Parabellum, and should XSET be worried right now?
There's a couple of Parabellum strats on Oregon that they've been running in since the Altior days, and not a whole lot of teams have figured it out. There's an SSG-style roam on basement that has been working for almost 2 years. That's crazy. There's some really intricate upstairs strats with certain walls open that you don't expect. The defenses on Parabellum, they're strong, but there's also in the attacks just as much strength. This is where we see a lot of the blitz play, a lot of the Ying. They'll start whipping out Capital. They'll start whipping out whatever they so desire in order to get there, get pressure, and pop off.
Okay.
Remember, best of 5 scenario. There are now 2 opportunities for Parabellum to screw up in some way.
Reverse sweep, Jacob.
I know, they've got some maps of leeway, but we're talking about reverse sweeps. NVK got reverse swept on back at the 6 Invitational Grand Finals in 2018, and now has to do the same in order to keep his job. That's how dire the situation is. Parabellum let Oregon slip. Probably not the end of the world. Parabellum let map 4 slip. That's a little bit more concerning because then we go to Kafe. Parabellum simply cannot allow this one to go all the way to a 5th map because that may very well be XSET's last lifeline on paper. So, boys, you don't have any more opportunities to slip up. You lose one more map, you're out of Las Vegas, and you're going home, and the Canadians are taking your spot.
You're being too nice right now. XSET, you need to pick it up right now, okay? Because all of you are definitely deserving to be in the NAL, but you're going to have to pull up and make sure this comeback happens. But ladies and gentlemen, for those of you at home, thanks for watching so far, as we might have one more map in this series, and if Parabellum wins, they will take XSET's spot in the NAL. As you see, C-Daps, he's loving it right now. But also, we have a never-before-seen piece of content from Parabellum, and if they happen to win this matchup, pretty sure you're going to enjoy this because we're going to learn a lot more about them. Let's go ahead and check it out before we jump in to map number 3.
It's Parabellum that shut it all down. No one expected this.
However big you think sports are, esports is double that.
My first video game that I ever played was Space Invaders. You heard rumblings like people making money playing video games.
It's like a 3 million prize pool.
Progression of it in such a short period of time. Where's it going from here?
Parabellum Esports is one of the top up-and-coming teams out of North America, and the best part is, they're from Canada.
As underdogs, we could play against the best.
It's just this one cohesive unit.
The 6 Invitational is like a huge event. If I were to compare it to anything, I'd put it on par with like the World Cup.
They played in these qualifiers, beat out a couple of top-tier teams, and just earned their spot.
And the Kings of Canada will compete at the 6 Invitational.
I was freaking out. If somebody would have told me that would be where I am right now a year ago, I would not have believed them.
Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's not, but yeah.
Even if you slip your focus for a couple seconds, that could ruin the entire night. Things will go wrong.
As a parent, you're like, oh my God, like, are they over their head?
On day 1 of the 6 Invitational, they lost every single game.
After day 1, after the second game, we have a meeting together. We're like, we just cannot keep playing like that.
We couldn't have done worse.
I said, let's not think about anything. Let's just think about our game, have some fun.
We gotta play as a team.
It's more like a family. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, but you get through it.
I didn't really told my parents because they weren't like very supportive. Didn't think that like video games and e-sport was something like real, I guess.
Spirits had been given an ultimatum that he either had to quit gaming and live with his parents, or he had to move out.
Although our house isn't built to have 3 teenage boys living in it with 2 parents, but we had to do what we had to do to keep Keegan's team together.
He's been living with us ever since.
Being in that supportive environment is amazing. I love my team.
What does it take to create the future of a gaming community? Join us on this 4th episode of I Call Next as we discover how to level up gameplay and reset the expectations of an entire league. PayPal. Press play.
Do you want to get better at Rainbow Six? The best way to improve is to review your gameplay. That's where Insights comes in. Insights Capture automatically records as soon as your match starts. Immediately review your VODs with game events like kills, deaths, and assists. Clip your most important moments to share and review with teammates or friends. Connect your account to insights.gg to access more tools to help you improve your performance. Download Insights for free today.
XSET finds themselves one map away from the entire year's worth of NAL being for naught, because Parabellum are 2-0 heading into map number 3. And guess what?
It's Oregon.
It's their map, Oregon. And this is a map that they are quite proficient on, Nick.
Yeah. If I was XSET right now, I would straddle in and get those double seatbelts across the board, because this might be a fast one. Honestly, the pacing of Parabellum I expect on Oregon is going to be fast. When they go basement bombs, I want to keep track of their roam game, and just generally throughout this entire matchup, keep track of how much space Parabellum takes up, because they are everywhere.
Absolutely well put. And if you watched, and you mentioned it, if you watched the SI qualifiers that occurred last week, that were hosted on a wide variety of channels, on CCS's channel, and then a couple of the community channels as well, you got to see this Parabellum team, who, by the way, won the entire qualifier. You got to see them absolutely wreck house on Oregon, and that is a scary spot to be in if you're XSET. XSET have had some serious struggles here, but it's good to show them that they're in some good spirits, despite the fact that their careers could hang in the balance.
Yeah, it's really good to not really let your mood affect you, but more like you try and affect your mood. So if you keep the vibes high, even if it's just like one or two players in the team, keep people laughing, keep yourself entertained. Don't really dwell on the fact that you've lost one map, you've lost 2 maps. It's all about the current map, the next map. You don't really care too much about the past because for you, it's one at a time and the current one is the only one that matters, and that goes both ways. Parabellum cannot look like, oh no, if we lose this, we gotta go to the next map after that, and that would be Villa, and oh, no. It's Oregon, and just Oregon in a vacuum, and that is it. Band phase starting out. We're seeing XSET what they want to get rid of the board, the Blitz.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, so I do actually have noted that they play a nasty Blitz on Oregon Parabellum, that is. So this is a very, very specific target ban coming out from XSET.
Just run Monty, LOL.
It's not as fast, Parker. You gotta go fast. Blitz supremacy.
I know, and you can't flash the same way as well. Thatcher is a very commonplace ban here. He's been banned in almost every single NAL match that we have seen. Mira will also join him. These have been the comfort bans so far for Parabellum. Parabellum banned out Thatcher and Mira back in map number 1. They banned Thatcher and Valkyrie in map number 2, and they banned Thatcher and Mira yet again.
Yep.
Joining Blitz, it'll be Valkyrie. So there's been one oddball ban per map. On Chalet, it was Hibana to go with Thatcher, Mira, Valk. On Coastline, it was Flores to go with Thatcher, Mira, Valk. And now here, it's Blitz to go with Thatcher, Mira, and Valkyrie. Parabellum will be starting on attack. XSET will be starting on defense. And XSET's first defense, their maiden voyage, will come down in laundry and supply room. Blitz, not available, but you're still going to run a Finca. And you can still run a Lion as well. Both options on the table for Parabellum, and they've done both, and they're going to start off with a Finca right away. No 6-pick on the board for them.
No, they're confident going in. Spirits, of course, on his signature operator. This Finca has been shared. It was Kool-Aid playing it for the end of Chalet, I believe, and now, of course, on Coastline, it was back onto Spirits. Although Spirits also on Ash, so flexibility is something that Parabellum is very comfortable with, which is exactly why the Blitz ban came out. It's something that they also can choose to use. And you said, what about the Monty, Parker? Well, the thing is, and I said, Monty's not as fast, and that's pretty much the reasoning for why you don't play him as to the Blitz. Often on Oregon, you can see people go for that blue rush, and having a Blitz just rush into elbow, flash the player behind the shield, helps you get that initial kill on ground so much more, whereas, well, if you play the Monty, they're gonna hear you from a mile away, you're gonna slowly waddle through elbow, and they'll just run away, reinforce the wall, or get a duo system to take you down if anything is required there. So Monty doesn't really do it justice. Monty is great for that slower pace play, like a moving drone that's, well, basically indestructible.
What are the things to watch to give you a proper temperature check on these teams? What are the warning signs for XSET, and what are the win conditions for Parabellum?
I mean, we should do this rush right now because we're going fast.
Oh, and they're in. They spot one, and Penguin's not going to slow down one bit. He catches her, but it's Prod to win the fight. They are right in there. Fast, quick, furious. NVK and Filthy getting on the board, and this will blunt most of the momentum, so Parabellum will have to fight back. Goyo shield in front of Melted, and he is trapped. Toxic canister over top of him, and he sees the head of one. They'll press up to him on the wall, and down he goes. It's all on the shoulders of Kool-Aid, who was miles away, dragging his gunfire across Freezer, and, well, he'll be frozen out by XSET as Razor seals the deal, and it was a brisk move and a ballsy move by Parabellum, and it doesn't, unfortunately for them, work out.
Yeah, you asked about the temperature, how to feel it out, and one thing I will say is that Prod is still looking very hot. He got a fantastic shot. That
physically?
Well, both physically, in the game, statistically, you name it, Parker. Right now, he is hot. Not hot and cold, kind of fire hot, but he is indeed just hot in general. Now, he shut down the entire push. Yes, he only got one kill before getting refragged, but the thing is, that opening kill going in favor of the defenders when the attackers are rushing you onto side, it really is all about momentum. If that had gone the other way around, it was Penguin who would have gotten ground for his team, and then Parabellum would have been in a very stable position as they got control of both bomb sites, but that was not the case. Prod made sure that they were the ones to stick their ground, and ultimately XSET won the round. Things to look out for that we can talk about while we're waiting for a technical timeout right now. I believe we're missing a player, but that doesn't really matter right now.
We are. Razor is having some issues, not entirely certain what exactly, but there's a technical timeout now as they try to sort through it.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a whisper in my ear that something about the monitor being turned off, so I don't know what that's about. But you know something about monitors turning off, Parker, about we're playing League of Legends yesterday, and your monitor also turned off in the midst
My
of
whole
the game.
computer turned off.
Yeah, well, yeah, that as well. Parker was very unhappy that he died, so he slammed the desk, commenting saying, I'm so bad, or whatever, and then his entire PC just said, no, you really suck, and you're not going to play the game anymore. And we played 4 versus 5.
It set me behind quite a lot, so let's be honest.
It said us. I was in that game. It said us behind quite a lot.
Yes, you're the victim.
I am the victim, and right now so is Parabellum as they are down 1-0. They tried to rush down the lobby stairs. It was shut down by XSET, namely by Prod getting that opening kill. And the things we gotta look out for is, can XSET play together like they just did in that round, making sure that they're not swinging 1 versus 1, making sure that there's refrags coming out, that they're trading efficiently, keeping numbers on their side. And of course on Parabellum, we gotta look at their strat book, because when they can play very loose, which I would argue Oregon typically it's quite a restricted map. You have very few interways, most teams played out the same, but I wouldn't be surprised with the way I saw Parabellum play in the SI Open Qualifier, that they have a deep strat book with fast-paced, loose, dynamic strats that they can whip out throughout this entire match.
It's a Dorm's defense now on the top floor, Nikki, as XSET will...
Nikki? It's Pingy and Parky, not Nikki.
It's actually Parky and Pengy.
Yes, you are first. I'm very sorry.
PA versus PE, so that's just how it works.
Alphabetically, you are superior. I'm very sorry. I bow down to you, my oh lord.
That's not how I meant it, but okay. It's Dorm's defense upstairs, and almost everybody was involved in that very first round. A team ace was denied by Filthy so selfishly collecting 2 kills at the expense of Creator's single kill.
NVK got a kill. It was Creators who was left alone, which means we're off for a great start. This is the quickest NVK has been activated this entire series. It was the 4th round, I believe. On Coastline, he was activated, and of course on Chalet, well, it just never happened. So looking better and better as time goes on. Maybe this is the experience that is going through. NVK not really looking too shook from his previous performances in this best of 5. He is still keeping his head held high.
He's averaging 2 kills a map right now. 5 kills so far through the 3 maps, and that is, I know it sounds like mockery, I promise you it is not. I consider NVK to be a friend, and I, like so many of you, were excited to see his return to competitive play, that return of the king being the image that we so all happily shared. But you have to consistently denote that he has not been the presence on this team throughout the stage, but let alone throughout this matchup. And his lack of kills has been a huge focal point for us.
Right now, depending on how he plays out this position, can show if that is true to his name with that K for the king. Kratos finds 1, Razor finds a second, and NVK has created space for his team as he has baited multiple players from Parabellum into a vulnerable position, which the teammates of NVK took advantage of.
Interesting, interesting, interesting. And Parabellum are not getting the start that they want. Now, Oregon is also known as a map with a very high defender win rate for a long period of time. So this could just simply be the way that the side half works. There was a nice yellow ping going in, and that grenade blows Filthy sky high. Penguin shoulders some damage, shrugs it off, though, and continues to trudge forward as his team are still going to battle from behind, though the deficit has narrowed ever so slightly. Razor misses out on Melted as it's a vault through the window and seen through the punches in the barricade, but an inability to secure for Razor is not what you want for XSET.
No, it certainly isn't, and we see Pink on the big window, Kool-Aid inside of Attic, meaning that the players on Parabellum are quite isolated, but right now that's actually okay because they are fishing, they are out on the hunt. They want to find at least one more player from XSET before they can initiate the execute. Melted might just find that player right here inside of Kitchen, but no, he will vault out. Razor is safe, and so will Melted himself be, but how are you going to enter this building? flashbangs in hand from Penguin. He's looking to make a play, but what is the follow-up?
Here's Kool-Aid to try and secure, but NVK swings so masterfully, does a ton of damage to Penguin in the process, looking to try and top frag on his team. NVK in that conversation is indeed something to focus on, but he's no more as Penguin removes him from play. 30 seconds left for this tiny bit of HP on the Hibana to do something, but he can't check all of his corners. A nice start and a strong start for XSET as they're up 2-0.
NVK actually a bit of the hero of that round. Remember back in the beginning, he was in that big tower on tier 3 with ADSs, and that's something that a couple of teams in the past have done, especially in the NAL, where you have this one person up above, and it's very hard to clear him. Once they started clearing him, he just dropped down, fell back into attic, and reinforced off the remaining wall, and while that was going on, he also told, or supposedly told his two teammates, to swing off certain areas, to pick off players from Parabellum, and they got 2 opening kills off of that, and NVK stayed alive, and NVK almost got 2 kills of his own. What a phenomenal round for him.
Well done, and we have another technical timeout right now. I don't know what issue is plaguing the teams this time around. Larchtree had gone over to speak to NVK at some point after that round, and
I mean, these have to be player-induced technical timeouts, right? Because it seems to be like a monitor issue and a headphone jack issue, and maybe it's just like, you know, they're very excited when stuff goes on and they're just, I don't know, destroying things? Something must be going on at least.
Not entirely certain. It was a sound bug issue that was plaguing them, apparently. And
yeah, that's what they all say, but they just want a free timeout, Parker. I mean, my audio's messed up. Can we call for a rehost? We've seen it before. Not saying these I want to point out, I'm not saying these players are actually doing that. That would be terrible for me to say, but it is a joke that goes around the scene where, because there's been audio bugs in the past, some teams have accused other teams of abusing that fact to get like a momentum shift, if you will. Not the case here.
Well, it's a third bomb site now as XSET is cutting through the rotation very effectively, and they're going to be going to meeting and to kitchen. If you want to rep the set, by the way, and I don't say this as a joke, but you might lose that opportunity if they get relegated. If you want to rep the set, you can purchase their weapon skin in-game on the R4C. Not biased, of course, but I do like the red on the skin. I think it looks quite nice. You can get it in the in-game store right now.
Let's theoretically, you said it might be gone soon. If you were to give Parabellum a weapon skin, would you just give it to like one of Finka's 2 weapons because Spirits is so like iconic on that operator? The spear or the LMG? Is that just what you would do?
I mean, I think they pick it, don't they?
Well, you don't straight up pick it. You give like a priority list of like, let's say 10 skins, and then Ubisoft kind of looks in accordance with the other team's choice, and they try and make everybody happy. Because if you were to pick every single orc, which is pick Jaeger and Ashe, right? Or at least back when Jaeger and Ashe, or Ashe most notably, was played a lot. So it's not a pick and choose, but it's like a priority thing.
I don't know exactly what happened with Creators, whether he was just playing his best version of Icarus, flying too close to the sun, but he gets those wings burned right off. Goodbye to him. Creators dropped by Spirits. This is the very first opening pick for Parabellum of the entire map, and they're going to need to translate this into a victory lest they lose the plot to XSET. We'd like to remind you of the stakes of this particular map. Parabellum only need to win Oregon, and they are in the NA League. XSET would be out. And this is Parabellum's map. They've shown to be quite strong on it so far through the entirety of the SI qualifiers that we watched, as well during Challenger League. So there's a good reason for this. NVK's next to fall for XSET as Parabellum continue to do some serious damage to these defenders, and they've got over half the round to go.
Yeah, they got a nice low going right now, and with this one wall inside of closet being soft, mind you, this is not the bomb site, but it means that Parabellum has ways to move in without having to use their Heartbreed's gadget on Penguin. He still has 18 pellets to go. Spirits finds a kill onto Prog, gets shut down or at least injured in the process. He will get finished off by Razor from down below, and now in a 4 versus 2. Hammer starts swinging up above, and Terror on site will be rained from above. With 1 minute and 10 left, this is going to be very dire from XSET. They would need to find kills somewhere to leverage this advantage, or at least the disadvantage, because they are down 2 players.
Spirits tried to res himself on Finka, by the way, or at least wanted to, but couldn't pull it off as Razor was still in this hyper aggro spot. He gets dropped by Melted as Kool-Aid falls off map. The hands of Filthy. Well, now retake. It sees the sledge, but he can't out-duel Eska, and Parabellum is on the board.
Yeah, worth noting there on Spirits, they actually increased the cooldown on the Finger Adrenaline Surge. I believe it's 20 seconds now, which means once you use the gadget, there is quite some time before you can do it again. So if you do get injured in the midst of a war, odds are it's already on cooldown. He stayed on the ground for too long, ultimately got finished off by Razor, and well, it didn't really matter. They got it 3-0, and players standing towards the end of that round. Filthy tried to flank up that white stairs, but couldn't really land the shots that he needed to. And even if he did, there would still be 2 more players left for him to challenge. Very nice momentum from Parabellum. They actually played a slower paced round. They were holding angles more, waiting for rotations. NVK came on lobby side, and Penguin outside the double door of lobby was waiting for him, had drone information, and got that kill. And of course, they had the opening kill prior to that, making that a very quickly 5 versus 3 situation. Of course, XSET not supposed to win those, not quite favored. The Creators on the Warden. We spoke about Suits earlier, we can talk about Suits now. Warden cannot be blinded by flashbangs. So it's almost unfortunate in this particular instance that Blitz is off the board because there is no greater counter than a Warden.
Well, that was a smart ban by XSET, and I mean, they have been a crafty team so far throughout the best of 5 that we've witnessed, even if their performance in the server hasn't exactly been where they've wanted it to be. And this is something that you have to note with these teams, is that we have seen throughout the entirety of professional play of Rainbow Six teams which are very crafty, as I said, very well coordinated and strategically sound, but they can't execute upon what they devise. And I think that's one thing that your team, Nick in particular, was exceptionally good at, was that no matter what strategy you came up with, either as Fabian as an IGL, you as a big brain on the team, Shaz as your coach, is that it always seemed like you could execute on it and actually make it work.
We had this saying, which I think every team should also have, is that it's better to follow a terrible plan together than not have a plan at all. Because one person might be saying, guys, let's do this, I have a plan. And you might think, oh, that's silly, that's stupid, why would I do that? But honestly, a bad plan is better than no plan, so do the bad plan together, believe in the plan, and odds are it might just work out because you are on the same page. And I think that's what you're kind of speaking to, Parker. Sometimes teams, certain players from certain teams, they might not be on the exact same page, and there's gaps. And once those gaps get exposed, well, advantages gets lost, and then you start losing rounds, and eventually you end up losing games.
It's a nice drone by Kool-Aid, and he realizes as quickly as he puts it up there that he needs to get out of there. NVK is down below, and that was a bit of a suicide pass for him to cross the way that he did. Nice play by Creators, using that MPX to great effect, and with the longer sight as well, allowing him to see better. Not just the glasses, to see better. That's what commandeered that kill onto Kool-Aid. Down goes your Maverick. Kool-Aid had a very bad start on Coastline. He's having a very bad start here on Oregon. And Parabellum, as a team, by the way, not exactly having the best start. Creators has got 3 kills from this angle. Who gives a damn about the ability? It's the gun that matters.
Yeah, it's all about this 1.5x on the MPX. You ban the Valkyrie, give this man a better scope, but he might just find an ace all of a sudden. He's doing damage to Melted, already up on 3 kills, holding down this pillar greatly.
Still in the same spot. And that leaves both Spirits and Melted as the only 2 players upright. And Spirits might be able to capitalize off of this, but the wall breaks up right in front of his eyes, and Melted clears out pillars just like that. Still has the control on the back of the bomb site. XSET will scramble to reposition now, understanding that they need to get over towards Laundry and concede supply. Spirits firing away, Prod will swing and keep dragging and loses it. Parabellum has swung a 5v2 into a 2v2, but they don't have case control. They need to make something work with this. Grenade in hand, and it'll get tossed down, but it's not cooked quite enough. There's one playing over by Elbow. Does Melted know this? It's NVK trying to wrap around. He sees the down of Spirits and manages to secure, so Melted will need to get the rest of them. He's got 2 kills to his name. He needs to get the quadra. Still fighting shadows. There's a mark that's long gone, and the case is miles away as he trudges through the middle of the site, trying to make sound to his advantage. He looks to the left, then turns over to the right, and he gets leveled by Filthy. That was an electrifying round from both teams as they kept it close. The comeback almost happens for Parabellum, but the lead again for XSET stretches to 2 rounds as they're up 3-1.
Honestly, such a well-played round from XSET when they came down to that 2 versus 2 and then the 1 versus 2. They had such good discipline. They set up a 180-degree crossfire, essentially, where if you're melted, you know you can get maybe 1, but there is no way on earth you're going to get the 2nd. And with time ticking down, the case being far away, he had no other option to try and play for those kills, and unfortunately, Spirits had gotten injured earlier on, making the 1 versus 2 just so difficult. What a nice try from them. Melted just walking down the tower stairs into pillar, found 2 kills, and that opened up the round. Spirits had what looked like an impossible gunfight to win, but somehow ended up also being favored. So close, but yet so far. Parabellum on their map pick, down 1-3 right now. Not really getting the attacking rounds that they want because, as far as I'm aware, they're quite good on their Oregon attacks, both from studying them, but also from directly watching their open qualifier games where, well, their defenses were great, don't get me wrong, but I did expect, of course, a little bit more from these attacks.
It has been a bit of a disappointing start here for Parabellum, and I mean, you look on the left-hand side of your screen, and that big play from Melted obviously kind of shields Parabellum from criticisms about total kills, but through those 4 rounds that we've seen up till this point, there's a cumulative 12 kills. That's 3 a round. That's not very good, Nick, at all. It means that you're not even being particularly competitive, and that's with Parabellum winning one of those rounds, which means that of those 12 kills, 5 of them should have come in 1 round alone back in round number 3. So, oh boy, I mean, this is a time to choke for Parabellum. A hell of a time and a bad time to choke out. There's still plenty of opportunity for them to solve this issue. They have timeout available, and they will be moving over to the favorite side.
Oh, no, he slid too far. That is the injure. Of course, Parabellum shouldn't know about this just yet, but no one is nearby, so Prod has to sprint all the way from basement, but he will get there in time to rescue him. Also, talking about opening kills, we might see one just here, but 3 out of these 4 first rounds have gone in favor of XSET. Parabellum has 1 opening kill, and that was actually on the round that they won, the 3rd round of this game. We are now in round 5, with NVK on 20 health. NVK, notably, has played inside of this big tower in Tier 3 in the beginning first minute or so of the last 3 rounds in a row, and that's like his comfort spot. He's gonna sit up there, waste time, and make it difficult for Parabellum to entry on that area of the map, and honestly, he's done a great job at applying pressure without necessarily getting his hands dirty. But look at Kool-Aid sneaking up into Attic, has a drone, Spirits on big window, could make for an entry here. Spirits finds NVK, but what happens next?
They're drone in Kool-Aid. He can continue to go, searching for his first kill. He knows that there's one in the corner, and he capitalizes off of it. Down goes Filthy, reflexively looks towards White Stairs, and out goes a grenade to deny a retake from XSET in that position. All the while, Creators playing by Bunk, over by Big Window, his position given away, his shoulder spotted as well, and it's a 2nd for Kool-Aid, breaking that donut that he was on. Eska halfway through, being able to get this diffuser down, and XSET are being called back into action. Prod dropped on White Stairs, so it's Razor to secure onto Kool-Aid, who drops. He wants a piece of the action on the bottom floor. So Razor will set up again, maybe another through the hatch. All the while, the clock ticking away, and Spirits is on the hunt down below. You don't necessarily need to get the kill, you just gotta waste enough time. Spirits gets it either way, and there's still some life here in Parabellum as they pick up their 2nd round.
Yeah, and that entire round was made off the play of Kool-Aid, who just sneaked in through Attic, and there was no Banshees as Minutia isn't in play. There wasn't any barbed wire. There was no information for XSET to figure this out, so he walks all the way into the Kid Storm's bomb site, and he has Spirits on the big window assisting, and he had somebody, probably Penguin, droning for him so that they knew the whereabouts of the player inside of Kid Storm's. This just made for an incredibly swift and very efficient way of taking the entire control of the bomb site, but then the question comes, XSET, why isn't there any attention towards Attic? You had NVK start there for 3 rounds in a row. You obviously have a priority on the big tower. You obviously want to play that into Attic, and then all of a sudden, you left it alone and nothing came out of it. You would think you would have some sort of presence, be it the barbed wire, be it a Banshee, be it information, have it be a player, anything. But when nothing is there, that is when opportunities get found, and that is where Parabellum are so strong time and time again. They are so good at finding those small gaps in the defensive sides of their opposing teams. Normally it's Spirits, but that time it was Kool-Aid, so I wouldn't be surprised if every single member of PB are just excellent at that version of the game.
It could be, and I like that you highlighted that NVK's proficiency in tower was done not from a position to get kills, but mostly to waste time and attention. This is something that often goes overlooked and isn't known by the more casual side of the viewers and player base, is that there are a lot of times when if you are roaming, your job isn't necessarily to get a kill. If you get a kill, bonus.
Yeah.
You're there to eat up utility, to eat up time, and to eat up drones, because then you end up dying eventually, sure, but your team will be in a strengthened position because there's less intel gatherers in those drones available. There's less time for your opponents to be able to pull anything off, and hopefully you've soaked up some of those concussive blasts from Zofia. You've soaked up drones. You've soaked up grenades, flashbangs, etc. that can't be used on the bomb site.
No, certainly, and I have this saying as an anchor player myself that doing nothing is doing something, because just the fact that you're alive is contributing to the round overall. When you're playing 5 versus 3, you know you're kind of screwed. When you're playing 5 versus 5, it all feels good. There's confidence on your side, the enemy isn't overconfident, and they know that you have as many guns as they do. So again, staying alive, wasting time, and most importantly, killing drones is a lot of value to your team. You don't have to just find headshots.
1 minute into round number 6. Final defense for XSET, final attack for Parabellum. They'll swap sides after this. And it's another dorms take for XSET. Once again, we see this from XSET quite often. They narrowly lose a bomb site and they want to go right back to where they just lost. It's a bit different last time because Parabellum did have such a lock on the site.
Yeah, no, certainly, and now we see Melted with it. Oh my lord, that could have been so much worse than what it was. Melted almost lost his health.
Parabellum, try not to nade yourself challenge. Impossible.
Impossible. Well, it was very close. Second nade went a bit better. Penguin now creeping up. Yellow pinks are so good time and time again. Their information game is supreme. They know there's a player inside of Armory as well, which means Penguin's not going to overextend, but Razor extends instead and trades it back.
Such a smart call by Razor to do this, by the way. Coming into action now, it still leaves a player from XSET upstairs in Armory, and unless they've dropped the hatch, you have to be wary of this particular position. It looks like Prod might have gotten away, so it's the disappearing act. The grenades finally working out against XSET, not against Parabellum. Down goes NBK. Razor will follow shortly thereafter, and the flames in front of them will prevent Parabellum the clear advantage over towards Big Dorms. Filthy still fighting from behind with Prod not too far off, but it's Prod against the world as he'll retake, and they might have heard him just shoot at the top of the stairs. He walks in and just casually lying on the ground, having a nice relaxing nap, is melted to get the final kill of the round. After a strong start from XSET, the first half breaks down perfectly even, which for a map like Oregon and a map that Parabellum is strong on may just be enough to carry them over the finish line in this next half.
Honestly, the final 2 rounds we just saw from Parabellum's attacks is exactly what I expected throughout. Maybe they just have a bit of a warm-up time. They've had not the quickest of starts on any of the maps. They got the initial opening round. Actually, no. I correct myself, they haven't gotten the first rounds on any of the maps so far, which means, yes, they just have a slower start overall, and we're seeing that time and time again. But we're tied 3-3, which means they're comfortable now, and now they go on to defense.
Well, I mean, XSET are a team that are likely quite well practiced. They've got more experience. I would argue that in many ways, XSET are the team to beat here between the two of them. But Parabellum have been extraordinarily good.
I'm so sorry, Parker. I gotta cut you off here. You seeing Kool-Aid right now double reinforcing off elbow? This is signifying a roaming strat from basement Oregon, which we never see in typical play. They're gonna go up into meeting, they're gonna go into kitchen, they're even gonna have a guy into like attic top floor, and you're gonna see Parabellum scattered across the entire map with just 1 or 2 players on side. And now the question comes for XSET, how are you going to problem solve this extremely rare situation that personally in Europe we never get to see? And note this, I saw this in the open qualifier of SI 2022 where Parabellum won and are now in the close qualifier for January. So now we get to see if XSET has done their prep work.
I mean, they must have, right?
They should have.
XSET sat out those qualifiers, but you best bet they were dialed in to whatever stream Parabellum was competing on to give you that body of work over the qualifiers to then dissect it and use it to your advantage. But the one thing that I wanted to point out before you remarked at the roam setup by Parabellum was that they've been slow starters. XSET are the more practiced team, but Parabellum have been ridiculously good at learning and adapting and doing so quite quickly. Parabellum have not lost a first half. They won the first half of Chalet 4-2 despite giving up those first 2 rounds. They won the first half of Coastline 4-2 despite giving up that first round, and they tied the first half here of Oregon. Things look pretty good on round number 7 as they pick off NVK. The Zofia sat down, no disruption, no explosives available, a good gun gone by the wayside, and XSET will have to battle from behind.
Yeah, and this one we spoke about. Doing nothing is doing something. When you die in a situation at XSET, with all these players scattered out from Parabellum, you need as many people alive to help each one another get those kills and get that map control back, because half-time is over and you're almost down 2 players.
Almost down, and they're down Prod now as well as he runs right into the stairs of Penguins play. He almost lost Razor, too. The only reason why he's back at a higher HP is because of the fact that a Finka is on the board, giving him a permanent health boost from that adrenal surge. Things going from bad to worse for XSET on this entry. And Razor is going to be somebody to watch as well. We've remarked how over the last 2 maps, he's been quite strong on defense, but fallen off on attack. He seemed to fix that issue on Coastline, but was that the map? Because Coastline is much more attacker favored than either of the 2 maps that were played up till this point.
No, that is very, very true, and I mean, so far he's doing all right, but to be honest, no one is really outstanding in performance from XSET. It's very much like a team effort. We're talking 2-5, 6-5, and 2 kills, so not that big of a gap, honestly. 3 kills between, well, 4 kills between the top and the bottom. Eska now inside of Kitchen. See Parabellum still all across this map. They are all over the place, and we've seen this exact thing from them before, but it works time and time again.
Doesn't matter if it's the worst gun in the game, by the way. You can still get frags quite effectively with it. 2 players from XSET falter to 1 of Parabellum, and Creators is down, and he's secured. They're marching their way towards a major victory as Parabellum take their first lead here on Oregon.
Yeah, and this is why when we saw the map bans go out, that if XSET wanted to find more breathing room for themselves to allow for more mistakes and learning throughout this entire best of 5, they would essentially have to win Coastline to get that comfortability. That didn't go that way. Parabellum took their map choice, and now we're back on Parabellum's home turf of Oregon. And after that, even if XSET comes back, we're talking Villa, a map where, well, CDAPS at least, who knows everything about these guys, he said he would not want to play Parabellum on Villa. And I don't think XSET wants to play Parabellum Oregon right now either, but they have no choice. They are locked in the server, and we're already about to go into round 8. Previous round, we just saw the roam strat. The reason why you can see when they're going to be roaming with that elbow reinforcement is, well, one, we've seen it before in the open qualifiers, at least I have. But second of all, by reinforcing off elbow twice, you stop a potential rush from multiple angles, because the only way you can quickly get into the bomb site is effectively lobby door, down the lobby stairs into laundry, which is very difficult, or the easier option, which is outside of blue from construction, and then you can go into elbow normally and you go into pillar. But by reinforcing off elbow twice, you can only funnel through pillar, which means the big tower stairs crossfire with the player on side becomes an obstacle, and that is why that double reinforcement is so crucial. It allows that entire strat to flourish. If you left elbow soft or made a rotate, that wouldn't be the case.
Timeout taken by XSET immediately.
Understandably, honestly, that's a good one.
Immediately into this first half, not even waiting to see how it shakes out. And I can understand how it's confounding dealing with a roam like that. You said, and you stressed this, we need to see how they deal with it, how XSET deals with it, because it is unorthodox when you compare it to other regions. It's unorthodox when you see it in the NAL. And this is something that CDAPS touched upon on the desk, was that there's a certain style of play that Parabellum does that might not be the best or the most efficient or the simply strongest or smartest, but it works, and it's effective enough in the capacity that they use it. That's why they went on the run through the lower bracket and were undefeated at that point for Parabellum. That's why they went through the SI quals and again went undefeated and made it in to the finals alongside Mirage and TSM. So kudos to Parabellum for making that work, and if I'm XSET, you've got a lot to learn after that timeout, because you are 3 rounds away from your career in the NA League being effectively over.
And I also think that's why it's the perfect time to take that tactical timeout. You want to make sure that you have the most amount of time ahead of you to work on those problems, because as you lose rounds, you're very quickly creeping into the area of relegation, and that's not where you want to be. And you spoke earlier about, the roam strat not being common in other regions. I remember back when I was in G2, shortly after Fabian left after SI, me and Unu and the boys, we sat down and said, what about roaming in Oregon? And they're like, that's such a bad idea because it doesn't work. And, you know, a bad plan isn't a bad plan if you're all fully committing to it together. But if you're roaming in Oregon, kind of half-assed, if you will, maybe 2 guys up above with no support, that is a terrible plan. But what Parabellum does is 110% commitment to the entirety of the map and just making everything so difficult.
They're still playing very far off-site right now. Eska down below. We talked about how they use this unsupported roam to their advantage, and he's just making noise at this point. A minute off the clock, and he's got the attention of at least 2 players on XSET, both of whom are looking at him from inside of that mess hall and over by the main stairs, and he's just going to continue to distract them, but he tempts fate against Creators, who's been so good at hitting his shots. Just like that, Eska uses the escape hatch inside of security to get out of that position, and XSET will need to drone this to get information that they now have that map control, but have allowed a roamer to scoot away.
Yeah, and we're seeing that loose, dynamic way of playing Oregon from the Parabellum defense, and I think if you're a very structured team, let's say Dark Zero, these defenses might not necessarily be the most difficult to deal with, but XSET is not typically known as a super structured and defensive or strat-oriented team, so for this team in particular, it becomes quite difficult. There are so many things to keep track of and so many things to worry about, and we're seeing it. Time is ticking down, and they're still worried about the whereabouts of the players.
Hard breaches over by the big window, by the way, as Eska manages to take down Prod. Oh no, the Maverick not as effective as he wants to be, and there's another escape hatch available for the Malusi, this time inside a meeting to be able to get the hell out of Dodge.
Yep, now we're gonna see it. Now they're down a gun, they're low on time, they're down 2 guns, the one tap from Spirits of Disrespect onto Racer of all people. That is so unfortunate. Good night, he will say.
Oh my goodness, NVK will swing for the fences on white stairs. Things are not good in this round for XSET, but a nice shot. Nathan Valenti
NVK
putting 2 together. All right, he's back online, looking to go positive for the first time this series. He's just bought his team a huge amount of success, but Filthy will stall out as he flashes himself. Parabellum now behind. 2v3, down to a 1v2. NVK picking up 3 kills on white stairs. PB have let this entire round go to waste, and there's no ammo left in the Roni. 4K for NVK. He has a huge round, and it's tied again for XSET and Parabellum.
NVK, you see the sigh of relief on his face as he got that 4K. That felt good, and that is arguably the first time we've seen NVK truly be activated, not just in a match or a map, but in a round. And he's gotten more kills right now in Oregon, 8 rounds in, than the 2 previous maps combined, and that just says something. If all 5 players of XSET shows up to a decent degree, they have a much better shot at overcoming this obstacle that is Parabellum, that is right in front of them, looking straight into their face saying, you know what, we're better, whatever, run out the map, you can't catch us, huh? And it looked so good for Parabellum for a brief moment, but the LMG had a different thing to say about that.
It really just came down to NVK. They kept trying to peek him, engaging in those fights, and that's a rookie move as well from Parabellum, of which we've seen quite a number committed today.
Cockiness, over-aggression, throwing leads, C-daps, that's like the things that he says are their weaknesses, and to be honest, it really showed that round.
It absolutely did. You're in a 5v3. You've still got a roamer off-site. You know that there's one body up on white stairs, and you know that there's one at big window. That means that there's 1 player on XSET unaccounted for. When you've still got 5 players alive, you've still got attic control. You don't need to peek onto white stairs. You don't, because the only way to get through white stairs is a single doorway, and then you're so exposed. You're exposed to big dorms. You're exposed to games. You're exposed to that trophy doorway, and if there's a kill hole in attic, you've got to worry about that as well. Make them bring the fight to you, but instead, Parabellum decided to go for ego plays. They wanted the disrespect. This could very easily be a 5-3 game. Right now, Parabellum just a couple rounds away, but instead, they got cocky, and they decided with numbers to throw that advantage out the window, and with it went the round.
You know, Parker, if you weren't a commentator, you could maybe be a coach, motivational speaker, or maybe even a player. Your heart's not gold. You can't be a player, but you can be any of the other 2 options.
Come on, man.
I'm sorry, but it's an easy
Nick,
one.
You didn't need to bring that one up.
It's an easy one, okay, Parker?
It's fruit hanging low enough that Doki could reach it.
Okay. You know, I saw a post where Doki...
We made fun of him in a match in Sweden.
Yeah.
And he heard it.
I'm sure he heard this one as well. I saw somebody say that Doki, you know, that's the one aspect, but then Jacob is ICOD, because Doki backwards is ICOD, and Jacob is 3 times the size of Doki. So, ICOD and Doki, Racer and Eska, no. Not a match made in heaven. They are
Oh,
running
no,
away,
no,
but
no,
his back might be caught unless he figures this out. The citizen effect is something I call, and I believe it's real, where you can like feel the presence of an enemy. And look at Eska. He feels something is nearby.
No.
They know. He's there. But do they know? Who's first? No, they're supposed standing still.
Completely silent. Nobody moving.
Racer? Eska?
If you stand completely still, do you even exist?
Jones?
Quiet as a mouse. How
there
ironic. And here's the fight to come out. They both duel, and they managed to get away with very minimal damage, wasting 40 seconds. Quiet as a mouse. What a voice line to kick in at the right time. Back wall of Attic opened up. It's another Dorm's defense now for this team of Parabellum. And there's a minute left to go in this round.
Yeah, and you see the upside of Razor being on that Finka is that they took about equal amounts of damage, but you got the Finka Adrenaline Surges, so you're back up to full, but Spirits finds a full health prod, takes him to the grave. That's the opening kill for him, and Spirits time and time again, on these last couple of rounds, he wants it.
Razor has something to say about that, though, and down goes Eska. They were hunting for each other earlier on. NVK put his position up here on White Stairs, and he put all of Parabellum on notice. Can he do it again? They're eager to stop him from that position. Still one toxic canister for Kool-Aid to throw in that direction. A bit of security being tossed into the magnet just by the double window as Melted gets out of there as quickly as he can. You have to be very wary of these White Stairs yet again. Both teams in a 4v4, but the objective is for XSET to complete. Down goes Filthy, down goes NVK. Razor buried as well, and it's a clean sweep for Parabellum. They make no mistakes this round in the final moments, and they'll take round number 9, stretching their lead by 1 round from the tie they were at.
You see, that's exactly how I wish they had played the previous round, because they're showing us they can do it. You said that both Parabellum and XSET are learning as we're going on, and I do agree. I think both of these teams, they learn the hard way by making a mistake and then realizing, thankfully, that that was indeed a mistake. Parabellum threw it against NVK, the 4K on the White Stairs coming in through side, and this time around, they didn't want to give it back again. So they held their ground, they held passive positions, and XSET had no grenades left. They had 1 flashbang and no smoke grenades, meaning they had to just walk on in. And when you have the correct setup on the defense, that's not really a possibility, or at the very least, it's extremely difficult. Now, does Elbow get double reinforced off again? We have the castle, which indicates it will be a roam. The jammer's being put down as well, so yes. We're gonna see one more time, with both these castle barricades on laundry side, by the way, it's also to stop that rush from lobby. So the castle barricade stops the lobby rush, the elbow reinforcement with the mid jammer, and this castle barricade into blue stops the blue rush. So the one player that is on side will have a couple of seconds of warning and a bunch of noise, which will then help him to call for assistance and then stop the rush itself. Very well put up by Parabellum. Like, I'm very much enjoying and liking this entire set. It's very complicated, it's very complex, but I think they've covered most, if not all, weaknesses that might occur.
Getting better by round means now XSET has to unravel this defense of Parabellum. That's it, really.
Yeah.
They struggled so hard with it on the very first defense of Parabellum. They got fed to the meat grinder, and Spirits in particular got to roam incessantly, and he picked everybody off with that UMP, denying Parabellum any real ground on this map. Now, I do wonder if XSET decides maybe just to hit the site and forego dealing with the roamers and force Parabellum into a spot where they have to fight from behind, but it certainly doesn't seem like that's the case right now.
No, you can almost call this like one of the final tests of XSET, because they will need to figure out how to peek, or pull rather, this defensive round apart. Otherwise, that'll be the end of them, because Parabellum has such a stable basement defense on the roam that they can just go here time and time again with comfort. Oh, Kool-Aid did not swing it. You know, playing with discipline, they understand their limits and where their ground ends and where it begins. And so far, XSET doing a much better job at quickly gaining ground, but they also have to find the kills.
They know exactly where he is now, up on White Stairs, but Parabellum still have a good spread across the entire map. Half of the round done at the moment. NVK could potentially catch Eska here, but looks away at the wrong second. This seems to be the storyline for these teams. They are having more missed connections than a Craigslist website forum.
Oh god, Craigslist. I'm a European and we don't have that where I'm from, but oh well, oh well. Opening kill goes in favor of XSET. That's a vertical kill down through the floor onto Kool-Aid. Smoke off the board, and this is nice for XSET because now they have more time available to them. Toxic Babes are off it, which means favoritism for the attacking side. Spirits did great work last time around on the roam. This time around gets shut down by NVK, but Penguins there to retrade it back. NVK only finds one, does not get the second.
I mean, good enough. You've bought your team some time.
It's very good.
But look at the clock. 1 minute left, and it's XSET with the advantage in terms of numbers. And that's what they need. It's been a while since they've been able to get the first pick all the way back in round number 4. So getting on the board, creating that space, and giving you room to breathe is huge. It's entirely possible to still make it work. But the big thing and the most damning aspect of this attack from XSET is they do not have pillars control at the moment. You need that, especially if you're going to drop box.
You do, and I think it's going to come very soon. One guy can drop the hatch, 2 guys staircases, so they're doing like a 2-2 split almost, where they're going to go blue and staircases. 1 kill gets found by Filthy, and now the push comes through.
Penguin's going to decide to take the engagement, but it's a beautiful flash. Still the drown on prod is there, breaking through onto the other side. Oh. Both members of Parabellum are still up, and it's an absolute mess. Melted will need to clutch out, but I don't like this with the Commando, not at all. He needs to catch them from the back, and there's 3 bodies from XSET looking in the same direction. Man, oh man, this is as close as we came to expect. We'll need all 12 rounds to settle this one, as it's 5-all.
Well, one of the final tests for XSET to basically showcase that they are good enough for this Oregon match was to pick apart the roaming basement Parabellum setup, and they have done so successfully. They now have a +1 golden star, in my book at least, of how to pick apart a bomb site, and with that, a tactical timeout from Parabellum. They're gonna go back to the strat book and say, guys, what do we have left? We've shown a couple of things. We have not played the small tower kitchen bomb site yet. So, if anything, they can show that actually, in fact, yeah.
Well, both teams have now used their timeouts, and I think this is the right time to take it for Parabellum. I will say, once again, I look back to that one round, and if Parabellum loses this map, I think that's the one we're going to look at more than anything. It was the first Storm's defense back in round number 8.
Yeah.
Back in round number 8. That's when ultimately Parabellum had everything going for them, and they threw the entire round out the window because they kept peeking and making those hero plays. So this could be a 6-4, then you completely avoid the situation you're in. But you allowed NVK and you allowed XSET to get back in this game. You essentially took your foot off the gas, but for just a second. Maybe you wanted to do a nice drift. Maybe you wanted to do a spin out, a wheelie. Who knows? But it cost you. And those foolish decisions and those stupid little mistakes by a team like Parabellum are small at the time, but they have such a bigger effect. And now you need to burn a timeout because you are farther from your win condition, farther from your victory because of it. And that's not exactly where you want to be. Still time for Parabellum to fix things, but they're the ones ultimately who made that mistake, and you allowed XSET to essentially power up over it.
One interesting thing to note is that when one team, so Parabellum in this case, they call for a timeout, the opposing team of XSET can still talk. And it seems like they've done some problem solving and talking of their own, because the first time in this entire best of 5, we are seeing a Ying, a 6-picked Ying from Racer of all people, who's very phenomenal with a gun. We've seen that many, many times so far. He's now going to play for the Execute. Now, there's many different ways to play the Ying. You can do it in a fashion where you use it early in the round to gain map control. This time around, of course, Parabellum not going for the roam. They're going to be turtling, basically staying on site, and that's actually where the Ying thrives the most. When you have a lot of people in a small area on the map, with these Candelas going out blinding everybody, that's exactly what you want to have. So if Racer and XSET can make use of this operator, the Ying, they actually have a great way to pick apart the basement bomb site.
Another opportunity here. I don't know if I like the fact that Parabellum have not gone to the main floor just yet. If they win here, by the way, Dorms opens up again. So, yeah. I mean, if they lose here, Dorms opens up again. No matter what, we will need the next 2 rounds. So it's safe to assume that Parabellum will go again to the top floor, meaning they've only played 2 sites during this map.
Penguin in a precarious position, proning bottom of launcher, holding the staircase, I guess, maybe pursuing a rush of some sort. XSET, they did have good drone network set up in the prep phase because they were inside the building in no time, and they know that there are basically no roamers from the side of Parabellum, and this is a great position to be in because now you have 2 minutes to work with. You have Ibane on the board. There is no Kaid from the defensive side of Parabellum, which means you get free real estate with all the hatches, and you now can choose exactly how you want to pick this apart. You can go front side, you can go back side, you can do a split take, you can jump hatch, you can go staircase. You literally have every single opportunity imaginable at your disposal.
I like this from them.
I do like this from them as well.
I like this from them a lot.
I agree.
I like the small changes that both of these teams have made. The Ying is going to be fascinating to watch, and frankly, her prevalency on this map has been much lower than I expected it to be.
Yeah.
Of course, the big standout is SSG loves to bring a Ying on this map, and they show how effective it can be. You can use it to dislodge some very annoying areas and can be quite strong on pillars as well. Spirits get stunned, and XSET are just going to run on in. There go the Candelas to try and stop Parabellum from retaking, and the first kill goes to NVK. He's warming up and is actually tied with top frag alongside Creators and Filthy. 1 minute left to go. Razor sustaining tons of damage as now Elbow is surrendered, and Penguin will go for a reinforce to try and cut off the ability for XSET to get through that particular area. Down goes NVK as Eska gets the very first pick. They're trying to avenge Spirits as best as they can.
Melted playing in this close court was actually quite crucial because XSET don't know the whereabouts, but Prod has brought the Maverick, which means they reinforced off Elbow, but it won't matter because they can breach the wall. But look at this, all of a sudden, they're pushing side at the same time. Filthy finds one, Eska turns it back onto Creators, and now Melted in this hallway will need to make a play, otherwise this looks dire.
And he only has a pistol in his hands. Filthy trudges into the smoke. He can't get out of there in time. He almost loses all of his HP, but Melted can't secure. It's Kool-Aid in a 1v3 as the smoke will need to clutch. An Operator very well suited for it. He fires away and gives his position up with Filthy getting the diffuser down. It looks unlikely. He can't control the recoil. There's only a tiny bit of Razor down, but Prod's the last one up as it's a beautiful shot onto Filthy. They don't know exactly where Prod is. He's all the way down at Elbow through the Mav hole. What a play by XSET, and there on map point.
I gotta say, Razor, you put him on the Ying, his aim does not go away, it stays true. So you give him a powerful gadget, you give him the execute, he controls the pace and the momentum for his team, and he still finds 2 kills on the entry when things go crazy. Now that is absolutely phenomenal, and as you mentioned, NVK in the midst of that round was tied for most kills, and that is exactly why XSET has a leg to stand on, because if NVK wasn't here, wasn't showing up, I think this would look very different, and Parabellum likely would have won this many rounds ago.
Dorms we go again. I speculated that this would be it as it unlocked, and that's exactly where it will go. The only way that Parabellum wins this and knocks XSET out of the NA League is through overtime. That is their path forward, and they need to be picture perfect here. But they lost Dorms the first time because they got a bit too cute, but they fixed their issues after that, and they looked much stronger. Which Parabellum are we going to see show up in this round?
Honestly, the great thing about being Parabellum, or a Parabellum fan, is that since you're up 2 maps, it's match point in the 3rd, but honestly, it's not the end of the world if you're Parabellum. You can take some risks here. You can go for a spawn peek. You can play aggressive. I think if you're Parabellum, you might want to play for the man advantage, which means early aggression, try and get the lead, and then play more compartmentalized, play more together, use the body system. But I do think that when you're playing on the kid's defense, if you end up in a 5 versus 5, when the execute comes out, it does favor the attackers, because if there's 5 attackers alive and 5 defenders alive, it means that attackers have had the freedom, or at least have had the opportunity to work the map, breach the walls, and gain control. And there is no wall deny from Parabellum, which means you can't deny the walls, but you can try and deny the players by getting kills.
30 seconds into the round, and for XSET, this is a new life. We speculated and we thought that Oregon, being as strong for Parabellum as it would be a walk in the park and could have been an utterly demoralizing map for XSET, but that hasn't been the case. And once again, I said this back on Coastline, and I'll say it again on Oregon. Regardless of who ends up winning this, regardless of which team makes it into the NA League and which one doesn't, the thing to remember is that these teams are so closely matched.
Yeah. And that's something that most people did not expect. I didn't expect it. C-Dubs didn't expect it. I don't think anybody really expected this. I think people, they clocked out XSET based on their past and based off their previous results. And Prod, in his interview, said, we've been learning every single day, every single round. And honestly, the more we see of XSET, the more that is true. And the final missing piece of the puzzle has been NVK. And even he has now showed up massively on Oregon. And now they're looking great.
This is really what it boils down to. It's not a perpetual 4v5. It is now a 5v5, and you've really got him taking the heat, to this team. Penguin missing out on an opening pick. He came very, very close, tantalizingly so, playing inside a trophy with the deployable shield in front of him, but he immediately seeks safer passage. And he'll sit and wait, still over by trophy. You might even be by games. The walls, they can be so deceiving. Spirits is his backup inside of Attic, but he has to be wary of somebody pushing from the back. This is one thing that Parabellum did so well. They controlled Attic until the bitter end. With some of that wall already opened up, the whole wall actually, by Prod on this Thermite, which is a big difference for XSET. This could be a major thorn in the side for PB.
Also, this one wall and trophy being solved and one being reinforced means that there's a lot of angles for XSET to work with. Sure, those angles work both ways, but right now, XSET, they get the better of it. That Spirit's off the board. He's the one playing Attic, which means now Attic's opened up for XSET, and we spoke about this. If they get control, they are lethal, and right now, they are getting it, but Penguin says no.
No, that is so sloppy from creators. He panicked, didn't expect Penguin to be so close. XSET continue their march through the Attic. They'll now look over towards Dorms where Penguin was playing, and he had a teammate with him as well. So there's two bodies from Parabellum there that Razor can put toe tags on. Penguin taking some damage in the process. A grenade gets eaten by the ADS right away. He looked right at it, and he still fell for it. This is going to necessitate a vault in big window. Nice shot from NVK. Filthy looking for one, but these teams right now, they're fighting for scraps. Penguin around the corner. He shuts down Prod. It's all on the shoulders of Filthy, but Eska says no thank you, and overtime is required between these teams.
Oh my god, that was so, I don't want to say sloppy, it was scrappy. Both teams trying to find an alternative way to end out that round. XSET opting to go for a plant when arguably you should have maybe played for kills. You didn't have enough cover, and Penguin saw an opportunity, ran through the entire bomb site, took out the planter, and then as XSET are scrapping together the final piece that they have left, Parabellum, they find the last two remaining players and they end the round in their favor. 6-6 overtime enabled on map 3. It is series point in the regard that if Parabellum wins, that is it. If XSET wins, we go to the next map, which is Villa. But right now, we're seeing the Ying being brought up by Razor. That was great success in the previous time around. Penguin 6ing from the Kaid, which indicates a basement defense onto the Goyo. But we are seeing them going for that kitchen's dining bomb site. So, it's happening. It took overtime to get us there, but they have opted to go for a third tertiary bomb site, and they chose the small tower version. Now, we can already see Spirits running into small tower itself. We see Penguin 6ing the Goyo. They are very clearly, or at least presumably, going to play inside the top of small tower and present XSET with another problem to solve. And this is what PB does best. They're going to make it difficult for XSET to get the initial control they want, and then if XSET gets it, they'll have to fight for it really hard.
What I find most interesting here is that when you go to overtime, all sides unlock.
Yeah. And
so Parabellum could have gone anywhere.
And they still went here.
And they still went there. Yes. So, one of the things I said a couple rounds ago was I don't know how confident I am in the site rotation from Parabellum, but they make me look downright foolish right now, and they get another crack at defense. And I also think, I don't know about you, I don't know if you'd agree with this, but you also mentally don't have to reset for a different side. You're still settled in. So both of these teams are basically just playing one extra round, accustomed to attack for XSET, defense for Parabellum.
Absolutely, and I actually think, you know, seeing as how it went, especially how close last round was in particular, I don't think there's necessarily a favor in this situation. I mean, if PB is going to a tertiary bomb site that they clearly didn't want to play before, that means that they're in a bit of desperation. They're not sure where to go because they know they aren't finding success anymore on basement and Kid Storms because they've lost them or barely won them. And XSET, they're bringing out the Ying, so both teams are really trying to figure out what they need for success. And I think they both played a very good hand showing the operators that they did and bringing the operators that they did because they're both very dynamic and they could in theory be, well, work for any defense and of course for any attack.
I mean, I do think XSET was expecting a downstairs defense though.
The Kai kind of indicated that, but it was 6 pick to Goyo. So it makes sense, but basically, no matter where PB went, this attacking lineup is straightforward. And the lineup from PB works for every single bomb site, with that Kaid being the 6-pick factor, which can alternate to the Goyo and then make dining work. So both teams did a great job making sure that they were comfortable with any situation.
Managed to take out the Banshee together, the power of friendship for XSET prevailing in that particular instance. Parabellum still have a good spread all over the rest of the map. Juggling the case to give to Filthy. They'll open up the wall into the kitchen, and they could go for a rush plan here if they don't feel that Parabellum have, or if they feel that Parabellum don't have a good grasp on the bomb site. this is in. You can just go right in, and Parabellum will have to fight for the retake. We'll see. 1 minute left. This has been a deceptively fast round. On the line for Parabellum, they need to win these 2 of these 3 rounds in order for them to knock XSET out and advance to the NA League. It doesn't go well for them. NVK breaks double digits. He picks off Spirits. That's the very first kill, but Creators gets dusted by Kool-Aid. Eska falls to a grenade. Everything happening all at the same time, all in the same 15 seconds. Penguin tossing out a Nitro Cell, and Filthy in the midst of the disco dance party from the Ying Candelas. But you need to stop him. There you go. You got pings. Can you do any damage to him? Enough? Oh, no, you can't. But Melted still cleans up with 2. He'll need to clutch the remainder of the round. Filthy and Razor, the 2 bodies from XSET, still standing. Melted needs intel, but Filthy stops him in his tracks. And again, it's match point for XSET.
Parabellum did a great job. They set up small tower. XSET saw it, didn't want to deal with it. They rotated around for meeting so quickly. Nobody from Parabellum was there to deal with it. They had the player Goyo inside of server that could shut down the plant, but the Candelas, the flashbangs, it enabled the chaos. Nobody could see a thing. The plant goes down, the red mark came out, the drone hole shots were just barely missing, but ultimately XSET strikes true and they come out on top.
Impressive stuff by XSET, and they were able to solve that puzzle quite well. It left Parabellum boxed into the bomb site, and like we said, that act of desperation to try and shoot at the foot of the planter of Filthy did not ultimately work out. And I really do have to question Parabellum's decision there. I know hindsight is 20/20, but you've got not the match on the line, but pretty close too. You have an opportunity to go to a bomb site that you are more confident in. Even if XSET's already seen your defenses on it, you might have a better success rate on those bomb sites than going somewhere entirely new. At the same time, at least you have an opportunity to keep them guessing. And I don't know, if you were their coach, which one you would prefer.
Honestly, the one thing I would take away from last round is that I am completely open with a tertiary bomb site. I think it's great because XSET hasn't seen it and Parabellum hasn't shown it, but if you're putting everything on the small tower side and then, you know, XSET, well, we saw them, Parabellum when they did the basement roam the first time, XSET didn't really necessarily know what to do about it. So when you put up this problem in small tower, odds are XSET might not know what to do about that either. So you left the entirety of meeting completely isolated with nobody to kill the injured drones, nobody to slow down the players of XSET, and they took advantage again. And XSET has actually been really good at this. They have good drone setup in the prep phase. They understand where the players of Parabellum are playing and where they are not. And wherever the players aren't, that's where they will go. That's where they'll breach, and that's what they're going to be working with. They got into meetings super fast, got their wall opened even faster, and then before you know it, they're planting. So
it's as simple as that.
It's as simple as that. Play both sides. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Extend both ways. Have one guy meeting, slow down the drones, have one guy small tower, stop them from entering, whatever. That's great. Now, XSET, overtime match point with a clash. If you're Parabellum, you got this zippity zap zap and slowing it down massively. XSET clearly playing the favor of time.
I really like these 2 lineups from XSET, and this is the kind of innovation that we need to see more of them, or more from them, in a matchup like this. So, that's a minute off of the clock. Spirits getting close, dangerously close to NVK, who has become the superstar for XSET over the last couple rounds. He put on glasses, and just like that, the man is a machine.
I mean, I have pretty bad vision these days, and yeah, it's almost like you put on glass, you can see again, NVK has really found his groove in this match, and I love to see it, and I hope he brings it forward if they end up winning this map.
That's looking likely at the moment. Or we'll need 15 rounds. We went to 14 back in map number 1. Will Parabellum have the stuff to do this? This is also where the pressure really starts to get to them.
Yes.
This is a team that wants to compete at the top level in NAL, and they are letting it just kind of slip through their fingers here on this map. It also means that we go to Villa next, which is XSET's choice, and a reverse sweep doesn't become possible, but it becomes more likely, or at least a Kafe as the final decider very much increases in likelihood. That said, all of the action right now happening in one part of the map, and it's all over by Supply Room. Melted droning himself in. The Clash of Prod somehow sustaining damage, and Creators get smoked by Spirits. And they don't have pillar control just yet, but they're mighty, mighty close to being able to do that. They still have to worry about the Clash. Kool-Aid taking some damage as Filthy will look to smoke, and Kool-Aid is down and dropped. Wonderfully played. XSET cleaning up all across the board. Melted and Spirits in a 2v3. This is dire, but just like that, Spirits picks up a double, leaving NVK the last man standing. He's been a joke for 2 maps. You don't trust him, but he needs to be the hero right now in this particular round. He needs to be the hero for XSET. He'll rotate 20 seconds left, but no, Spirit shuts the door on a comeback, and we are going to a 15th and final round.
What an absolute shake of a round. First it goes in favor of XSET, then all of a sudden it goes in favor of Parabellum, and back and forth. It comes down to the 1v2. NVK with almost no health has to find the impossible clutch to secure them to go further, but they will have to battle it out on the very last round as far as we can go. I thought the clash would be super problematic, but Parabellum made that look easy.
Well, how much are their hands shaking at this particular moment for Parabellum? You got to step up. This is the biggest opportunity. I know that qualifying for SI is what every single team dreams of the moment that they start playing competitively. But how about a stable job for a year? How about constant exposure? How about competing in the best league in North America, time in and time out, with an opportunity to prove to a region that you deserve to be there and a better shot at qualifying for the majors and qualifying for SI, which Parabellum are still in the conversation for. I imagine nerves are quite high, but this is a team that, unlike a lot of teams that we see in relegation, they've already been there. They already flew to Paris to compete in SI. They've played in the absolute trenches in Challenger League, and they have right now one round, the heaviest round of their careers, to solidify their presence in North America and their legacy by qualifying for the NA League.
I think it's a solid point. I think you can argue for many people, especially if you are in Tier 2 in Challenger League, that Pro League itself, a full year of stability, of tournaments, of opportunities, of exposure is actually worth more, and it's arguably more important than qualifying for a single event, even if that means to the 6 invitationals. You get a whole life-changing situation out of Pro League, and you have a potential as a future player, and even if these players don't make it, I still think that the showcasing they've had today makes for great possible pickups for future or current teams in the NAL, because none of these players can be ruled out for exception. They've all had their moments to shine, and they've all been playing so well, and NVK as well, really showing up in this final game so far, a possible final game, going 11 for 11 currently.
Oh my goodness. Just an absolute barn burner of a match. Everybody on XSET showing up the way they need to. The same on Parabellum. Standout performance right now from Spirits, especially in that last round, to create an opportunity for a comeback and then get that diffuser planted. Remarkable stuff. Who blinks here first? That's the real question.
Yeah.
Candela's in the hands of Razor. You're going to have to try to blink there, but a Nitro Cell immediately tossed out by Penguin, and it connects on the Creators. That's good enough, but Razor is in hot pursuit. Spirit's waiting for him to get back, and it's another pick for Parabellum. They take 2 off the board swiftly and immediately. Prod gives his position away on Big Window, and Parabellum gets such a massive opening.
Parabellum, Parabellum, Parabellum. Now in a 5 versus 3, the pressure can truly be felt now from both teams as they're making their way into this round, and you see Parabellum falling back. They don't want to give XSET any opportunities for a free pick. Even Spirits, the man who's always fighting and looking for opportunities, is taking a slow position in this round. But as I say that, he speeds up once again, finds Prod and shuts him down. 5 versus 2 now.
NVK and Filthy with the case still in control of XSET, but they know how dire this is. A flawless round for Parabellum would be an absolute statement, and Filthy gives himself away. It's NVK in a 1v5. They're fighting from above and they're fighting from below, but it's the man that we've talked about incessantly. He tried to be the hero this round, and he's under fire. A flawless round as Parabellum relegate the set. Welcome to the NA League, boys.
The big leagues indeed, a flawless round to finish it off strong. Then it's incredible. They showed everything, some weaknesses, some strengths, but ultimately in the final moments when the stakes are at its highest, it's a flawless round on a roam game together as a team. That is a great way to win.
Well, we talked so much about the laundry supply defense from Parabellum, roaming far off the site, and try as they might, XSET struggled to have an answer for it, and in this particular instance, they had 0 answers for nobody, not a soul, and a flawlessly done round gives Parabellum, in round 15 on map 3, a spot in the North American League in 2022.
Oh, so well deserved, and honestly, C-Dubs, I mean, he's the real winner here, if anything, right? This guy predicted a 3-0. He was talking many praises about Parabellum, and it's not because I think anybody really doubted them, but C-Dubs have been following these guys for so long. He knows what they're capable of, and they showed, they came true. They really wanted this badly, and they are worthy, Parker.
An unbelievable performance from Parabellum, but also an unbelievable performance from C-Dubs. I mean, he went 100% in his predictions.
He
got
did.
every single team right. And yeah, he might not have done the best job of getting the round or the map count down for the Dark Zero matchup against SSG, but he still got the result correct. And he manifested the Canadian team, the Canadian organization of Parabellum on my home soil, competing in Vegas into the NA League next season. What an impressive performance. Not just defeating XSET, but slaughtering them. 3-0. XSET do not pick up a single map in a best of 5. We don't need Villa. We don't need Kafe. It's settled on Oregon. Beautiful stuff by Parabellum, and they proved that their play at SI warranted.
I'm very excited to look to the future for NAL, both for Sonics, of course, how they're looking, for Parabellum, how they're looking. And especially, I don't think anybody in the NAL is going to be like, oh, we got a new team, no big deal. No, I actually think that when current NAL teams look at Parabellum, they're going to look with respect. They're not going to underestimate, which means Parabellum is going to have a hard time going forward into 2022 because they are now a team, if not the team, coming from Challenger League.
I don't think this is a team that's going to inhabit the bottom of NAL either.
No.
I think this is a team that right now would fit very comfortably into the middle of the pack, and it really depends on what their ceiling is and whether they can make some changes to fight against the big dogs. But with that said, that's it for Nick and I here on the broadcast. We've got the desk to go over what we just witnessed with Parabellum making their way into the NA League. We'll toss it on over to them and hear what they have to say about the newest addition to our league.
Bing bong, C-Dubs called it, baby. Parabellum will be the champions, the winners of this relegation match against XSET, and it all started out with Penguin taking out Creators for the initial kill in that final round. C-Dubs, you gotta be ecstatic with the results right now.
Yeah. Following this team for a year, watching the growth and development of these players on a constant basis, win after win, setback after setback, it doesn't matter what adversity this roster fought through, whether it's going to a lower bracket, whether it's starting 0-3, whether it's having just so many things happen. It felt like this roster was cursed, but they fought through regardless, and now they sit at the top of the mountain.
1 year to the week where Parabellum, then known as Altiora, qualified for the 6th Invitational 2021. Ooh. They're now back in the North American League. It's not a matter of them being here for the first time. It's a matter of them returning to their rightful spot, a position that they held back when the Canada Division was a thing. Canada Division champions the first time around, unfortunately subjected to not being able to join their compatriots in North America for a very long amount of time, but now finally, after a long amount of trial and trepidation, they are right back where they rightfully deserve to be. Congratulations to Parabellum.
Yeah, it can't be better than that. Working way up from Challenger League, and now you won the relegation game against XSET in dominant fashion. 3-0. Congratulations, and C-Dubs, as the expert here, you called it, man. This team, they're Pro League ready, and they showed it. They made all of us proud. But ladies and gentlemen, we have an interview with the winning team. Let's go ahead and hear what they have to say.
How's it going, guys?
Oh, man, it's going great. You're asking us how we're doing. First off, how are you? And congratulations for winning the relegation game against XSET 3-0.
Thank you. I mean, it's been amazing. It's been a long weekend. I mean, it's been a long year, actually. I mean, like you guys said, we had been at it for a year to the week with Altiora. So now we've made it all the way with PB. We grinded through CL and, made sure that we actually earned our spot in Pro League.
And like you just said, you earned that spot in Pro League. There's been the journey the whole way. I was there for a whole lot of it, but I also wasn't there for those early bits, the first SI quals, all these other things. But now you're sitting here, you finally earned your NAL spot, but there's also another competition that you earned a spot in just last week. What are you looking forward to on these next SI quals?
I mean, the plan's to go to SI again. We went last time through the qualifiers, so I'd love to do it again. I mean, hopefully with this game, it solidifies that we can compete, and we're supposed to be in Pro League. So I guess Mirage and TSM and whoever's through the open quals is next for us. So yeah.
Keegan, we've talked for a long time in late-night Discord calls talking about a lot of things to do for the future, whether it meant Parabellum was going to the North American League if for some reason they couldn't win the relegation game. There was a lot of conversation about what the next step for Parabellum, and you especially, was going to look like. But talk to me a little bit about how you felt initially when Altiora couldn't join the North American League to start with. You were in a spot where you had your position yoinked from you, essentially. How was it possible for you to battle through the mental gutter you had to have been in after you got that news and fight through all of 2021 to come back where you were supposed to be? How did you do that?
I mean, we felt like we belonged to be in Pro League ever since, like, you know, we were going to get the spot with LTR. So when they did tell us, like, you know, we didn't have it anymore, or, you know, it wasn't happening, we were a little crushed, but we said, like, you know, we deserve it, or not we deserve it. We're good enough to take it, so let's go through CL and let's take it. Like, let's prove that, you know, we earned it. It wasn't just a gifted spot to us. So I mean, we stuck with it, made sure that, you know, we fixed our issues. We had lots of issues, like lots of ups and downs with the team, but I mean, we persevere, and I mean, I think our whole year will make a crazy story. So.
Yeah, and I guess the final thing would be when you brought in your most recent roster move, when you brought in Robbie, when you brought in Melted. There was a lot of question marks today, but would you say he finally answered a lot of those questions in this series?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, Robbie definitely answered those questions in CL, playoffs as well. But today we proved it. He proved it. You know, everyone on the team had huge moments, huge rounds. So everyone was equally vital for the team. So, I mean, we're just really happy it worked out, because I know me and VBM were a little bit skeptical about the roster change, but I mean, I'm glad it worked out, and it's working out really well.
Penguin, my man, let's keep it a buck right now. Ever since I've known you and you've known me, I was there when you won the calls for 6 Invitational to be able to go there, and now you won the relegation match against XSET. You've been having a phenomenal time this year. I want you to basically end this out telling us how you feel about this journey right now, working your way to the top. That is so well deserved. But not only that, let us know what we can expect in the future from you and your team, because you guys, man, I'm letting you know now, I'm loving it. We're all fans here on the desk.
I mean, for us, I was laying in bed the other day, and I was like, wow, what a year. Like, before we even played the relegation game, like, what a year. We had been through so much SI, you know, lost stage 1 CL, won stage 2 CL, went 0-3 in the regular season for stage 3, and then ended up winning. And then, I mean, it's been a crazy year, to say the least. But I mean, I've had lots of fun doing it. And what's coming to the future? For us, we'd like to make SI. That's the first step, and then after that, it's just whatever comes next. We'll tackle it just like we do every time.
All right, Penguin, keep killing it, man. Tell the boys I said congratulations. And once again, great job on showing out with a 3-0 finish right here in Relegations, man. You have a great night, all right? We'll see you next time.
Thank you. Have a great night, guys.
Oh, anytime, baby. Let's give it up right now for Parabellum, killing it against XSET. Let's take a look at the stats right now to see exactly how they did it. Oregon was a 8-7 win by him. It went down to overtime, and the man that we interviewed, Penguin, went absolutely nuts, getting the first kill on creators to set the tone.
Dude, Oregon should have probably gone to XSET ultimately. I think they had a little bit of a momentum swing, and then that final round, is where it fell to pieces. We looked at XSET on Oregon thinking there isn't much hope here initially. I thought the fact that overtime, this was a closer result than expected. If we had gone through a best of 5 and it was way more competitive and teams were winning their own map picks, by logic, Parabellum probably should have won this by an even wider margin. Still, kept it close. NVK was in the game. There was hope on the horizon for this team, but it came down to a round 15 defense that they simply couldn't pick apart.
All right, now, C-Daps, this is really cool because you studied and prepped extremely hard for this matchup. Spirits killed it, man. 17 kills, 10 deaths, 5 opening kills. That is insane. Those are superstar stats if we see it in the NAL, baby. But the thing is, in your notes, you said something about Spirits and another player on this roster, word for word, about how they just take over games, and we saw that in a little 2vX clutch.
Yeah, that big round, that basement attack, it was the Eska and the Spirits, the dynamic French duo where, sure, Eska, he didn't necessarily have his best game in the world, but every single one of those 8 kills, You would say they were impactful. They were late round. They were round changing. They were round defining. They were game winning on a consistent level across, as well as Spirits. He just, anything that was in his crosshairs, anything that moved, boom, gone.
Got that right. Now, also, let's talk about XSET for a second. We'll say this. Yes, I know they lost relegation match 0-3 to Parabellum, and also, yeah, they had a little rough time in the NAL, but I will say this, though. Hats off to them. This is a team where, yeah, they did struggle. Let's be completely honest. But the thing is, they realized that, they made some changes, and the team ultimately progressed towards the later stages of this season. And Jacob, it was a beauty to watch, man, because when we were watching it happen, I mean, this XSET right now looks way different than what we saw a few months ago.
Underdog stories are cool, especially when you can finally see some progression and some improvement. And credit where credit is due. I do think there had been some struggles in stages 1 and 2 that it took a lot longer to identify than we would have liked. And I will also maintain that I don't think XSET should have been in this relegation spot in the first place. If you know, based on performance, I don't think they were the worst team overall in Stage 3. I think there were a lot of trials they went through, understood what the deficiency was, and worked through it adequately. The problem just remains that they weren't the better team when push came to shove. When it really, really mattered, they had a lot of tricks that they could have pulled out, but they didn't seem like they were very confident. I want to say that chemistry issues will continue to be a persistent problem for them. But what I will say is, despite this loss, I hope that they stick together. I hope that this core of 5 realizes they did some good in a very competitive league, especially considering not that many people get the opportunity to play Rainbow Six at a level like this. There are some things to be celebrated and lauded from a situation like this, but you know, right now I do understand if it takes some time to kind of reconsider what your future looks like after a loss as devastating as this one.
I think the biggest thing overall would be the fact that 2 of those maps went to overtime. Just around here, around there, a stray nitro, a couple of bullets landing in the body instead of the head, and boom, we're singing XSET's praises right now. They could have gotten that 3-0 just as easily. This was an insanely close 3-0. Sure, we've been hyping up Parabellum. That's been the story, but like Jacob was saying, the growth of XSET has been absolutely massive and amazing to watch, and I hope that a lot of these players, they'll land on their feet somewhere. Players like Prod, players like Razor, Filthy, Creators, NBK, they have value, as well as the support staff, Drew Spark, Jarvis. They are pro league caliber players, and they'll end up somewhere.
They're great, man. And let's be completely honest, for those of you watching at home, if you take a look at XSET, let's take a lesson from them, because the simple fact is they knew they were messing up in the beginning. They changed it. They got a lot better towards the end. Yeah, they lost today, but also they could have won, just like we said, because these matches were the closest ones that I've been a witness to throughout all of the entirety of the NAL, right? So hats off to XSET. And the one thing I want to say is I hope this is not the last time we see you guys, because we love the org, we love the players, and we love everything about them. So